Welcome to the crew line.
Oh my god, he died immediately. Blaster Thrust starts today's stream. Sheesh. That went fucking fast. Holy fuck. Ba-dum, 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 ba-dum. Bum, bum, ba-dum. Good song. Good song. So, how you guys doing? Shay Shaha. Ba 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 ba-dum 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 bum bum. Is that Mike from BHD? Yes, sir. Mike, the very own, the one and only Mike himself. It's tonight, baby. It is tonight. It rains some elders. Why did that not work? Give me a second. Is that on Tuesday usually? They are. Why did that not work? Why did that not work? And now my game comp is off. Is it working now? Why is it doing this? Oh, yeah, give me a second, chat. So why is that? Okay. That's weird. Okay. But why? Why is that not working? Give me a sec. I'm trying to fix this. Give me a second. Okay. Now it's working. All right. Sorry about that. There we go. In Tavern Talk on Tuesdays usually. They are, yes, but we're scheduling these with the why is my cursor? Wow. Why is my... That's how fast it should move, but it's slower in game. Why? Where did I change my sensitivity in game? Controller point velocity, it's 1.0. Why is... What? No, I don't have acceleration. But why, if that's set to 1, why is it slower in here? That's so weird. Oh, I have a Last Epoch default. Okay. You'd like to keep configuration of desktop? Yes. Yes, I would want that. There we go. That was weird. That was fucking weird. No, I had some issues. The game comp got down as well. It's fine. It's all working now. All right. And watch you in 2 years. What happened? You got a new haircut or you're older? Probably both. If you haven't watched me in 2 years, Zacharias. I got a better question for you, man. Where the fuck you been for 2 years, man? Where have you been? Haven't watched me in 2 years? Following me since July 17, 2024? A better question. Where the fuck have you been? All right. Trollololol coming in with the 8 months. Greetings, traveler. How you doing, man? Been following you since PoE Harvest. Oh shit, that's been a while. There we go. Sorry about that. Got some help to get that game comp back on. All right. Oh. Need a visual. Kikis needs a thing for a video. Are you guys ready to see how it looks when I do recordings on stream? That news person looks different than 2 years ago. True. Start following? That can't be. I checked it. It says following since July 17, 2020. That's weird. All right. You guys ready to see how it looks? Interesting Void Knife for 1.1. The TC Neeks looks fun. I'm very excited for 1.1. We're going to talk about that. First, apparently, so there we go. I'm getting spammed everywhere. So this is how it looks when I do a recording. You guys ready? Wait, what did you need me to say, Kikis, for that recording? You needed me to say, before I go, check this out. Check this out, this clip. Check out this clip is what you're trying to write, right? I got you. All right, you guys ready? It looks like this. I go into my big cam. And then I do, because he needs the green screen, right?
To the crew.
It needs the green screen.
I wonder if I ruin the recording. Do you have alerts on in this scene?
Okay, man. Dude, I'm trying to be a Last Epoch. What are you doing? Skip alert. There we go. This is how it looks. He said, all right. Before I go, check this clip out. Is that enough? That's all you needed? Or did you need more? Grand? Great. There you go. Now you've seen the action. That's how it looks. All right. When he needs the green screen, that's how it works. Next video, actually, I have a recording to do tonight. All right, so where was I? Sorry, I get it completely off the trails here. Shark Pikachu, what's up, Dyne? How you doing, man? Okay, so I want to log in on this character. Or yes, I want to log in on I want to log in on this one. Right, this is when we try to make the Malatros work. Right. What the shit? Get some clothes on. You too. What the fuck? Going to characters actually wearing clothes. How many unintended product endorsements are going to be attached to now? What do you mean? Unintended product endorsements. What do you mean? Explain yourself.
It eludes
It
me.
eludes me. Ay, 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 ay. This is where we try to make the Tidar Battle Trust. Right, check this clip out now. Green screen X my promo. I'm very confident that well, the clip is either the unboxing of the Project Zero. You can type in Space Max Sweat Clockers, by the way. Check it out. So actually, it's not an unintended product endorsement. Anyways, no, I see what you mean now. Oh my god. Okay. Anyways. Sorry, I just woke up. I was up all fucking night, man. I got to bed around 6:30 a.m., 7 a.m. Anyways. Then here it seems to, but thanks to Sembians for my gifted sub. Well, there you have it. Yeah, Sembians went fucking nuts, dude. Absolutely fucking nuts. And that was, last day of the month, last month. It's kind of crazy. Whenever negative powers became cool, my mind went to you because you're one of the few people I saw using them. I'm assuming you're from the state, Agrius, because it's getting more and more popular in the States right now. It's been a thing in Sweden for God knows how long. Forever. Like, literally forever. You're European? What the hell? It's been fucking here in, or at least in Scandinavia, it's been fucking, it's like the norm. Well, I guess it's more popular now because they're actually increasing tobacco taxes on cigarettes and reducing taxes on snus. Not popular in the UK at all. Fair enough. Fair enough. So, let's see. I want to call EMP as well. Where is he? I want to call my buddy up. We're going to do that in a bit. And talk a little bit about Last Epoch and some upcoming things. And we have some cool little podcasts tonight. And Norris used it, but in the Balkans, haven't seen them until half a year ago. So it's becoming popular in the Balkans as well. That's pretty cool. God damn, maybe it's time to invest in some money into some snus companies. The long-standing issue with snus was that it was just illegal in a lot of places. Yes. It started change recently. Correct. Tobacco, big tobacco companies don't want that shit to interfere with their cigarette sales. And new interesting builds. So here's the thing, right? I'm part of the crew that's doing CT testing, right? So I have to be very careful with what I say. But I wanted to talk a little bit about the Lich. I want to talk about the Lich a lot, actually. And touch upon a few things. Are they good as smoke rolled cigarettes or pouches better? I mean, I smoked for many years, like 12 years, I think. There's a fuckload of different tastes in these. They have these without tobacco now. I don't like the tobacco taste. There's a couple of those with tobacco taste that is actually really good though. But it's about finding the one that you like. but start with like some simple ones. So it's about finding the one that works for you. Big Tobacco actually bought Swedish Match? I think so, yeah. Or at least invested into them, right? I actually don't know. Did they buy the entire company or did they just invest into it? I don't know. Because what they're doing in the States now is like treating it as a way to stop smoking and then they sell that instead. But I believe that the main reason they got in was because they either invested or bought the company. Kurt roll-ups over a year ago. The thing is, it's still nicotine. It's still bad. It's just the lesser of two evils. But most importantly, you don't affect people around. And you can do it anywhere. Literally anywhere. Bad it became cool when I went to you. In February 2023, Philip Morris, Holland Holdings, BV, reached 100% ownership of Swedish Match AB. Oh, shit. Okay. Well, there you have it. That's pretty cool, actually. So they actually did buy them all. That company's gonna grow so big now. It's kind of crazy. So, little quick looks like PoE. This? You haven't played this, Dino? Oh my god. Oh my god. Give me my Nexus link. Hold on. Give me my Nexus link here. Here you go. There you go. Go fucking buy the game, dude. Go buy the game, goddammit. Go buy the goddamn game, man. I responded to Ali. Oh. Oh, sorry, I missed that one. I was like, I thought you played it already. Interesting innovation. Looks exactly like PoE. I mean, pretty much all interface looks like this. Kongur! How you doing, dude? How was TwitchCon?
Welcome to the crew life.
FFL, sorry, just grabbing my sprinkler, bro. ST.
I don't use Brian, should I? Where do I change that in the stream elements? Looks like an ARPG, yeah, that's how I feel. Anyways, I think I'm just gonna call EMP. But where do I change it? Let's start with that. Where do I change it? I don't know where to change that in stream elements. Dashboard. It's not on dashboard, is it? It's not. Streaming tools. In overlays? No. I'm so confused. I don't know where to get it. No, dude. No idea. Actually, I know who knows. I know who knows. If I can find him. Yo, how do I change TTS in stream elements? Okay. There. All right, so where was I? We have Last Epoch. Two things happening today. First, I wanted to talk about Last Epoch and the upcoming launch as much as I can. And then, oh my god, that is loud. Is it? No, it seems fine. Lower it a little bit, maybe. So I'm gonna do that. And then, we have a podcast tonight at 10 p.m., which is in 6 hours, right? 5.5 hours. We have a podcast coming up. And that's about it. Let's just call EMP. Let's do that. Let's call my buddy. . 'Cause 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 I mean, the stash tabs I've made myself. You can control this yourself. Like, you can literally set this up the way you want it. All by yourself. Like, you can do this. You can search for tabs. Malatros. I placed these myself. You just create a tab for gold in-game. All right. Where was I? Is 1.1 considered DLC or expansion or just juicy EHD update? Well, it's a cycle, right? So it's like Path of Exiles League. There's another one coming at the end of July. Essentially, they're just having a new season. 3 months of new content. That's basically what they have going. So the first thing I wanted to tackle was this problem. This is a huge problem because I've been bending over backwards wanting to make Lich builds. By the way, if you want to check out my guides, you can type !build. I have a ton of these guides up on Icy Veins, and more will come for 1.1. Kind of crazy, actually. Right. All right, Kyunger. I got a guy checking it for me right now. My stream element guru. So he's not in, so let's get some music. Will Posh get his poison this season? So this is a problem in my opinion, because if you look at every other class, you see this, 4 abilities, 4 abilities, the base class, 4 abilities, Lich, 3. And the more I'm looking at this, the more I feel like they need to get this going. But they have been talking about a Lich rework for quite some time, because this really is on the back burner. Like the top Lich builds right now is like Chaos Bolt triggering Harvest, and that's where's the Harvest ability? It's a base one for the Acolyte here. So you have Chaos Bolt from Warlock triggering Harvest, and you just use Reaper Form. And that's it. And it's like kind of awkward, the whole approach to it, in my opinion. And then the other build that's really, really good from Lich is actually a Marrow Shard. Which you use the Bone Splinters and the Marrow Caster. So you basically scale the shards. So the splinters comes from, well, the shard is the Marrow Shard, but the splinters. So you basically target in front of you, and then when they explode here on the ground, the splinters does a fuckload of damage. So that's one of the things that they've done. But like outside of that, Lich is so limited in builds, and the Reaper form is so cool. This Reaper form is so cool to play with. So it's gonna be fun to see what they do, and I hope they're gonna do this sooner rather than later. So it feels kind of so not to have many like Lich builds. I've been thinking about making my own Marrow Shard build, but we go to Icy Veins, Last Epoch, for example. We go to the Lich build. I only have one build up here. Like, this is the build I have, which is the Chaos Bolt Harvest, which is really fun to play. But that's it, right? That's all I have. And it's so awkward. Hey, look at Necromancer. We have so many Necromancer builds. And Warlock, Soul Feast, Torment. We got the Profane Veil Minion Eater. This one, I think it's gonna be fucking insane. So, this is the build we did in collaboration with Sinity. This motherfucker right there. This is Sinity. Absolutely fantastic. So Sinity and I collaborated on the Profane Veil Minion Eater build. So this is the one that was bugged, right? I believe the node that was bugged was in Profane Veil. Thank you. Thank you, Kikis. Appreciate it, dude. It was this node here, Vampiric Blood. Be massive nerf bust. All these builds could potentially change, right? When did they say that? Okay, so I gotta test if the alert's working. Give me a second. My man just got it sorted. Let me do that one again. Let's see how this sounds now.
Welcome to the crew line.
FFL sorry, just grabbing my sprinkler, bro. STST.
That didn't work, Conger. Why would that be different? We're gonna use this one now. %, is still a 4. Yeah, it was 10 times as strong. Let me check. All right, so I don't know when they said that. Do you have any link to that? Good weather, doing work from home, watching streams, life is good. Sounds good, dude. Everybody's just chilling. So this node was bugged to be 10 times as strong, right? Hundreds of balance in the newest trailer on Steam. But did they specifically say that there were going to be massive nerfs and buffs to these builds? They didn't specifically say that, right? Like, so here's the thing. And I talked about this before, and it's something I definitely want to talk to EHG about. So they're in a position where they have a linear scaling. I'm going to paint the picture for you boys. Let's paint a picture. Let's do that. Let's paint a picture. All right. Let me see so you guys can see it. Right. So it looks like this. And then they have corruption. And then they have, no, sorry, corruption. Difficulty. And then they have corruption here, right? So, essentially, this is kind of how it works right now. It goes up linearly like this. And then there's a step upwards, right? So it goes like this. And then a step... Fuck's sake, I can't make a straight line. Step upwards here. And then you have this scaling. Right? That's basically how it looks. Use the line tool. Actually, that's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea at all, actually. So this is how it looks right now, right? So this is 0. Or actually, that's not at all how it looks. I'm sorry. There's a cut here, essentially, and then we jump into to this. That's how it looks. Essentially. So this cut here is going to empowered. So the reason for this is here you have 100. So this is how it works, right? You do the regular monoliths, but you don't push corruption in the regular monoliths. You finish them here, and then you jump straight into empowered when you're done with that. And now the difficulty goes up a little bit, right? This is their problem, from my experience. So they've made statements with how... They want... They want people to have a good build will do 200 corruption, right? A great build can do like 300. That is what they want. That is the scope of their plans. So that they're in a position where that will actually be the case. The problem is they have a linear scaling of the difficulty. That is the problem. So because the thing is linear, that means that each increment of a corruption increases HP and damage dealt with a very small fraction. And that scaling fraction is going up, 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 up in a linear fashion, right? That means that if you do, you're not going to have spikes of difficulty. It's just a linear scaling upwards. And what difficulty of corruption did people do? Or what level of corruption did people do in the first cycle? Thousands. Party did several thousands. The build I was talking about, the this build, the Profane Veil Minion Eater collaboration we did with City, this build after the nerfs did 1,900 corruption. Right? That was a big problem. That was a huge problem. So my suggestion has always been that, let's say that we got 150 and then 200 and then 250 and then 300, 350, 400. Let's say it looks like this. This is why it was not that hard to do these things. So my suggestion has always been that if they really wanted to make it so that the difficulty would be reaching the point where a great build can do 300, but anything after that will be fucking insane, they have to make it so, let's say an example would be that every 10 corruption or every 25 corruption, the scaling per corruption would double or amplify, right? So that every step of corruption difficulty gets harder and harder and increases faster. So instead of a linear scaling, we need to make a curved line, right? So if we do it like this, as an example, we would need to make it like this. But I don't think like this would be the play either. I think it would be easier to, like, it would probably be easier to make it in a point where it's like, because this scaling difference here and here is the same as before. That means if you do 100, you can do 200, because there's almost no difference. So my suggestion is not to do that. My suggestion is to do like the same scaling like that we have here with the green. So it would be like this, and then once you reach 25, it would be a jump like this, and then up to 100 in a similar scale with a higher scaling than this one, and then it would be a jump upwards. Well, that was a little short. So it would be like this, and then it would be a jump upwards like this, and then it would be an even harder scaling to 200. It's a little off here, but whatever. You get the point, right? And then even harder scaling. And then a jump upwards. And then an even harder scaling. Like if they did something like this, I think this is how they would have to do it, right? Because if they make it so that each increment increases the scaling per difficulty, so you reach thresholds, right? Then they can create a scenario where eventually you're just gonna get fucked over. Yo, 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 yo.
Yo.
Yow.
What's good, man?
Talking about linear difficulty scaling of corruption right now.
Shouldn't happen. Shouldn't be linear.
Exactly what I've been trying to tell them.
Final take.
So my suggestion has been that they would incrementally increase the scaling per corruption after certain increments, like say every 25 or every 50 corruption. They would increase the difficulty spike per corruption increase. You get like, instead of a linear little straight line, you would get a ladder.
I mean,
Or
it's
stairs,
technically not a smooth line. It's just a very, very terrible parabola.
Yeah. I mean, they can keep the formula that they have. That's fine. Or they could.
It needs to be crumpled up and thrown away.
Yeah, I mean, what they could do is have. Let's just throw some random numbers. I'm gonna type this on the fucking screen. So let's say one corruption.
Hang on, let me pull you up. Are you drawing it right now?
I'm drawing, dude. I'm fucking Bob Rossing this shit with
all right,
a happy little tree.
Make me a pretty little fucking tree.
All right, I got you. Hold on, I got you.
All right.
Wait, I need to make a. I need to do this.
Oh my god, I'm hearing myself. Let me turn you off.
Okay. I'm gonna make a tree for you. Hold on.
Yeah, that's your needle dick. I don't want to see your needle dick.
Not my needle dick. No. See, that's a tree right there. There's even some Christmas bubbles and shit on it. Look at this.
That's a great tree, man.
It's a happy tree, actually. It's a really happy tree.
It's good. That's a good happy tree. It's
Yeah,
nice.
right there. You're welcome.
Great job, man.
Let's remove the evidence.
Holy.
Sorry?
I feel very holy again.
I'm very happy that you feel that way.
Mm-hmm.
So, oh, fuck's sake. What? So, let's do it this way. I'm going to paint a picture. So, we got corruption. Oh, for fuck's sake. That way, then? So, we have corruption, and then we have scaling. And I'm gonna do this. All right, so we do this. Why don't I just do a straight line? Here we go. Right. So what we could do is very simple. Why don't I just open a fucking Excel file? I'm gonna do this in Paint right now.
There's a much easier way to do this, right?
I'm doing this in Paint, and you're gonna love it. All right.
All right, bro. I appreciate the efforts.
Thank you. Okay, let's say we have one corruption and a scaling. Well, actually, it would rather be 1 to 25. And this would be like, let's just say random numbers, that it would be...
Well, this would be the first act of the campaign, basically. The first act or two of the campaign.
Well, okay, let's do 50 then to 75. Whatever. And each each one corruption would be equal to, let's say, a 5% HP and damage. Right?
Okay. Okay.
Or I don't have to type that out, but let's say that that would be 5% HP and damage, right? 5% per one corruption. And then they can do, like, my suggestion would be very simple. It's very straightforward, right? So at 75
What
to
if
100.
I told you 1 to 200 was the only linear scaling there was?
No, I'm aware of that. I know that, and they
okay.
have a system. All I'm saying is that they need to ramp this super hard if they want to achieve that.
Yeah, it
Right.
needs to be multiplied hard.
Yeah, so what if they do every increment of 25 corruption doubles this? Now it's 10%. And then 100
exponential?
to the 125, 1 equals 20%. Like, this is going to go fucking crazy very, very quickly, right?
Yeah, so you're talking about exponentially increasing.
40,
Which I'm
80,
absolutely okay with.
160%. Yeah, like an exponential increase instead of a linear. So this is to up to 150. This is 175. This is 200. And so forth. I mean, next one is literally, 320%.
Yeah.
At 225.
It's yeah.
And I mean, next one is just... Woo.
And the big thing is, look, here's the deal. One of the problems that the reason why this corruption doesn't really get unchecked is because this is the reason why is because shades of Orbis, right? And so they stack as many possible shades as you possibly can, and then that grows your corruption depending on how deep you are in the web, and depends on how many shades you have. And so that fight that you're doing against Orbis at whatever 220 corruption, whatever, right? That fight at 220 corruption is now going to, depending on how many shades of Orbis you have and how deep you are in the web, can now bring you up to like the 315, right?
Yeah.
Something significant. Where you don't know if you can handle 315. You just know you're able to beat a 220 corruption Orbis, right? You could absolutely come into your first Echo and just be fucking decimated off the screen, get one-shotted by a random light bird, whatever, right? So the problem is that these kind of scalings, in order for people to skip corruption, makes it to where people are it's no longer about like progressing. It's more about, well, I shouldn't say that. It's not just about progressing, but there's a player base out there that feel, and I remember for a long time this was being said, if your build doesn't do 1,000 corruption, it's trash. And that was for a very long time. It was spoken like that, and that's just because 1,000 corruption was like the base standard for so long, right? And if it's not 1,000 corruption, it's trash. I have comments on my YouTube video be like, "Is this 1,000 corruption?" ?
Yeah.
Right? Like, because that was especially in Korea. In Korea, it was notorious. It was 1,000 corruption or bust, right? And so the problem that we have as obviously as makers, but also just as players, right? People look at, oh, what are they doing? Oh, they're at 560 corruption. Oh, well, my build's only doing 380, right? And I think the whole problem is that at what point we need to have it more visible or verbal or something. What point is corruption scale negligible in order to drop or find some kind of gear that you're looking for, right? And so what we're told is it's that 250 to 350 range. That's what we're basically told. That's the culmination of us builders and everybody that's in the CT and a lot of people that are in the creators, right? 250 to 350 is the sweet spot. Everything else
that's
is
for a
just trying to
great
flex your
build,
dick size. Right, yeah. Everything else is just trying to flex your dick size. Like it isn't like we're doing, we're playing PoE and we're doing, red tiers, right? Which would be the standard for an endgame build. Right? You're doing red tier maps, right? And then we're doing Uber, we're doing Uber bosses, whatever, right? That's standard for a high level endgame build, right? But there's nothing really past that unless you want to do Uber.
I mean, like, the incentive is the increase of drops and whatnot, right? that keeps going.
Right.
I don't think that the play should be that they should hit the brick wall where like, oh, you maxed out the magic find stats you're getting from this. Now there's no point in chasing these numbers. I think the sweet spot would be that you want to go as high as freaking possible, but they need to make it so that the difficult, like I hate to say it, but like what they did with the pit or greater rift, for example, because that's essentially what it is.
Yeah,
when
greater
it comes
rifts.
to this.
Yeah, it's greater rifts.
You have to push it to a point where it's like your build either can no longer one-shot the enemies, or the enemies are guaranteed to always one-shot you no matter how much defensive layers you have. So they need to reach that kind of spot that's like you can push aspirationally, maybe 500, 600, 700, maybe 1,000 corruption, but at that point there's nothing in the game, no matter how good gear you have, that's gonna fucking kill you, right? So that's kind of like the type of scaling they need to achieve to prevent builds from doing multiple thousands of corruption, right?
Right.
If they want to keep the whole magic find stats going there. Because like their statement was, good builds do about 200 something plus corruption. That's everything in the game. Everything can drop. The omnis and everything can drop at that point. Good builds can do that. And about plus minus 300 corruption is going to be able. That's a great build. But the standard has been
that's the top tier.
Yeah, but it's like just look at the like take a group play aside, like Empyrean and whatnot. Let's look at the Profane Veil Minion Eater build, for example. After the nerf, it was handling 1,900 corruption. So
Yeah,
okay,
still did just fine. Yeah,
Yeah.
still just fine.
and it was just blasting through that. So and that was after they fixed the Vampiric Blood node in the Profane Veil tree. So it's like it's just weird, and you know they don't have a linear scaling after 200, but it's clearly not spiking enough. So my suggestion is that they would have to drastically ramp this difficulty so that it would, incrementally just skyrockets consistently. So like every increments of say 25 corruption would just drastically scale the amount of damage that the enemies are going to do per corruption. So if you were able to handle up to a certain point, now they're just going to get stupid amounts of increase. But we're talking about like Diablo numbers when we say, yeah, well, let's just give them 500% increased HP and damage per one corruption. I mean, that's kind of
Right, we're just adding a 0 to someone's health and damage. Right.
Yeah. So I don't know how they can make it so that it's becoming even worse. Maybe they could make it so that every step of 100 corruption puts a negative impact on the player. Like, let's just do something like, hey, every 100 corruption is now going to lower your resistances and armor by 10%. Or 20% or whatever.
Well,
as well.
They already know how to do this. So, like, for example, I just sent you in the Discord. For example, if we go to the Tunk Lab and we go to the armor scaling, they already know how to scale this stuff and spike, right? And so basically what we have, if you go really close, if you zoom really, if you take that bottom bar and you scroll it over to the left, right? You see it not quite linear, but it's very beneficial to the player. This is once you start getting, adding armor, right? And then once you get more armor, this you'll see it if you move it slowly enough. You'll see a kick in the curve. If you move it slowly enough, you'll see a kick in the curve, and you'll see it start to really trend upward quickly, right? And basically, as it goes upwards, it's less and less effective, right? And eventually, it gets to a point where it's not moving anymore. You could bring that bitch all the way to the right, and it won't ever.
Yeah, it just plateaus. Yeah.
Reach that cap, right? And so what we need to do, did you see the little curve where it started to kick? And so what we need to do is we need to scale it like this, and instead of it being obviously plateauing in difficulty, we need to have it be like, look, this is your chance of better drops at the top, right? And these are the best possible drops you could possibly get. You're never actually going to get there, but like if you get 7,500 armor, for example, and that gives you a 73 point, we'll just pretend you get 7,500 armor, and we'll say you get a 73% chance or 73% reduction, but then you're going to go, I'm going to get 9,000 armor, right? And that's an extra 250, right? Or 150, right? You only get 2% more, right? And you're like, okay, so is that worth struggling to get the extra 150 armor somewhere in my gear here? Like, is that really worth? And then as you get even higher, you're like, okay, I'm gonna have 15,000 armor. Okay, it's 81% reduction. I'm gonna go to 20,000 armor. You're like, oh wait, that's only 1% increase. And so these increases are so incremental that they're not worth the chase, because that's adding, you have to add so much gear per se to get a fractional gain in the kind of content you're looking for. So like for corruption, you're going to add significant difficulty, but the gain is going to be so minimal. They should never be the same. The linear change from difficulty should never match the direct gain in a game like this. So if you're getting, you have 500% harder enemies, you're gonna have 500% better drops. Now that should be good from 0 to 200. That should be what that is, that linear scale. After that, it starts to fall off, because it gives people, they're afraid to make these changes, I think, because they're afraid of shutting off an entire player base. And that's the,
well, they need to set expectations, right?
Right. They need to have an expectation. This expectation is, look, if you have 2,000 corruption, something's fucking wrong.
Yeah, I mean, there's two things to it, right? Or three, rather. One is, their statement is that they want people to have good builds around 200. They want people to have great builds to do about 300, right? That's kind of like the scope of their aim. If people do more than that, that's aspirational. The problem is, we have content creators, build guide creators being a problem, a contributing factor to it, because the problem is that they're going to end up with a position where we play a really good build, or we do a party play, and suddenly we're in a situation where we're doing thousands. Now that's going to become the set norm that people want to try to achieve. Yeah, they want that standard.
Right.
That's what they're expecting to do, and if they don't do that, then it's not going to be good. And now we've killed build diversity. So I mean, how many builds actually non-party did over 1,000 corruption, or let's say let's say over 1,000 corruption last cycle?
I'd say probably maybe 2 or 3.
Yeah, I think it was about 3, maybe 4. Right? There was this the Paladin build. There was a Minion Eater build. There was the one of the Falcon builds did as well, right?
Yeah.
So that's 3, maybe 4, at best.
And then a Rune Master build.
Oh yeah, the Rune Master build. So let's say 4 builds that we know we could do it. But they were really good builds out there doing 300-400 corruption. But people didn't want to play them because they couldn't do what those 3 broken builds did. Correct. Not including party play. I mean, that's another problem.
Yeah, that's a different issue.
Yeah. But I mean, if they... I don't know, like, I think that what they need to do is just make it one way or another, like, just compress and shrink the entirety of the difficulty, so that, Corruption 1000, someone in chat said that. Let me see if I can find it. Avanis said this game needs corruption squish, so a 3,000 corruption scale down to the same as 1,000 should be easy enough to do. That would be a good way to do it. Like we talked about, this whole incremental change. But they can also very easily avoid the idea of, hey, we don't want people to, we don't want to just add zeros like a Diablo game where we just add, hey, they're gonna do, 1,000% more damage now. And the way to solve that would be that each increment of certain steps you would reach a new threshold. Let's say every 100 corruption would now put something bad on the player. And something as easy as, hey, we're going to take away a percentage of your armor and resistances. That is massive. So now the entirety between 300 and 400, you're now cut down with 20% of your armor and resistances. That's a lot of damage increase taken that you now have to compensate. So, and then, oh shit, you reach 400. Well, that number goes up now. They don't have to they don't have to make it super special or something.
They could. I mean, even through lore, we could even say, like, as you go deeper into the corruption system, there's like an aura of corruption, and we could call it the aura of corruption, and that would reduce your HP, armor, and defenses by 10, 15, 20%, whatever. Or
just lower the cap. Somebody mentioned that would be even easier. So that wouldn't apply. That wouldn't affect the efficiency of builds like Warlock builds wanted to stack Necro-Rest, for example. But if they just say, well, the cap's no longer 75%, now your cap is going to be 65%. That's a lot of damage
Right.
taken. You're not going to be sucking
That's a
up.
lot of extra damage.
You know, and now you got to compensate that, you know, either through Giga Ward or Giga HP, but you're still going to take more damage that you now need to compensate to handle that threshold, right? So there could be ways of doing that to prevent people from going super, super high. And obviously this can be compensated through party play and whatnot. But I mean, eventually, if each increment of 100 does something crazy like that, they can even go even nuttier. That if you go to 4 digits, let's say once you reach 1,000, they can just go bananas and say, well, now we're gonna double everything we just scaled from before. So as an example, let's just throw some random numbers and say that, well, when you have the threshold of 900 corruption, that means if you start from 300 to 900, that's increments of 6, and each 6 would lower your max rest by your max rest by 5%, right? That's 30%. Now you're sitting on 45% maximum resistances, as an example.
Yeah.
And once you reach 1,000 corruption, they could be like, well, now you don't have any resistance. You know, they could do something crazy like that so that people can't even get there. That way, because the other problem with this is one part is their statement. The other problem is the scaling, right? And the third problem that they have with this is what they seemingly, can we even say that? Wait a second. I don't know. I don't want to say too much. So the third problem is the time it takes from you starting empowered monoliths to where you are, where the sweet spot of grinding is, because that's why a lot of people felt that the end monolith grind was so long, because if they had to go from 200 corruption or 100 corruption to 200 wasn't too bad. That's fine. But once you go from 2 to 300, that was also pretty all right. It was a pretty good progression. But once you go from 300 corruption and you're now expected to go to 1,500 corruption, that's a lot of grinding to get there.
Yeah, that's a major. I mean, I know what you're talking about, and I do believe that was released. I'll find the I'll find it.
Won't be as tanky with Ward anymore. With the new chest giving Ward decay for endurance is going to break some builds. I mean, Ward has been slightly touched, right? It wasn't too much, but definitely an impactful change for sure. So with the decreases resistance, they would they increase drop percent? I mean, the reward of doing higher corruption should still be in play.
Yeah, that should. Yeah, there should still be a benefit to getting higher, but I think the problem is that people feel that there's an immense incentive to be super high. Like they think there's this. They think there's a direct correlation of drops between doing 500 and then doubling it to 1,000. Yeah, it's going to go up, but it doesn't double. It doesn't double that amount, right? And so people have this kind of. So, like I said, I really think it's just people flexing, being like, "Hey, I'm doing 1,000," right? And some people just want to do that.
I don't know. I just like if they want to reach a state of the expectation, they need to do this now, because the longer they wait, the harder it's gonna get for them to set that expectation. I mean, like, look at Torchlight, for example. If we look at the progression, like, I'm gonna make a video. I'm gonna record that tonight, actually. Where they started off a little over a year ago for Torchlight, right? And then they've been listening to player feedback. They doubled down on the new release, and they're going absolutely fucking crazy. It's pretty insane to see what they've done there. And they've just been building up this bulk of content over the year with, you know, mechanics that's turned into core mechanics. And, English patch notes are out. Nice. We're going to check that out later. So they've been in this position where they're doing these things and then making the game better from there. But the expectations has always been something that they've been focusing on. So people did certain content, and then now they've been developing that even further to make sure that that content is good. And it took them about a year to get there. The sooner they got to that point, the sooner they're going to be in a position where people are like super hyped about the release, right? And I think that Last Epoch need to be in a position where they set that expectation as early as possible. So they had their first proper release. And if they make sure that their scope of people doing 300 corruption on really good builds and anything above that is actually giga hard, oh my god, it's so aspirational, they're going to be able to have a better approach to it. Because it also translates to inflation, right? And the way the market works. Because what happened is everybody got so much that the market prices, because most people play Merchant Guild. I'm actually going to play Merchant Guild myself this time. And it just went fucking nuts because of gold. And this was a result of people doing thousands of corruption. So if you didn't do that, you were going to fall behind because of inflation alone. And they can prevent that by squishing it so that the top end players, let's just throw a random number, say that the top end players are able to do 500, 600, 700 corruption. It's not that big of a difference between, in terms of reward structure, between 300 corruption and 500, 600, 700 corruption, but it's a massive difference between 300 corruption and 2,000 corruption, right?
Right.
So I think that's like kind of the.
I think that one of the reasons why me and you are both kind of concerned about the same thing is because we're worried about something like build diversity, right? One of the biggest issues that we see in games like this is that, you know, every league or season you have these 1, 2, or 3, you know, builds that everybody's playing, and everybody's playing it, and that of course crashes the market because, you know, it's just like when we play PoE, right? It's the same gear all the time, every season, or not the same gear, but it's always the similar gear, and everybody knows what's going to, you know, what new or what old uniques are going to be worth a ton of money, or what high level crafts are going to be worth a ton of money. Like I can't tell you how many times I've seen people try to, you know, build, you know, the bone helms, right, and they miss it, right, but they can still sell these bone helms for, you know, X amount of divs because it's still good for this build, or a wand for this build, and it's still good because it missed it, but it's still good for this build, right? This is going to happen in this game too, and so I don't know if I have like the exact answer on how to like pose or like approach this, but I think people need to know, and I think one of the biggest problems is that people don't know, is that I think what GGG or EHG, sorry, I think EHG, I don't think they're necessarily going to keep trying to make it harder and harder, because I don't think that's realistic. I don't think them being like, well, we're just going to make it to where, you know, 1,000 corruption is impossible to do. But I think they want to make it to where, well, 1,000 corruption, you did it, congratulations, you got nothing more than you would have at 500. And so you've basically done all of this to get the most incremental, slightly amount of extra drop or possible drop.
But wouldn't that defeat the attractiveness for the aspirational blasters to actually pursue such a goal? Because I would personally,
but 500 would be the aspirational.
Yeah, but that means that
That's
I'm hitting a brick wall. I'm like, okay, it's not worth going higher. Whereas if they keep pushing like the reward structure from it, then it's interesting for me to try to pursue as high as possible and keep pushing that pursuit, and like that challenge, it has a reward connected to it, making it something I want to actually engage with. I think that's important to not remove, but they also need to make it so that we don't end up with like, hey, this 1, 2, or 3, 4 builds in the game can achieve this with relative ease. So those are the only builds people are going to play, because everything else can only do a fraction of it.
But I think for the health of the game, I think if we're talking about the general health for the game and for the general population, and I mean, when I say general population of Last Epoch, I mean Last Epoch is a very casual friendly game. I would feel like that is the majority of the player base, that they're very casual. They're just there to slay some fucking monsters and wipe some mobs. Like, that's what they're there for, right? I feel for the health of the game, because those casual players, not all of them, but there's a lot of casual players that will just go to a build site and be like, hey, I want to play this build. Hey, that looks cool. For no other reason other than it looks fucking cool. Not because, oh, wow, look at him, he's at 1,000. Like, they're like, wow, look at that. That looked really cool, right? If we make it to where people are going to play more builds, you're building for the health of the game. Because if you're constantly in this position where people are gonna keep trying to play these builds just because they do 800, 1,000, 1,200 corruption, it's going to basically, I would say, artificially deflate the usage of certain items, certain classes, certain kinds of gear. Because when EHG sees these reports, they say, hey, nobody played fucking Forge Guard, right? Even though we could get a Forge Guard build to do 350, 400 corruption, no one's playing Forge Guard because it doesn't do 1,000.
Yeah.
Right? And it could never do a fucking 1,000 realistically, right? It's only going to do that 350, 400 max. But people are skipping over Forge Guard because, well, there it is. And so Last Epoch looks at this, EHG looks at this and goes, okay, well, no one wants to play Forge Guard. So how do we do this? Do we make it so that Forge Guard can do 1,000 corruption? Because that's what seems right now to be the go-to classes, the classes that can do these super high corruption pushes. It's not about people role-playing in an action role-playing game. It's about who wants to just play the class that can do the most content. And I feel like that's where the health of a game is when you can play any class and go, hey, all of these classes can get me, if built properly, right, or geared properly, all these classes can get me to 350, 400 if I got really, really good gear. And yeah, sure, there's going to be a few classes that can do the 1,000, but we really need to get the community away from just doing, classes and builds just because they do 1,000. Because I feel like that's what's happening. People are watching these YouTube demo videos or whatever, and they're being like, "Oh, this guy's 1,000. I'm doing this build, right? I'm doing this build." And I feel like that's cheating the community, because it's artificially inflating the usage of these characters just because they did corruption, not because they're fun, not basically. I have a couple different builds, and I was one. I had a golem build. I think you remember seeing it, right? The golem not retribution. The golem when you attacked him with Rip Blood.
Betrayal.
Right? It was so incredibly boring to me, but it did very, very well. You generated a ton of ward. You never died, because when you attacked him and then he attacked, you got health, he gave you health, you were leeching health. You never died, and you could just go as high as you wanted. But it was so boring because all you did was sit there and call a golem and attack the golem. And to me, that was boring. That was no interaction. That wasn't very fun content, but it was a very good build. But people are like, yo, I got to 900 corruption, bro. It was awesome. It was super awesome. But I was so fucking bored. And so I feel for the health of the game, it's really, really, really important for us to have more of a more about just being able to play any class and have all those classes be at least able to do that, high level corruption, not uber high level corruption. Just they should all be able to do, that 350, 400 aspirational mark if geared properly. But you're never going to have all the classes balanced. It's never going to happen.
No, of course. I mean, there's got to be a meta. That's always going to be the case. The problem is when the meta is so drastically, they're able to do such drastically higher corruption that puts this not expectation, but that puts this norm, the standard, that if you don't do 1,000 corruption, the build is bad, which is not correct, right? And if you, let's say that they tune the reward structure to have diminishing returns or whatever, so the scaling is not too big. The difference between 1,000 corruption and 500 is almost nothing, or it's very low.
Right. Yeah.
No matter how they telegraph that, people will still feel if you're not doing 1,000 corruption, you're not playing a good build. I mean, I don't think that's going to change the way people see it. Even if it's one of those things where perception matters more than numbers. Numbers is black and white, is right or wrong, right? That's always going to be the case.
Right.
If the difference is almost doesn't exist, it's so small, it's so incremental, you can't even it doesn't matter. But you will see a player doing 1,000 corruption with X build, and the other builds are doing 500. The perception will still be we are not doing 1,000. We're playing bad builds. We got to play that one because it's doing 1,000 corruption, even if in reality that is not going to be a big difference. So I mean, logically, for people who actually give a shit about these numbers, they have to think about this, right? So we had a situation with this rather recently, like a year or 2 years ago in Path of Exile, where they made it so, I don't remember the exact numbers of which mechanic it was, but it was some sort of content, whatever, that when it comes to currency drops. And what they did was they increased the drops significantly, and by the numbers it was significantly better than it's ever been, which they made a statement on. But because of how things were dropping, the perception was that you didn't get more than last league.
Right.
And people were fuming. They were like, Reddit was on fire. Well, Reddit is always on fire.
I remember this, actually.
Yeah.
I remember this.
Yeah, and that's when I was saying that it doesn't matter what the numbers say if the perception is that it's not good. Right?
Perception is the reality.
That's sadly the case. And I think that people need to understand when you look at these things is that perception is everything in games. If you are dropping more than ever in a game, that's great. But if you don't feel that you are doing that, then the feeling will matter more than the numbers. So what I'm talking about here is to put it into perception, or in a perspective on Last Epoch that we're talking about. Let's take the idea of comparing 1,000 corruption with 500 corruption. It's enough that that player has like shows off on stream or a YouTube video, oh, it's 1,000 corruption, and he drops a tiny bit more than you normally see because of the video or whatever. The perception will be from seeing that guy is getting more because he's doing 1,000 corruption. Now my build is bad because I'm only doing half of that. Even if the numbers are like there's almost no difference, the perception will still matter more at that point. And I don't know how they're gonna how that's gonna be solved. And I don't like the idea that it's gonna be a brick wall, like, oh, you can't do anything. 1,000 corruption is a impossibility for any build to handle. I don't think that's a good play to do either. There need to be an aspirational chase, right, outside of the new bosses they're introducing and whatnot. But I don't know.
And there really does.
Yeah.
I think at the end of the day, the dev has to make a choice, right? Do we cater to our casuals or do we cater to our sweaty players?
What I'm saying is that there need to be like some sort of balance between the two. I mean, they in first cycle they lacked endgame content. 1.1 is literally focused on introducing that content. They're introducing harbingers, the nemesis, the endgame bosses, the uber boss, like the Pinnacle. We're now seeing an actual proper endgame content. Like Path of Exile has an ending. You cannot juice more than this amount of content on your red tier map. There is a cap of how much you can juice. You cannot do it harder than that. And that's what I think is really good with Path of Exile, because there is a cap of this is the highest you can go. Now, the only thing you can do now is clear that faster, right? Whereas in Diablo or not Torsta, but like in Diablo, for example, there's the endless rifts, or the greater rifts.
Right.
But Last Epoch already has an endless content for that type of aspirational chase for glory, which is the arena. So I personally don't think it's a problem to have the Monolith, which is supposed to be a mapping system, to have a cap that sets expectations. And then potentially...
I don't think so either, considering that the arena has nothing to do with your corruption. You get 9 trillion corruption in your arena, in your echoes, and you start, first wave on the arena.
Yeah, I think that having this endless scaling is kind of whatever. I think that they could very easily make it so that there is a hard cap on corruption. It prevents party play from that thing as well, and the party play can be in the endless aspirational arena chasing. They could very easily do that. But let's just say that they have a cap on 1,000 corruption. That is like the big thing. You do 1,000 corruption, it's going to be some crazy things happening, and that is like the absolute hardest thing they could ever reach. But something like that, right? I wouldn't mind that. And if they want to further enhance the Monolith system with the Monolith expansion that they're coming, like 1.2, 1.3 or something like that they're aiming for with their
3, I think,
roadmap, yeah, they
think
can
I
have
agree.
other ways of juicing your corruptions or your map of corruptions. That is, adding monsters to it or adding effects to it. Like torchlight compasses, like scarabs in Path of Exile, right? So they could go that route and make you alter the way your monolith map system is working. But this means that they wouldn't create the entire, because a lot of problems, in my opinion, with the monolith system is that the fact that it's just another greater rift. It's just an endless scaling thing. And if they put a cap on it, they could make that a game mode or a replayable mapping system. And there's like gonna be a cap.
I mean,
this is the highest you can go.
That's the way we do it. That's the way we do it in PoE, and we've been very happy with it for a decade. Right?
Yeah.
We got whites, yellows, and reds, and now just recently, obviously, they added the next tier of reds. But the thing is like we're okay with that. If we wanted to go endless, right, we go delve, right?
Exactly.
And if we want to juice, if we want to make it slightly harder, then maybe that's how we can do this, the scaling, but it doesn't go. It's not forever. Right? You can go tier 16 and there's a maximum amount of fucking juice you could do there. Like that's it. Like that's it. That's as hard as it's going to get. It's pretty hard, but that's as hard as it's going to get, right? And that's when hey, this character is legit. It was able to do full juice and do Ubers, right? You can also, this is another idea. I'm just spitballing it. For the amount of difficulty that increases, you can also divide by that same amount the ability to find shades of Orbis, right? So you can make Orbis less chance to find Orbis. You can have those webs go very, very deep, and I've had them be very, very, very deep, and it's very annoying. But you could make Orbis also more difficult to find.
Yeah.
Because at the end of the day, look, if people are gonna play standard, right, they're gonna play standard and they can do whatever they want in standard, because let's face it, that's a different kind of people. But if you're gonna go league, you're gonna have a certain amount of time to do this. And if you want to play league and you're gonna play league for 3 to 4 months, right, and you want to play 3 or 4 characters, well, you're not going to be able to do your 3 or 4 characters if you really want to try to high cap. You're gonna have to be like, all right, well, I got my 460 corruption, whatever. I'm gonna go ahead and start my badass Forge Guard because Forge Guard, whatever.
I don't know. I feel like I think that right now they have 2 endless scaling content. And we're looking at them progressing the game and building the bulk of it with different type of game modes that you can engage with and whatnot. And I think that the easiest way for them to set the expectation and set the tone for this is the mapping system, the monolith, having a corruption cap allows them to structure the rewards from it, the amount of drops you get from it, and then they can, with future releases, have like, oh, but you can use this, which was now going to do this effect or that effect on the monoliths that you're running here. Apply that to something. Now you have an Uber empowered, and it's like add some cool effects to that, and suddenly they can expand on that kind of game mode rather than being in greater rifts. If people want to engage with that, they can go to the arena, right? And that allows them to have aspirational content for the blasters, for the people that want to be leaderboard chasers, and they're in a position where the approach of engaging with the end game content has an actual goal set for the casual players, and that also would increase build diversity, because it's like, hey, I don't care about leaderboards, I don't need to do the arena push. Hey, we can play 50 builds, well, let's say 40 builds that now works for X corruption, that is the cap of like the difficulty in the monoliths, and now we have aspirational bosses and whatnot, and then make them.
Let's face
that
it.
way.
Sorry, go ahead.
No, that was it. Go.
Let's face it. If we go right now, if anybody's logged into Last Epoch, I'm not right now, but if anybody's logged in Last Epoch, you check the leaderboard, you're gonna see the same 1 or 2 builds. You're not gonna see anything incredibly diverse there. You're going to see the same 1 or 2 builds. You're going to see the same skills across the board over and over and over again. And then you might have one that pops out like as one standout, like what the fuck is this guy doing? Like this guy's lost in the woods, right? But then you're going to have everybody else having the same skills across the board.
Mm-hmm.
Are you checking it? Let me see. Are you checking? leaderboard says.
But I click release cycle or beta.
Release. Wait, are you in CT?
We're not allowed to stream that.
No, you're not. No, I was making sure. Is it bugged? Oh, there it goes. Okay, so this is let's see, one player normal. Well, okay, well this is normal.
All right.
I would go hardcore, but this is fine. So you have basically so this guy's doing looks like
I mean, this is the Profane Veil Minion Eater approach. Right there. Wave 2,385. What's this? This is the Ballista one, that off-screen shit, right?
Yep.
Yeah. This is a Profane Veil Minion Eater approach. No. Yes, it is. But it's also using Chaos Bolts for the Chthonic Fissure.
Yeah.
Basically the same concept.
Yeah.
And
It's the same thing, just using a separate trigger.
yeah, and this is the Flurry build, right? No, this is Ballista as well, sorry. Ballista.
That's the Ballista.
Here's another Spirit Veil Minion Eater. Here's a Void Knight. That one, did not expect to see that, actually.
That's different, yeah.
Yeah. But, I mean, this is the Healing Hands build.
Now go to hardcore.
Yeah, we're going to see Paladins and Warlocks, right?
Let's see where everybody's really to put their money where their mouth is in hardcore. I'm surprised that delayed. So we got a Pally up in the front.
But these are Healing Hands builds. The Holy Aura Healing Hands.
Yes, they're all healing hand builds because what do they push? Starts with an W, ends with Ord.
Starts with a W and ends. Okay. But I mean, these are the builds that were used for party play, right? With the sigil builds. So they have the Holy Aura and the Sigil of Hope Healing Hands builds, right? Yeah. So
where's my Forge Guard here, bro? I don't understand why you don't see Forge Guard in here.
See, look at the wave count, by the way, 600, and his softcore like 2.3 thousand. But I mean, this is a Minion Eater Profane Veil. Minion Eater Profane Veil is 100 waves below. And then we have what's this? Dive Bomb build, actually. Wow. Explosive Trap Dive Bomb. Holy shit. And then you get the Paladins. Then you have a Minion build. Holy shit. It's actually a Wraith build, but it's 389. That's pretty cool, actually.
That is pretty cool.
Yeah, and then you have another Profane Veil Minion Eater. Another? Holy shit. Detonating arrow.
Okay, now these are hardcore ladders, right?
Yeah.
Now,
I don't think hardcore matters at all because most people don't play it.
Well, right. I mean, you go back to normal if you want, but if you look at these, you see slight diversity, but not incredible amounts. But what you don't see it match is the people who had obviously there's a difference between Arena and Echoes, right?
Yeah.
But what you don't see is why aren't people playing these builds or searching for these builds out in the open for doing Echoes? Because obviously we know that the Profane Veil build, right? And we know that the Falconer Dive Bomb build, we know that build was kind of broken. Right? And we know the Ballista builds, right? But a lot of people didn't play the Ballista build. It wasn't very popular, even though it's very high on the arena. And I just think it's because there's people don't know what they're looking at. People are like, I don't know, what is this? What is this? I don't know. It's a matter of, is it on a website? If it's on a website, does it have a YouTube video? If it has a YouTube video, if it has a streamer playing it, is that streamer at 1,000 or so corruption? If it is, I want to play it. If it's not, then I don't know, or I don't care, or it's ignorance is bliss because they're just I don't want to deal with it.
I don't know.
So
the way I feel about it is like I think this is where the aspirational leaderboard chasing content should be, and not in Monolith. Monolith don't even have a
I
leaderboard.
agree.
Like, don't let it go unlimited scaling. Set the expectations you want from it and build that structure from there, and that they can refine the entire endgame for that. And by having a cap on it, they can then add other mechanics to complement that, similar to how you have compasses in Torchlight, Scarabs in PoE. They have so many options of doing that. They can even make it so that you can, like, you could potentially, like, further down the road, maybe craft these beacons, scarabs, compasses, whatever the fuck you want to call them, right? Candles in the darkness of the corruption, you know, to have different modifiers with better reward structures and whatnot to juice your maps, if you will. And that can be the end game content. Like, that's something they can play around with and add to and build and structure, because with the way it is now with the endless scaling, adding such modifiers would just be weird. Are we not going to talk about the situation where, hey, we do 500 corruption, and well, now a new content's out where you can juice your corruption, your monoliths. Like, when are you going to start juicing them? Are you going to do that on 500 corruption, 1,000 corruption, 200 corruption? Like, what? Like, it's just going to be very confusing, and that's going to be very hard for casual players as well to grasp that mechanic and when to use what. But if it has a cap, like, hey, you're progressing the monoliths, now you're at this highest difficulty, or this type of difficulty.
Right.
And
You're not going to juice at tier 1.
yeah, exactly. I don't know. It's like, I feel like there should be a set list of difficulties from the end game content, and if they want the aspirational endless scaling, they have that in the arena. I think that makes sense, personally, at least.
I agree. I don't think there's any reason to have multiple instances of unlimited scaling. I mean, even with, and I know Diablo 4 has gotten much better, or at least I didn't play the PTR. I don't know how you thought about it. I didn't play the PTR this time, but I know the last season, or I guess technically the season's still going on, I know it has its improvements, but even we don't have unlimited scaling in anywhere other than the Greater Rifts, right? That's the only place where we have that, I think, right? We only have it in the Greater Rifts, right? Or the Pit, right? We only have it in the Pit, right?
Yeah, the Infernal Compasses is nothing. That caps at tier 8. Oh god, that PTR. But the Pit and
was that bad? I skipped it on purpose. Was it that bad?
Yeah, it's terrible. Anyways, let's not go to that topic. It's kind of a lot.
Yeah, I got you. Yeah, I got you. It's deep.
But no, like their endless scaling is the Pit, and the Pit is designed to be the point where it's like, you're gonna get one shot, or you're not gonna kill things in time to beat the timer. So that's what they've done with the Pit scaling, which is essentially what they did with Greater Rift and D3 as well. Like, you're not gonna be able to do more than that. It's like you're not gonna be able to make it in time, or you're gonna get one shot, or vice versa.
I just don't know what they were thinking when thinking that we're gonna have multiple instances of unlimited scalings.
I mean, you got to keep in mind that
they have a plan.
They didn't have any. They didn't have a bulk of endgame replayable content. So I think that this was their idea from the start, and then they had the arena, and they had because my understanding is that they had something. The arena was the endgame content early on,
correct?
And then they built the monoliths. But I think that I don't know. I agree that they shouldn't be a situation where endless scaling content should be like on several parts of this. If they want to build this to be a fun, replayable game that they can build up content on, I think the solution is to leave the arena for the leaderboard chasing, endless scaling, and then build a monolith system. Because now there's bosses in there as well, and you drop the bosses from killing the quest chain of the monoliths. You get your first 10 for free. Then there's a chance for them to drop after that. And you can get access to the bosses faster with a higher corruption, because you get more stability per monolith run with higher corruption. But they can very easily cap that, and suddenly if they just do that, they'd be in a position where it's like they set the expectation and the perception is that, hey, but if a build can do the cap of corruption and they're able to handle that, it also means that you can very quickly get to that cap. And by getting to that cap, they're going to be in a position where this is the end game content. The perception is this is the end game. And now you can do the end game bosses. But obviously what then happens is that there's an ending now. Like there's an actual final ending. If you want to do anything aspirational, it's the arena.
You've quote unquote beaten the game.
Exactly.
You're at your highest cap, right? You're at your highest cap. You've beaten the pinnacles and all of its sub bosses, whatever. Right?
Yeah.
You've beaten the game, right? We have that in virtually every ARPG I've ever played. You have a point where you've beaten the game, right? And now you can play an alt or not. Some people just play the one, right? But I think I'd be curious to see if I could find it online. How many alts the average League player is actually playing? I'd be curious to know, because if people are stuck trying to do 700, 800, 900 corruption, and they're like, no, this isn't good enough, I'm not going to move on to the next one until I get it. I'd be curious to know if that does that help or hurt the community as a whole? Because I think it hurts the community as a whole.
I think that the motivation of continuing to play gets lowered when it's like, oh, we're talking about this idea that we're doing the definition of insanity. It's the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. And we're in a position where end of scaling corruption. Like if you do it in arena, then there's a goal, there's a leaderboard and whatnot. But if you do it in the monoliths, there's no ending in sight. So, but there's also currently in the state of the game not enough content to distract you from the fact that you're doing the same thing over and over again. And
also
that,
true.
yeah, and that alone is putting it in a position where it's like, well, now you're pushing this content, but there's no goal, there's no ending, so that you don't have this target in sight with what you're doing. It's self-imposed potentially, but that's it, right?
Carrot in front of you, and with no ending.
Yeah, exactly. So you just keep going up, you min-max your character, and then it's like, okay, what's the point now? But if you finish the game, you clear it, oh, you're able to do that. Now you can be like, okay, well, I'm going to min-max my character. So I need to run this to farm that, or I need to do this to get enough currency to buy that item I wanted, or something like that, right? Engage with the league mechanics, and then they can build that content and juice it up. Like, you can do harder things with more content and whatnot. Because, I mean, I'm very confident when I say that casual players don't push 500 plus corruptions, especially the people that go in and see, hey, this build looks like a cool build to play. They want to play that. And then I think a lot of those players will be bummed out when they see, oh, I'm doing 300 corruption with my really good gear. They turn on Twitch to watch a YouTube video and be like, oh, this guy's doing 2,000 corruption. Okay, so I'm actually playing a bad build. Now they're getting bummed out.
I'm actually shit at this game, and I don't know what I'm doing. Got it.
Yeah, basically. So, I mean, it's a lot about perception again, right, that we're coming back to. I would really, really like the idea of them capping monoliths and making that having an end goal to the monoliths. Because even if you reach that point, you're grinding. Say that it's 500 corruption as an example. They always have the possibility to say in future expansion, be like, hey, we're going to introduce aspirational content. You can do, now we can ramp that up. Like, if the game gets to the point where it's like you can make such crazy builds, or they can buff things, they can increase that depending on how fast you can get to that corruption. But it also means that you don't feel like, hey, it takes me a long time to get higher corruption, right? So we need to have like a scaling situation for that position, where if that's an end goal to push X amount of corruption, once they get there, they'd be like, hey, I'm in the end game now. This is the end game. I'm playing the end game.
Right. Yeah, because okay, so if your community asks, hey, when do we know we reached the end game in Last Epoch? I usually give them the same answer in Powered Monoliths, because I don't have a better answer than that. I don't have a better answer than that. I don't know if it's when you reach 350 corruption. Like, I don't have an answer. I don't know, like, if there's like a better like answer than that. Like, Empowered Monolith is the end game.
No. I don't know. But then again, they've had their initial release. This is their first proper cycle, I guess, after release of the game.
Of course.
So, I mean, it's like I said before, if you compare this to Torchlight, for example, Torchlight's endgame in the start was they didn't have deep space. So they had like the time mark 8, right? And they've added to it with time mark 8.1, 8.2, and then they added deep space. And in their new release, it's coming on 4th of July, we're looking at them removing the deep space so that people can juice up the shit in the card system and whatnot. They're making it so people can get there faster to the actual end game. And then now we're looking at that approach. And now the end game is you can get there and do the actual end game content. And then you can engage with these end game bosses, the pinnacle bosses that they have available. That's the end game. And once you're done with that, you can be like, hey, I want to min-max my character. Or, hey, I'm going to go and make another character and play something else and try it out to get that approach. Because right now, the amount of work it takes to get to 1,000+ corruption in the current state of Last Epoch, it's a lot of fucking work. And when you're done with that, like I love ARPGs. I mean, streaming it for 10 years, and it's like, when I'm done with that, I am not super excited about making another character, going through that entire process again to get there. It's just so much work behind it. It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, this is what you were talking about. This is what Mike and the team released on the community Discord.
The envy?
Yeah. So this is what helps people accelerate. So this is for, basically, they brought this out for alts. This is pretty much what they did. And so basically you sack an item, so don't use it on any gear that you actually want, but you sack an item to gain completion in a monolith, so that you can get to the boss faster. Obviously, you don't start seeing these until at least level 100, though. So meaning you're not going to be able to do this until you see this once you have a main character completed, and that you have these stored for alts. And exactly what you just talked about, alleviating that, fuck Christ, I gotta do this shit all over again. This is what this helps alleviate. And it brings those characters up to speed very quickly.
I think so. I mean, they have pinnacle bosses. Like, what's the end game of Path of Exile? What would you consider end game of PoE?
Doing the pinnacles.
Non-Uber, right? Just doing the pinnacles.
Non-Uber.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I keep telling people as well. When I make a build or a guide,
is aspirational.
Then I will say that if you can beat the game, non-Uber versions, regular endgame pinnacle bosses, get all the stuff. You can do tier 16, you can touch upon and try the tier 17s. If you've done that, the build's good, and now you've beaten the game. Anything above that is aspirational. Like, you have to start min-maxing your characters, pump it out and whatnot. That's the end game. And it feels like that's what they're kind of doing with Last Epoch right now, where there's now end game pinnacle bosses. So you're beating the game once you've been able to defeat these things. Doing the content that allows you to drop the access items to get there, you beat the end game pinnacle bosses. You've now beaten the game. Anything above that is aspirational. So why not double down on that? Create an end game with a roof. Like this is the end game. And if you want to do aspirational, there's venues for that, such as the arena.
There's your Ubers, there's your arena, there's your whatever. I think with this game, right, we have an arena, or we have a leaderboard. I don't think we have an official leaderboard for PoE, right? We only have obviously the websites that track.
Yeah, PoE Racing.
That track. Yeah, but that's
I guess there's the announcement for there's leaderboards for Delve.
Yeah. Oh, right. Yeah, they ping it, right? First person to reach, whatever.
Yeah. Oh, let me just change the battery in the headset.
PoE's a different. Okay. Yep. Batteries. Quick chat, blow them up.
I'm back.
But PoE is obviously a different monster, right? It's 10. I mean, I know you remember PoE 1.0 and possibly even pre 1.0, right? Like, if we were to compare how 1.1 PoE and 1.1 or incoming 1.1 LE, like this is significantly better, right?
Of course.
I think we're on the right track. Of course, what we're doing we're just at the end of the day, what we're doing, we're just talking about things that we would like to see or things that we think might be better, right? Their team over at EHG might feel different. Obviously, you're gonna have your podcast with Mike. Maybe these are things that you can talk to him about. Hey,
That's the plan.
about maybe capping corruption. Yeah, have you thought about capping corruption and just making, the aspirational content in that content, through some kind of mechanic or whatever. And of course, Mike's probably going to be like, well, I don't want to talk about that yet. Or I don't have anything to say, right? He might give you a non-answer, which is totally fine. It's totally well within his rights to do so. But it would be nice if we could just maybe we wiggled something in his ear and he's like, you know what? That's not a terrible fuck idea. Right. And then of course he's got the PoE guys there. He's got Carve over there, right? That he could, and maybe Carve would have a similar take as well. It's like, see, I told you.
Yeah. No, definitely. I feel like there's a lot of things they could do. It also depends on what the vision they have for the game. I got a guy on YouTube, C to the fourth saying, this isn't a fair comparison. LE charged full price for years. I think that the monetization structure has less to do with it than anything. When it comes to how LE is a better refined game on 1.0 launch than PoE was on 1.0. We're talking about an indie game situation versus, hey, they got the backing from Tencent now, and Path of Exile have, built their monetization structure in the game in the way they have with their community following and everything as they've grown. So I think it's impossible to compare because, Torchlight was great on 1.0 and they also had the backing and the funding for it as well. So it has less to do with that, but more to do with when it was released. Because 10 years ago, you wouldn't see a game like this coming out in the fashion that it is today. We have 10 years of experience, and who is backed by Tencent? Both Last Epoch and Grinding Gear Games. Tencent owns both games.
Own majority.
The majority, yes.
They're full majority now.
Yeah, and I think that's great. A lot of good things have happened as a result of that. Just look at how PoE 2 is progressing. And Last Epoch has been getting a lot of much-needed help to progress from where they started to where they are today. I think it's great. So far, there's been no negative impact from Tencent's impact on the games have been barely noticeable. And I think that's great. So all I'm saying is that 10 years ago, there wasn't as much information, experiences, and lessons to be learned from other companies and other releases, which they have now.
Right.
So far, Tencent's been a blessing for both the LE and Grinding Gear games, for that matter. So I think it's great.
I think a lot of their fundings that they needed up front.
Tencent does not own a majority share in EHG. I might be wrong on that one. I know they have
EHG,
some, but they own Grinding Gear games.
It's 20 or 30%. It's 20 or 30% in EHG, and it's virtually majority.
But they own all of Grinding Gear games. Last I checked, unless I'm completely wrong here.
But I think a lot of the funding they needed.
Yeah, all I'm saying is that the fair comparison comparing LE 1.0 versus PoE 1.0 is, I agree that it's not a fair comparison because we're not talking about the funding. That has less to do with it or the monetization structure. I think that Last Epoch's monetization structure is great. I really do. If you want to buy something in-game, it's strictly cosmetic, and it's a very cheap price to get in there. And I think that's a really good way to do it, personally. Tencent owns 100% of Riot, majority of Warframe and PoE. There you go. All I'm saying is that I think the problem, or not the problem, I think the question that needs to be answered is, what is the vision? Like, we talk about that a lot from PoE, it's a meme, I know, but in the end, what is their goal with the Monolith endgame system? Is it supposed to, are they hell-bent on keeping it an endless scaling thing? Or are they open to the idea of it becoming that there is a goalpost that people can see? There's a light at the end of the tunnel. That's where they're trying to get to, right? And I think that's important to keep track of, personally. Because,
yeah,
I think the arena is great for the aspirational leaderboard chasers. That's your endless scaling. And if they just push it so that, I mean, they could even make improvements there so that it scales harder, so that the higher waves isn't, what was it, 2,300 or something crazy.
Something stupid. Yeah,
Yeah.
something stupid. Might even be higher than that, to be honest.
Tencent have 80% of GGG. I thought it was 100 now.
I thought it was 100 too.
Tencent became majority shareholder in GGG, acquiring 86.67% of the company's shares. 3 of the co-founders hold the remaining 13.3%. 2 of the co-founders that also sit on the board of directors, alongside 3 appointed by Tencent in April 2018.
I have a,
That was in 2018. I wonder. I think that's progressed.
Here's your image. I just sent it to you. They are now 100%.
Yeah, I thought they actually they went over to
March.
100%.
Yeah, it's. I just sent you the image. It's as of March 2024. I think it didn't Mark talk about it or something? I thought Mark talked about it.
A second. Sorry. But yeah, no, so Tencent does own 100% now.
Yeah. And that's what I thought it was too.
Yeah. They started at 86.67%. That's where they started. And then they gradually dropped it down. Yeah, that's already posted.
But that doesn't matter. We've seen zero negative impacts. We've seen zero negative impacts right now from Tencent owning GGG. At least in my opinion. I mean, I've seen great progression come from PoE 2.
Oh yeah.
Obviously, they're keeping the lights on. Obviously, right? Because let's face it, PoE is not seeing, 100, 200, 300, 400,000 concurrent players month after month after month, right? This isn't the kind of game that brings that kind of people. I would like it to, but let's face it, it's there's a lot of people, and as soon as they get into the game and they hit P for the first time, and they're like, "Yep, fuck that, I'm out." Right? There's a lot of people that do that. They're immediately overwhelmed, not knowing that nearly 90% of everything that they just saw in the passive tree they're not going to use, and they just don't want to read, but they just say that's overwhelming and they're done with it.
Yeah. Either way, I mean that's Tencent. So like what I wanted to do is like try to prep some questions for the podcast tonight with Mike, right? So
Right.
Mike, let's see, Tavern Talk podcast questions for Mike.
Welcome to the
Thanks so much, Moff, again for the
GHAZZY.
112 months resub, dude. That's fucking nuts, man. Thanks so much.
112, Jesus Christ.
One of the OGs. Oh, thanks so much, Wolf. Hope you're doing well, man. So, I mean, I wanted to touch on the Monolith or corruption vision of this endgame.
Don't say vision. Find another word. He's gonna. Chat's immediately gonna start memeing fucking Chris Wilson in the chat.
Meant to be endless, or consideration of capping it for the purpose or capping it question mark, and then we're in parenthesis making or creating an actual end goal of that end game content. What else? That was what we talked about on corruption, right? Lich When can we expect to see the fourth, the remake or
We expect
fourth
Lich to work.
ability? What else do we have?
We have. You already said capping, possibly Endgame.
What else did we talk about?
It talks about like things like using compasses and things like maybe if that. Well, I guess that would be a bolt on to the first one.
Yeah, that would be like the monolith, / corruption. Follow up. Introducing tools to juice monolith runs in the future. I guess. Fifth ability? No. I mean, I'm not counting I'm not counting the mastery.
Not counting the class specific mastery.
Yeah, I mean the Lich itself has 3 abilities on the actual board here, and you have 2 before the chain and 2 after, whereas the Lich only has 1. There's no end skill here, so I'm not talking about the mastery.
Which if it's funny, if you do look at that tree, it's very oddly set up, very differently than other classes.
Yeah, I mean
those 2 are really close to each other, as opposed to some other classes like the mage, where it's like fucking dispersed.
I mean, Warlock has the 2 end ones very close. Lich has 2 very close in the start. Necro has 2 very close in the start.
Yeah, it's missing the 45-50 mark in the Lich.
Yeah. Warlock has Ghostwing pretty deep in. 25, right?
Yeah, that's
5, 10,
deep.
15, 20. 20 points in, sorry. Huh.
So yeah, so Lich 4th ability.
What else was I
And if
thinking
so,
about?
is it going to be a class? Is it going to be an exclusive class ability, or they're going to move something else? Like,
I mean, it looks like it's a class ability because it, like, the way they have it set up is like past the chain, you have 2 abilities that is specifically for that class, right? Lich has Death Seal, Necromancer has Dread Shade and Assembled Abomination.
It used to have fucking Warlock's Soul Feast at where the Lich's is at now, the Death Pulse.
Yeah.
So they switched them.
Mike has previously stated that they wish to embrace a different number of abilities for the different classes at GHAZZY. I haven't heard that personally, and if that's the case, Lich is still on the back burner. There's like 2 functional Lich, well 3. You have a Harvest build, you have a Chaos Bolt Harvest build, none of which are using any of the Lich skills except for the Master class, and then you have Marrow Shard, which actually can use Soul Feast. But Soul Feast, sorry, not Soul Feast. I mean, where is it? No, I was thinking Soul Feast. My bad. It can use Death Seal, yes, but it doesn't have to. If you do, it's more like a glass cannon thing. So that's 1 build that actually uses that ability, and then there's Death Seal builds for Arena, and that's about it. Lich is the best mastery for Stygian Beams.
It's because of the way that the spell multiplier for the...
Yeah, but I mean, Stygian Beams... What was the bug with that?
It wasn't scaling the damage that it should have been from Life Drain.
Did they fix that?
I don't know. I can't.
I haven't even looked at it. Did anyone even make one? Last Epoch Stygian Beam build.
I'm sure someone did.
Hello, beautiful bastards.
I was
Wolf, and
working with
welcome
it for
back
a week
to
or
some
two, and then I'm like, yo,
Last
this isn't
Epoch
doing what
content.
I thought it was.
Just a heads up, this is not a fully fledged build guide. This is more of a build
it's a dot base
diary. So if you are
it's
an
not hit-based.
Acolyte expert, I might actually want some of your input here. But yes, this is my very first time playing an Acolyte, and I've decided to play a Lich because it just seemed to
Rice
vibe more
GT
with
played
my
it.
particular
Didn't
playstyle.
Rice GT play the Stygian Beams from the Necro Wraith Lord? don't play this build, because that's my understanding, that the scaling was off, and therefore we couldn't really make something out of it, because it's a really cool build. I really want to make something out of it,
boys and girls?
but it's just
Today
no.
I'm going to be talking
Let's see
about
Rice
my
video.
Drain Life Lich,
right.
which
I
is
think this
probably
is
one
Rice
of the
saying there's
coolest
scaling.
characters that I've ever made. If you guys are paying attention to the footage, it's basically my Wraith Lord Fernando character, but I'm the Fernando now. We shoot 1,000,000 lasers, and we also are playing probably the most buggy build that I have ever experienced. Everything that you are seeing is low level. It is non-empowered monoliths. The character is only level 80. This is going to be a build diary. However, due to the bugs, this character is only doing 30% of its actual damage right now. And for that reason, I am telling you not to play this build. It does seem really good, and it does seem like it's gonna have a lot of potential, and I will continue to play it. But for you, I can't recommend it. So, a couple of the things immediately is going to be that we are using the Stygian Coal. This is a new item.
So
and
wait, me and Duke were playing around with this a lot. How much did you spend on that, MP?
About a week.
About a week.
About a week or so.
Because we did everything we could to try to figure out how to make this actually scale.
I did both. So the poison, the reason why the dot works significantly better than the hits is because you couldn't really scale the hits, but you could scale the dot damage. So it was easier to scale the dot damage.
Yeah, there's footage of a guy doing tier 4 jewel rain, just a handful of seconds with it.
It's I'm assuming it has to be the dot version because the hit version
Yeah, it's definitely the dot.
scale.
Let me link it to you. Definitely the dots. Mad Alchemist, Ursil's Pride with LP4.
Wow. Okay.
LP3 Stygian Coal, LP3, that's easy. Viper Tail T, LP2. Using singularities. I mean, I guess you gotta get Ursa's Pride for just buying them, but I mean, LP is gonna be pretty cool in the upcoming launch of this season. So.
This is offline play. This guy.
Yeah.
He's playing offline, which means, and it isn't a verified LA tool planner, which means it was probably made, not grinded or built.
Yeah, I mean the damage was fine. It looks really cool with it. Let's see, Wandering Spirit, going poison scaling, putrescence, bone curse with the Entreat of the Damned, misery to get necrotic out of it. He's running the death seal to get the low life state. I'm assuming to double dip on the what's the passive called again? Dance with the Death. Dead. No, Dance with Death. What else do we have? Reaper form going in for the poison stacking. What else did he have? Drain life with a click. Drain life to apply it with a click, right? Dark Jackals, there it is. Drain life on cast. Curious he didn't go contempt with it, but he went in for Wandering Spirit. Doesn't expire whilst channeling. So basically puts those out together with this, just click the fucking things and just stack up the mana to actually sustain it. Share the video? Sure. It was posted earlier. Cast gets sniped by the bots. It will still be very solid with half that investment because they didn't endure time to kill. Yes, but clearing is a bit so-so. I mean, this is... I mean, I'd be willing to take a look at this because I wanted to make...
This is the dot version.
Yeah.
The dot version works. I tried it. It was already made like 5 or 6 times though. So by the time.
Yeah, but I mean, how will that
really
clear though?
It didn't unless I think it was like you had super heavy gear. It didn't do very hot.
Dreadful version have way better clear.
Hello, this is Dread and into. You can do a very large amount of damage in a very short amount of time. You can stack a bunch of Drain Lives on top of each other with the Dark Shackle node, making it so that you become an absolute machine gun.
A fucking
now,
machine gun.
This build's fun and all,
it has
And the
more
version that I'm
clearly
playing
'cause he
right
has
now
more
is a
intel.
Warlock. We're going to be doing Poison and Damned at the same time. That's because
doing
we
some
get a
photon
lot of
message.
generic scaling through our idols and through our gear by stacking intelligence, meaning we get a lot of percentage damage,
Yeah,
meaning
basically
that
machine gunner.
we can just use whatever we want. So we use as much poison
What
chance
corruption
as
is
possible,
this?
and we use as much necrotic damned chance as possible. And this combined has led us to hit well over 1.5 million ticks on the dummy already with this bitch basic gear that I've thrown together, as I am completely broke after, dealing with the Beastmaster. And
This
I'm
is
probably going to
a,
be broke
Warlock,
for the
though.
foreseeable future, as
Profane
the
Veil
trade is
with it.
probably
Yes,
going to
this
die when
is-
the
this
Which would
Benefits
make
Elite
more
starts to
sense
release
because you
when
can
the
get
patch
the
comes out.
overloads and
Meaning
stuff.
that I'm going to have to go
This does
focus
make
my
more sense.
attention elsewhere, right?
Especially using Profane Veil to dodge
So
while you're still
overall,
attacking.
the
'cause
gear's
you
Yeah.
pretty
procs while you're attacking.
it's like good enough, right? Is the vessel set up like you'd normally have? Now, the biggest problem that I was having with this build
and he has
was
a
I
lot.
was
he has
watching
a
a
lot
lot of
more
other
access
people
to
play with
intel
it.
here
Normally,
in
I
using the
usually
Warlock,
stick
and I'm sure
away
he's got
from
points invested into the
builds
Lich
that
where he
other
can
people
to
are
take
playing,
intel as
mainly
well.
because there's so
Mm.
much builds, so many builds I could be playing in Last Epoch that it makes no sense for me to stepping on other
First.
people's toes.
What?
I can sure, there's 20 people playing Falconer, but there's nobody playing Forge Guard. I'm like, okay, well, we can play Forge Guard, yada yada yada, stuff like
Because
that.
we played
right?
around with it and
But
had
this
some
time
issues
around,
with making it
it's a
work.
little different. I saw Volca playing
Yeah.
with
The hit version is a
Poison
wash.
Stygian
don't waste your
build
time right now
on
unless they
Lich,
fix it.
and I wanted a
the
piece
dot
of
is
that
the only thing
action.
that's worth
I
looking
really did.
Because I never
Very,
saw them
very
fixing it. That's
sexy
why we
wrap
never
gun
went back to
action.
it.
I really wanted.
I never went back
be
to
a
it
part of
either
it,
because
and
I
to do
was
that,
more
I
interested in the
needed
dot
to play with
version.
my
I was
Warlock.
able to get some
And the
decent
problem
crits,
is
but the
Lich
problem
has
was
a
is
lot of
that
benefits,
they
you
weren't
get
getting
Death
high
Seal, you
enough,
get,
and that was
Lich
because
form,
the
get all
Drain
these
Life
nice
wasn't
things for
scaling
being
the
a Lich,
damage with the Stygian.
and Warlock definitely
Hmm.
doesn't have those kind of nice things. It doesn't have the survivability, doesn't have the damage, but Warlock has something that Lich does not. So a few of my friends and I have been theory crafting Stygian coil setups ever since the bugs were fixed on the build. And one
Dreadful
of the
is saying that the
hallmarks, one of
bugs were fixed on the build.
I mean, it's
the
possible.
biggest discoveries that we've
How did I miss this?
other than
I have
the
to make a
Wandering
Stygian Coal
Spirits
build.
tech that Chuckles found on
I
stream.
don't know.
We were
I
actually
mean,
talking
I
about
missed it too, but
and
I also
realized that you
was
could
caught up in
utilize
many
Wandering
things,
Spirits
so
on
it just
off
I
cooldown,
don't
so
have
that
that
you
kind
can
of time
generate
to
a bunch of mana, same
stare
thing
and
with
wait for
transplant,
the
right?
dev chat.
But that's not actually what we're going to be talking about today, although that is a very cool tech and allows this build to function. Thank you, Mr. Chuckles. So what actually makes this build function very well is one of the biggest problems with the Lich version is if you are being assaulted by a very large amount of mobs very quickly, you don't really have too much defense against that. So for instance, if a bunch of little spiders attack you, you don't have too many ways of defending yourself because guess what? You are essentially a single target build with all these little lasers, right? Now, of course, with the frequency, it gets much better and much better, but you can still get
The footage is a
overwhelmed, and your
1000
clear
corruption.
is good enough, right? Obviously, once you have
1000
overwhelming
corruption.
damage with Death Seal and stuff like that
Impressive.
on the Lich form, it's not that bad. But Warlock has Lich beat here. Why is that? Well, there is a node inside Profane Veil. I think it's like Mark of the Rat or something like that. And whenever you apply Mark for Death in any way, shape, or form, doesn't have to be with Profane Veil here. It can just be global, right? If you
Empy, what are you doing
apply-
tonight after the podcast?
Working on the same shit you are probably.
All right. I mean, after the podcast, I'm gonna be. I'll see if I can make this work. I know Duke was talking about damn necrotic approach, and I'm kind of down for that as well. I want to see the difference between a hit version and I have a shitload in Legacy League that we can play around with.
Yeah, I have way too much in Legacy.
I'd be down to trying that out. That seems fun. All right, let's call that a date. All right, questions for Mike. Let's see.
All right, so we got what do we have? We have maybe.
That's actually
Monolith
fun if we can make that work. Oh, shit.
Especially a hit version, because the hit version it was pretty fun.
Yeah.
Gonna get it very high. Questions for Mike.
Let's give it fun to do. If that works, I'll fucking play that as my starter build for 1.1.
I still don't even know what I'm.
Is there a specific theme to this talk with Mike, like minions with a Jonathan talk? No. The reason we talked about minions with the Jonathan talk was because they just released the witch class. That's why it was heavily focused on the minions. This one is just generic in for 1.1. So I'm just trying to set up some questions. I'll see if Darth has some time later before the podcast as well to get together and talk about it. But I'll set some questions up. Let me send him a message. Let's see. Whatever happened to Rise? I don't know. I don't know what he's doing these days. I don't see him live that often. Actually. When was the last time Rise streamed? Darth is jumping in and he's just gonna shower then jump in. When did Rise stream last time? No videos found? What? What is he doing these days? Actually, I don't know.
Did he pull his videos?
I don't know. Last tweet was February 25. What?
That's the last time he went live because I think it was automated. Hope everything's okay.
I haven't talked to him in a while. He's doing all right. Anyways, questions. Yeah, I saw him playing Dota as well, you know. So
Yeah, he was doing a Dota run for a while.
Oh yeah.
Target audience. Are they more concerned about their casual player base, or are they more concerned about their hardcore player base? I'd just be curious to know his take on it. Really, I mean, I don't know if you ever want to ask it. I'd just be
Target
curious to
audience.
know.
I mean, they're building the game like they. I think that's kind of like one of those obvious questions. It's like, yeah, they want to get new players in, but they also need to make sure that there's content for people to play. So now they're focusing on endgame replayability with all the releases. And I want to see the roadmap, Last Epoch roadmap. It was posted here somewhere. Here it is. So cycle 1.1 is where we are right now. They're talking about harbingers, pinnacle bosses, random encounters like the nemesis, and then have the evade roll. Those are the new things for this. And then they for 1.2, they're looking at uncover the secrets of the Eterra's ancient past, primal hunt endgame events, ancient era story chapter. So I'm assuming that's just building up the campaign. So they're taking step by step. Like this one's focusing on the replayability. Next cycle, they're going to try to build up the core of the base game with the campaign, primordial uniques. And 1.3, they're looking at the Monolith of Fate expansion to work on the actual Monolith system. So maybe it is fair to say that their current state. Sorry.
Maybe it's already in the works, what we're talking about.
Yeah, maybe it's already in the works, but it's like they're not set in it yet, and they're looking at that for 1.3, right? So they're taking this step by step to focus and making sure that what they introduce is going to be good, because that's going to make it so that 1.1 is focusing on, you know, new actual league mechanic, Nemesis, and then having Harbingers and Pinnacle bosses being like the cool new thing for the in-game replayability. Next one's going to be campaign focus, and then they're going to look at the Monolith of Fate to work on that, which means that we can then expect there to be a focus of endless Monolith, or endless corruption is going to be the case up until 1.3, and then maybe we'll see some changes. And then in 1.4 is skill sigils, which is actually going to be really cool to see some new talent trees that want to be introduced to skills to make the way they scale work differently and whatnot. That's going to be really cool to see how they do that. And then they're talking about new endgame bosses, transmog and die system and stuff like that. So they're looking at, you know, the MTX parts in 1.4 when the bulk of the game is being more refined, and then they're looking at more in-game replayability functionality in 1.4 forward. So that, I mean, I like this kind of roadmap though.
What about, so I remember D4 just recently did a revamp to their accessibility, and I do know I have been asked, at least on my stream, I have been asked if I know about any kind of accessibility access coming out.
What do you mean with
So I wasn't
accessibility
sure-
access?
Like accessibility access. So like, you know how like you could like you I don't know if you were there, but Darth had a completely 100% legally blind person on stream playing Diablo 4 using only audio cues. Only the audio cues that were available, and he was playing a werewolf build. And he was literally blind playing Diablo 4. And he cleared who did he get? Did he kill Duriel? I think he killed Duriel. Completely blind.
What
That was wild. Yeah, I thought that was wild as fuck.
What the fuck?
With Darth on stream, bro. And it was like, I was like, bro, this guy is dodging things better than people who can actually see the shit coming, because he's got the audio cues. Like, I thought that was crazy. So I was just wondering if they ever planned on having accessibility features for that.
To let people that can't see the game play the game?
I mean, if it's something that they have plans for, and controller.
Well, audio
remapping,
cues
'cause
are
I know that
directional,
people
yes.
Because I remember that the controller support is still a little shaky at best.
Yeah. I mean, I feel like the game is it just launched. Putting a burden on them and like, yo, make the game playable by someone who's actually blind. It seems like a far-fetched goal.
Well,
what the fuck, man? I'm not saying it's not impressive.
I-
I'm just saying that might not be in their priorities right now.
No, of course, but Mox, obviously, Judd, the CEO, right? He only plays with controller because apparently he has, I guess, some pretty bad arthritis. So he only plays with controller. But I was curious is if they plan on like kind of reworking those controllers to make it, because a lot of people that play via controller, like, it's really bad on controller. I don't play it on controller. I have no actual input on it. You know, Judd only plays with controller, that being the CEO and the game director, obviously.
Well. At least decent on controller. Play it on my Steam Deck. All right, fair enough.
That's good, yeah.
Right now, the big questions we have is Monolith and corruption, right? Which is in the scope of 1.3 roadmap. And then, obviously follow up with tools to use Monolith. That is more about the 1.3 roadmap approach, right? And then the Lich is very, we want to talk about the Lich and whatnot. What is questions that is more in line with the Harbinger Pinnacles, random encounters, Nemesis, the evade role? I mean, this seems pretty obvious, but they've already explained this in their big post they made, the announcements. Like, what other type of questions are looking to get answers to? That would be something we think they can answer now. I think that's kind of like where we're at. I know Darth's going to jump into the call in a bit as well.
So, all right. So for the Harbingers, are the Harbingers something? See, and I can't. Well, I guess I can't ask this. If I drop the unique that I need from a Harbinger, is there any reason for me to want to do the Harbinger again?
Say again, sorry.
Like, is there? Yeah.
What was that? Harbingers.
Is there any reason to rerun the actual Harbinger laws? Because and I'm only going off of the information that we have thus far, from the dev.
Like replayable Harbinger boss, I'm guessing it's to farm their specific uniques, right?
Right. Yeah. So obviously, once you drop that Harbinger unique, right, and you're like, okay, I got the, if there's a Harbinger unique, right? Okay, I got a Harbinger unique. I don't need it anymore. Is there a reason for us to want to do it again?
I mean, are we not expecting them to just straight up say LP version of that unique? You know?
But what I'm saying is, let's say we drop it. Let's say we drop a 2LP, a dingle bobber, right?
Mm-hmm.
We got it. Is there any reason for us to want to do it again? Is it just for, I mean, I think they drop what, eyes or something, right? They drop these eyes, right?
Yeah, I mean, doing them allows you to get access to the Pinnacle boss. I mean, that's kind of like the idea, right?
Right.
So you get whatever they're all, the eyes or whatever. That gives you access to the Pinnacle boss. You're guaranteed on the first one.
The first
and
time
then
you
every
beat
time
each
after that,
Harbinger, I think it's guaranteed, right?
yeah, so you get 10 guaranteed
it's
from
what
each
they wrote.
timeline. And then anything
Right.
after that is just, now you have a chance of farming. So you can farm them to get access to the Pinnacle boss. Right?
Because it's supposed to be like a really difficult fight. That's one of the reasons why they're not releasing it to offline play yet until the first person beats it, right? Until, they don't want anybody to be able to play it unless it's online league only, right?
Yeah. Quick announcement
once it's
for
been beaten.
stream as well. We don't have access to this fight in the CT either.
Yeah, they're keeping it very hidden. Like, we
Yeah,
don't
there's
have
only a
access.
select few playtesters that have access to it, and we haven't seen the fight. We've seen I've seen the door to it or the access to it. That's it.
Yeah,
That's all I've seen.
that's all we can see. So just out of curiosity, like, is there a reason to want to farm this over and over again?
How would
I
you
just
word
mean-
a question
I would just
for that?
mean-
I mean, I think
I-
like
is there a reason for
obviously
me to
there's a
farm
challenge,
the
but I mean
Pinnacle
there's
boss?
the rewards. I'm guessing like the idea is just gonna be the rewards from the boss, right?
I mean, I don't even know what those rewards are.
Neither do I. So it's like, but I mean, wouldn't the idea of killing a boss be for the purpose of the challenge and the rewards, right? So I mean, I feel like that question would
Of
be
course.
like,
Well, at the end of the day, the challenge is null. But is this reward going to be worth grinding 10 eyes?
oh, you mean the harbingers?
Yeah, you're gonna have to have 10 eyes. I think what?
No,
how many-
you only
I
need
don't,
one
I
to
don't remember how many
access.
eyes you have. You only need one. Okay.
Yeah, so you get 10 chances, so you can go in and die and learn to fight. I don't know. I just feel like the answer to the
I don't know,
question
I-
would
I-
just be the loot, right? So it's like,
I mean, sure. Sure.
I guess
I guess what I'm kind of trying to say is did we actually, like, when they answer, hey, we added endgame content. Okay, we added endgame content. When I killed this Pinnacle boss, is this a Pinnacle boss that I'm gonna want to rerun multiple times? Like, I don't know. Like, how many times do I need to kill Jura if I dropped her gloves or whatever, right? If I dropped her gloves, right? If I dropped her gloves 2LP, right? The realistic outcome of a 3LP or a 4LP is very low.
yeah, I mean, Jolra has another thing connected to her reward-wise. It's not just for the gloves; it's for the reward for the area is kind of whatever, but it's the end result of the forge, right? To make the items LP is gated behind Jolra. So that's like the reward structure for that fight, right?
Right.
But I mean, I think another
That's what
question.
I'm wondering if there's a similar reward structure for that fight. Like, do you have to have a certain amount of corruption in order to see the maximum rewards? Like with Jewelry, you have to do tier 4 Jewelry to see the maximum rewards.
I mean, they're keeping this pretty hidden, so I'm not sure they're gonna answer.
I
that.
know. I get it. That's why if you ask Mike, maybe he just like, I can't fucking tell you.
Yeah, and I don't think they would. I think another question we could ask is more about the league mechanic or the cycle mechanic, right? The nemesis. As a nemesis cycle mechanic, future plans of introducing cycle mechanics as core mechanics to the game. Thoughts, or what can you share on this topic. Like, if their intentions is to make cycled content like Nemesis become core, or if it's going to be a one-off, like what's their plans moving forward with these things? Because, like, look at Torchlight, for example. Every single league cycle season mechanic that they've had, every season they've had, has become a core mechanic. Like, every single one of them. I don't think there's a single one that's not there. So it would be good to get an answer on that, if their plans are to make that happen, or if they already established that, hey, this is going to be a core thing.
Give me a sec. Sorry.
Yeah. Does the rare mod pool change at all around the experimental mods and all that? Not that I know of. Yeah, I'm kind of with Kaka on the topic. Like, I feel like I understand like the idea of getting like more like answers if there's more to it than just a boss. Like, is he gating some other mechanic in the background like Jorah? But like, then I don't think they're gonna answer that. We'll have to see. Regarding the Harbingers, after killing all 10 of the first time for guaranteed eyes, can we just repeat one of them for eyes then? Yes. You can do that from the start if you want. You're just guaranteed. On the first time you kill a Harbinger, you're guaranteed. Then you can farm any of them as many times as you want to, and there's a chance that you drop one. Crafting updates you guys applying along the line. Have they answered any plans to make Monolith progression account-wide? No, but they've introduced Glyph of Envy that allows you to speed up the process on your alt characters. So that's already been taken care of. Let me ask you, what exactly they mean that Harbingers will have the abilities inspired by the mono bosses? Just thematically going to fit, is my understanding. I can't say much more than that because I have played the close test as well. It's under NDA. No, I don't think they will ever do a skip campaign button. Rank 10 COF. Boss drop. Spare clockers. Yeah, baby. I got to try the Project Zero motherboard, dude. I don't get to keep the computer, though. I really want it.
Sorry.
It looks
That
good.
was a doctor's calling.
That's not good. Have you seen the MSI's
What
Project Zero motherboard?
No.
I just got
Really?
actually, there's a sponsored video coming out today.
Oh.
They made a
Oh.
motherboard that looks clean as fuck, and they have connectors on the back side of it. So there's literally no fucking cables on the front side that you see.
Yo, that's lit.
I know.
On the backside, like where the case cover is,
Yes,
bro.
bro.
I
Let me
swear
show
I
you.
invented
Oh.
that like 12 years ago.
I've never seen a case that has that.
I was like, why don't they just put all the connections in the back, bro? Like, why do we have all these fucking wires everywhere?
Oh. The
Bro, if you
GPU
have one of these, I'm coming to Sweden and I'm fucking robbing you. I'm just letting you know. Okay, you're getting robbed. I know you
Dude,
live,
check,
by the way.
it's awesome. Let me see.
Yo!
Dude, you see that? Let me just take off the...
Don't hurt your back, man. I know you're getting old. So am I. I don't know why you're laughing.
Dude, nothing. There's no cable.
That
anywhere.
is so fucking clean.
So the GPU goes here, right? This is the cable
Yeah.
for the GPU. That's it. And then I have the AIO for the radiator. That's it.
Wow.
Dude, it's so fucking nice, man. It's so clean.
That's pretty.
And then
that
behind
is
here
so
you have
pretty.
the M2 heat shields. Like they all look fucking fantastic. It is such a cool build.
That's sick.
They sent me that to test it out. So I played with it the the other night, and made a recording.
Wow.
And I want to keep this because it looks so fucking clean. Fun fact.
You say you lost it. Say it got lost in the mail.
Fun fact. An old classmate of mine from 20 years ago did the building or the computer. Kaka snowed him. It looks good. It looks
that's
really
really
good.
clean.
So I made
That
a
looks really
video on
clean.
it. Like I wanted to make a video
Airflow must
to
be
like
immaculate, too.
yeah. Like I wanted to make a video to like update the community of what to expect on the channel and whatnot on YouTube. And I was like, you know what? I'll just spec in this promotion from MSI in there. So they collaborated with a Swedish company called Sweklockers. Oh, it's up.
Enjoy the 10-minute ad, lol.
Tonight, after this video's been posted at 10 p.m. CEST, I'm going to be joined with my co-host Darth Microtransaction. A little journey. Actually building a custom PC. Look at how clean this looks. You see any cables? Because I don't. This is like so crazy to me when I actually saw this. Because I didn't know this actually was a thing until I actually saw this.
This was
And it's
recorded
surprising to me that
last
they haven't
night.
done this in the past. So first and
Did you
foremost,
change
this is
your
a...
clothes?
Let me tell you.
Bro, it is hella
And I love
sweet.
the silver. They have a lot of things going on for it. I mean,
Yeah,
obviously,
your
this
shorts
is
are hella sweet, man.
that's a really cool
You've been in it for 2 days.
5.0 memory boost, DDR5 supporting like 7.6 thousand or something. Blast kicking it now. Absolutely incredible.
That's a good video.
The 18th, and yeah,
They're talking about.
it's just been a bit so-so. Whereas the other games have really started to shine.
They talked a little bit
great
about some of
lights
the
in here,
updates they've been
which will
doing.
together with the path. Get you guys on what to expect in this channel when July is a smackdash.
Where did you wait? What timestamp, Kikis? You know what I'm looking for. You know what I'm looking for. Where's the timestamp? It's in the outro. I wanted the clip. Oh, it's here. Here?
I don't have any other words to describe it. Beautiful, just fits perfect. A lot of things to come on, please. Please. That's only the first.
Look at how low HP he has, dude. Look at that life. Look at my life.
Right?
I
I can jump attack
rage
before without
clicking.
healing.
What are you doing?
Yes! Yes! Fuck! Fuck it out! Fuck! So good! Oh, my life is over! We're done!
177 deaths of that. But yeah, that was the video. Just wanted to update people on it, and then we smacked in that promotion in it. That was fun. Good video, Kiki. Nice work, man.
That's funny.
Oh, man. That was fun.
Tonight, after this video's been...
Oh, yeah. Let me just send that to him. Where is it? There. All right. Posted shorts of the Elden Ring stuff, so just need to sort time better, but that will come at some point. Good shit, dude. Torchlight releases on the 4th of July, Kikis. Keep that in mind. You got some things coming. I mean, Darth Micro is going to join as well. He always has some really good takes as well when it comes to...
He's gonna have a good question, especially from his point of view.
yeah, exactly.
Because he's got me and you are like obviously we're on a different spectrum of the game, but he has really good takes for a larger audience, I think.
Oh, for sure. But I mean, I feel like they talk about the cycle content is one thing that's really good to do. I think the Monolith corruption, touching upon that a little bit, just to see what their progression is. Let's see, message here.
You should ask them. You know, are they comfortable with server stability for 1.1? Because you and I obviously we have YouTube videos worth of what happened for 1.0.
Yeah.
And have they done anything to mitigate possibly for 1.1 as opposed to 1.0?
No clue. Speaking of YouTube, this is EMP that I'm talking to. Make sure you sub to him on YouTube. Go check him out, boys. It's my teammate, co-writer on Icy Veins, and
I didn't post the 1.0 launch.
No, but I'm giving them your YouTube channel to give you a sub. Or answer the server
thanks.
stuff in the last dev stream. Fair enough.
Be nice.
Or Mike already did. What was the answer to it?
They
Because
did?
I haven't
Okay.
seen it. Sorry?
It was on
I'm
Friday,
fucking
so I
muted.
posted
That's
it.
why I can't hear. Now I was linking your YouTube video to them.
Oh, okay.
Their YouTube channel, sorry. Apparently, Mike's already answered the server stuff. What was the answer to that? Did you watch the dev stream? Because I missed it. I've been kind of overrun.
I didn't. I don't get to watch them on Fridays. I'm streaming.
Subscribers has the feeling for 1.1. Very excited. As confident as they can be. Okay. I mean, they definitely had
they're not dumb.
an
They
experience.
Yeah, they're not dumb. They understand.
I mean, the problem with server questions on interviews or podcasts like this is like, the answer's gonna be, we're doing everything we can, we're prepared everything we can, and shit's still gonna hit the fan anyways with shit we didn't think of. You know?
Mike's a great front man. I'll be honest. Mike's a great front man for them.
Oh yeah. For sure.
He knows how to talk, and you know what? I'll be honest. Even if we get some of the Uber boss, the LE61 boss, I'm not gonna be too mad because I still understand they're a small team. But you, of course, are gonna have the opposite, you know, and you know people are just gonna fucking rage.
What about community race events? Like Diablo had the Lilith kill. PoE's had race seasons. Is that something people even give?
They are going to announce. They are going to announce the person who kills the Uber Pinnacle or the Pinnacle boss.
Yeah.
They are going to announce that because that's the person that's going to unlock it for everybody else on all realms, offline and online non-league play.
Yeah.
So someone is going to be trying to be very hard to be that guy.
Do we know if bosses will be spammable or if you have to build up to them like Monolith? You have to build up and farm the ice for it, but I'm guessing you can buy them if you play in a merchant guild.
As long as you have eyes, you can do it. I don't think there's like you don't have to like, you know, doing this shit.
Okay. Mike answered the server question on Discord too. TLDR, new servers replaced the networking backend package with a custom-made one. New matchmaking system. This was the problem at launch, and a lot of other minor improvements. Okay.
Fair enough. Okay.
Or
That's
most launch
actually good
issues
to hear.
like bugs and scaling of the servers. Server you saying? What were you saying, MP?
I was saying that's good to hear. I didn't know that because I missed that dev stream.
Asus, I think, is making GPUs. They have a second plug that looks like a smaller PCIe plug that provides power, so you don't need cables for that either. Nice.
I got a good question. This may sound stupid. And this goes back to the question that I was asking you earlier. What do they consider endgame? When do they consider you being an endgame?
That's a good question.
Is it now when you're doing harbingers, or after you beat the Uber, or is it just empowered monoliths?
I like that question. That's a really good one. I like that.
Or is it like a specific corruption? Or I don't know. I'm curious to see what he says, because if he says that, you know, maybe people are like, yo, hey, I have a, you know, Mike said 300 or 250 is endgame, and I have a build that does that. Cool.
Yeah.
It's not 1,000. Plans with set items is there even a plan for set
Oh
items?
yeah, set items are fucking terrible.
They're fucking
Current
absolute
state
garbage.
of set items are extremely lackluster. What's the future? Or what's the plans moving forward on this topic? That's a really good one. I like that. You saw the Discord message, MP?
Sorry?
Possibility. Check Discord.
Oh.
Set idols. I think they need to work on the actual approach of set items to begin with. I don't think I ever used any other set items than the bear one. I mean, I've used one with like the skull, or is it the dagger for the conversions? Alright, thanks, MP. Guys, I'm gonna let my friend EMP take over the stream for a couple minutes so I can heat my food. So yeah. Here's the.
Yeah, I'm just gonna ask questions.
Yeah, sounds
Yeah.
good. All right, I'll be back in. Give me a couple minutes, boys. Thanks, MP. I appreciate it, man. I'll be back, guys.
Yeah, no worries. So chat, this is your time basically right now. I'm gonna add some of this shit to the list here. What are some questions that you guys think that GHAZZY and Micro should be asking to Mike? And I see the YouTube questions as well. So what are some questions that you guys think maybe GHAZZY and Micro should be asking to Mike? Things that you want to know, things that maybe we haven't have the answers to yet. Any possible updates to idols, such as set idols? Okay, so let me put this on the bottom here. What they learned from 1.0, you know, that's not a bad conversation question, to be honest, right? You know, what did you guys learn? Like, what did 1.0 teach you? What did the EHG team learn from 1.0? That's a pretty good one. I like that. That's a pretty good one, actually. That's actually a really good question, King. And I say that's a good question because will crafting support idols short term? Because I can't tell you how many times one of the biggest struggles that when I write out a build or when I'm helping people to build and I say, yeah, you have to hunt down these idols. I don't know about you guys, but I hate hunting down idols. Idols is atrocious. I hate hunting idols, and sometimes they make or break the build. You cannot do the build without it. Maybe if they plan to do something about drop items, I'm playing a mage, but my stash is full of uniques and sets for other classes, which does not really fit your class. I'd appreciate more drops. So you're talking about target specific crap or target specific drops. So class specific drops. Again, he may ask these. I'm just gonna make sure he has the list though. You kind of ignored min-maxed idols and stuck with whatever buffs. You just, yeah, you kind of just have to go with what you have. What about making idols craftable? Yeah, we just put that in a dino. Hunting down idols for smite pallies is terrible. What? You don't like hunting down and then you get one that's like 3% and does nothing for you? You don't like doing that? That's a ton of fun. What are you talking about? We plan to make any changes for the skill hammers paladins when it gets consumed by the environment. So like a skill specific changes. It feels bad to watch your hammers get eaten by terrain. Yeah, I think that's a collision. I think that's a physics engine thing. If I'm being honest, I think that's the physics engine thing. It wouldn't make sense. It would look dopey for your hammers to go into a side of a cliff and come back out. One area that feels really bad is the void area where it has all the hallways and you're doing the hammer spins. You're doing the hammer smite pally because they don't go out very far. It's really atrocious. Limark, give a shout out to mods. Can we give Limark a shout out? We know Limark from my channel as well. Should I give her a shout out? Mods, Kiki's or Kaka, anybody? Transmog was for 1.1.2.3 1.4. 1.4 is for transmogs. They're doing 1.4 is transmogs and the die systems. So basically you can have transmogs. That's at least on the roadmap for 1.4. It's in the background there, but he has the screen up.
I'm back, thanks.
Yeah, you're good. I'll send you the questions that we updated, or I just added to it.
Yeah, I do, sir.
And you got a raid from Limark.
Oh shit, Limark, thanks so much, dude. I'm gonna bring DM in here as well.
She's pretty cool. She's nice.
Idle, set titles, unique interaction. All right, let me bring DM into the call. Let's do it this way. Yo.
Good morning.
How you doing? It's pretty early for you, isn't it?
Yeah, I've been up for about an hour. It's 8:53 a.m.
Ew. Almost when I went to bed.
Morning, Micro.
Morning, him.
So we've just been talking about some generic questions.
Yeah, it makes sense about that time.
Yeah. Let me see if I can send you this.
Most of the stuff I'm curious on is like their learnings from launch, to be honest with you. I don't know how much of the questions you have or stuff for like related to 1.1. I'm sure that's probably a lot of what people want to hear about.
Yeah. I sent you the list on Discord. You're on the phone, right?
Yeah, I'm on the phone right now. Yeah.
No. I sent it on Discord, but it's like we have a question about Monolith and corruption, but that's according to the roadmap. Let me send you the picture on this group thing. That's the roadmap to have. So it's more for like 1.3 with the corruption things with Monolith. A few questions of what their plans are there to get some like a little bit of an idea what to expect moving forward. And then the Lich still lacking the fourth ability. 1.1 has the Nemesis cycle mechanics, so I've got a question there about plans on, or their thoughts on making that core mechanics, or if it's going to be a one-off. Like, what's their, how are they thinking about cycle content in general? And then we wanted to have them explain what their vision or their idea of the actual end game is. Like, what do they consider to be the end game? Because like doing the Monolith corruption feels like Greater Rifts, and that kind of like makes people kind of go away from that. or get bummed out of board, I guess. But that's more for 1.3 potentially. But getting an idea what they consider the end game would be a good bar to set.
Good point. I think that a lot of what I've seen with what people talk about what they want is people say they want like infinitely scaling content, stuff that you can constantly do. But then they don't like it when it arrives. I'm pretty sure what people want is infinite content, but not they don't like infinite scaling content, if that makes sense. So people kind of confuse the two.
Yeah, because they already have like endless scaling with the arena, which has a leaderboard and everything. Like, do they really need to have the monolith also be that? We had a lengthy discussion, me and MP, about that earlier. How it would be pretty cool to see them incorporating like Torchlight or PoE approach to it, where the monolith actually has a cap. Like that is the highest end game that content provides, which would allow them to have things like compasses or PoE scarabs to juice those maps, right? Now they don't have this perception issue where they play a build and it's a good build because it's doing 300 corruption, and then they look at other people doing 2,000 corruption with a broken build, and like you're just gonna feel bad playing at them. The perception matters so much in games like this.
Speaking of perception, I feel like playing Diablo 2 kind of changed the way I look at some of these ARPGs, to be honest with you.
Care to elaborate?
Yeah, I mean, I guess I can break it down later a little bit more detail. We're not talking about Last Epoch, but what I realized about D2 was that the original campaign playthrough is such a masterpiece from every angle. I'm talking voice lines, audio, like pretty much everything. Anything you can name is like 10 out of 10 flawlessly done. That people basically are okay with replaying the same thing. Like there is no end game in Diablo 2. And you say that, but then people are going to be like, oh, what are you talking about? You can play for 20,000 hours. You can. But the end game is replaying the same thing you played through. Like it goes normal, nightmare, hard. But it's so well done that you're okay with replaying the same thing that you did 3 times, and it gets better and better and better and better and better. So it kind of changed my philosophy a little bit playing it, where I was kind of thinking originally it's like, man, you want new content and new stuff. It's like, you know what? Maybe I don't want new content. Maybe what I want is for the content that gets put into whatever game I'm playing to be so flawlessly well done that you can literally play it over and over and over again. Maybe it's just how well you do the content you choose to add into the game.
Path of Exile had 4 difficulties at launch, and then they went to 3, and then they scrapped it in favor of dropping 10 acts instead.
Yeah, that's interesting. I never played PoE on launch. So I want to have a good take on the before and after of that.
You saved yourself some heartache, dude.
I think
So
a lot
I
of people
hear.
liked it. Like the
I've heard the opposite, that people hated PoE on launch, and that it at the start people liked D3 better, and then after a while PoE won over. That was kind of the vibe that I was getting. I don't know if that's how you felt about it.
Well,
Chad had a good idea, GHAZZY, because it's more than just the Lich missing a skill. We have many skills missing from Blade Dancer, Marksman, Paladin, Shaman. They're all missing skills.
I'll reword the question.
And even some base skills for the rogue in general.
Yeah. No, I came in with PoE around 1.1 or 1. And no, what I was referring to was the campaign differences. They had 4 difficulties. I came in when there was 3. And then when they changed away from the difficulties into suddenly going to 10 acts instead, that was well received. Like very well received. To not redo the same thing.
Time's your podcast tonight, guys?
10, so 3 hours.
In 3 hours?
Mm-hmm.
I'm reading the questions that we have set up already. Right now, I'm kind of going through them.
Yeah, I haven't ordered them or anything. Just spitballing right now. Eating some food at the same time.
Do we want to have because I noticed a lot of this is kind of getting right into some very specifics. Do we, since this is the first time we've talked to them since the actual full launch of the game, do we maybe want to do like icebreakers and kind of slowly get into it by kind of talking about like how was your guys' launch? You know what I mean? Like kind of doing like, how was the launch? What was your guys' biggest lesson from the launch? Like what was your greatest success? Like give them a moment to kind of recap about how they were feeling since the start. Because correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we've done a follow-up with them since before launch.
Correct. We can definitely start with that. Post 1.0 launch.
So I know everyone's like, if we're thinking about the audience, everyone's just going to want very particular questions about all of the upcoming content too. But I kind of like to dive backwards a little bit and kind of hear what their thoughts were about how they've been so far. Also,
Yeah. Time is a podcast. 3 hours. You can take that on the start, like general feeling for the launch and what did they learn from 1.0. Start with those kind of like generic ones. We can do some improv follow-ups, of course. One of the questions.
I'll sit down on the computer here in a second. I can start writing out some questions.
Yeah. One of the questions you posted, MP. I was getting my food. Is crafting for idols.
Yeah, idol crafting, because we in chat, me and you, know the struggle of idol hunts. Wondering if crafting idols is ever going to be a thing, or if it's just always going to be it's what you drop.
Isn't that easy to buy though for merchant guild players? Yes, it is. But if you craft them, it kind of defeats the purpose of buying them.
But it doesn't mean that crafting can't be difficult.
No.
I mean, I'm not saying you're going to get multiple tiers, but you know, it's you know, if it's something that is difficult to find, then it's difficult to find, and then it's still a good idea to buy them. But if it's, for example, you find a paladin idol, right, with the ever elusive chance to cast smite when, you know, a chance to smite when you hit, but it's paired with something absolutely atrocious, it's something you could scrap and save the the crafting mech for it. Because you know how it goes, right? You're looking for one, you get the prefix, but you miss the suffix by a mile, right? Or vice versa.
Yeah. I mean, I guess. I guess the other question would be if they're going to introduce tiers to it. Which would make sense if we're going to be able to craft it.
Yeah, it could be, but it wouldn't have to be, you know, 7 tiers. It could just be 3 tiers.
Yeah.
Right? So it doesn't have to be make it better than what you have. Or it can just be it's only a singular tier. You recraft it again to try to get a better roll.
Yeah. What else do we have? We'll talk about set items as well. Current state of set items are extremely lackluster with supplies moving forward on this topic. I'm not sure if adding LP to set items will be enough.
I'm not sure either.
Because then they would have to
I'm not
the
sure
LP for
either.
it to be better. Doesn't change the core of it. Because you could have another unique with LP instead.
Yeah. I just don't know the exponential difference or like the absolute difference if I'm using a set, I typically have to use more than one of a set to get an effect.
Yeah.
Which is obviously the problem that you're talking about, right? Being lackluster. So I have to
No.
choose. Like if I wanted to use Volantra's set for the mage, for example, it convert my my meteors to lightning, and I get +1 spell lightning damage per point of intel. That's big, but man, the amount of suffixes that and prefixes that we miss in both the now you have to use a two-handed staff and a helmet, right? Both which have adamant things towards offensive scaling. It's such a big trade-off, and it makes it feel like, ugh. That's just one example.
I mean, yeah, there's that, and then most uniques can replace a rare with enough LP.
Correct. And I mean, inherently, you can replace any, legendary with a unique, because you just LP the whole thing on. Obviously, that's why 4 LP is very rare.
Yeah. Well, no, for sure. I mean, I'm just not sure how they're gonna do it, because like letting said items have LP is not gonna be a solution either. I don't think so, at least.
No, but it would maybe help alleviate some of the strain, because you still have to use multiple pieces of said set.
Yeah.
But you may be able to add, plus to a certain skill in the helm, or be able to add attack speed or cast speed to the two-hander.
Maybe that's what they are going to do in 1.2. The roadmap says primordial uniques. Is that going to be an LP
Could be.
set item?
Could be. I mean, it could be.
I mean, it's possible.
It is possible. Absolutely possible.
I feel like I'm mostly interested in the idea of endgame that they have. Like, what do they consider the endgame, and the Monolith corruption thingy? Are they going to be happy with keeping that as an endless greater rift thing, similar to the arena? Or like that, those are the questions that I'm mostly interested in.
I'm right now writing like. Go on.
Yep. No, here's the updates post. Give me a second. Here.
I'm writing questions related to what what you've learned, etc. I'm doing like the intro questions here at the moment.
I don't know if there's any other topics specifically. I think that more generic questions would be more in line, but like a lot of it is going to be targeting the idea of what they're looking to do. So we have to remember that they just launched the game, and it's kind of bare bones still, which their roadmap is meant
It's
to
still
follow.
very new. It's very fresh. Like if we make this comparison to PoE 1.1, it's leaps and bounds. That's where I'm making the relationship. I think this is one of the most feature complete ARPGs at launch that I've seen.
Is the game 5 years old? It's not even close. I think the alpha was like 8 years ago or 7 years ago. And then COVID hit and everything. Then they had beta for a while, and then they launched the game 3 months ago.
Yeah, in March March I think. Early.
Yeah,
March.
I think it was March. Yeah. Navigating campaign, figuring out which area quests. That's
You can click on the quest on the left-hand side, I know. It'll take you directly to where that destination for that quest is. I'll log in and show you. Yo, DM, how many deaths did you have on Mikula?
Well, the first time with the Mimic, it took 12 tries. When we dropped the Mimic and did it without the Mimic, it took 280 with the Katana.
280 deaths.
You guys are wild.
So I did it. I summoned a Mimic on phase 2. And then I beat it after 177 deaths. So stupid. But the feeling when you got him down, oh boy. I think it was the best fight.
Yeah, it took me
Yeah,
0
quite a
tries because I didn't.
I hated Mesmer though. Good lord. I think I spent just over 7 hours on Mikula alone. I used the twin blades at the end. But did you have like bleed katanas?
I was using the Starling Samurai Sword Katana that you get in the left hand, and then the River of Blood in the right hand.
Ah.
I gotta take off, boys. I gotta take the kids, get ready for their appointments.
Tuesday.
I'll be on. I'll be watching you guys. You
Alright.
do the podcast.
I'll talk to you afterwards, so we'll play with that Stygian
Yeah.
Beams thing.
Let's chat with you, Imp.
Just hit me up. Yep, I'll catch you later, Michael. Later, brother.
Bye bye.
Have a great day, brother.
You too. Later.
So we're aiming for 1.5 hour. Not drag it out. It's like you said last time was 3 hours. A bit too long. I wonder how many questions.
Yeah,
we can fill in.
Yeah, I have stuff I'm doing before and stuff I'm doing after the podcast, so I kind of can't go like 2.5 hours today.
Yeah, no, I'm doing that.
And then the DMV closes at 4:30, and I have to go to the DMV today. So
DMV? What's that?
I'm on a little bit of an actual schedule today. Division of Motor Vehicles in America.
Oh.
It's like where you got to go do registration and stuff.
Oh, okay.
It's like a government office.
Fair enough. No, I think it's good that we keep it 1.5. Like we should try to wrap these shows up after 1.5 hour. Because you know how wrapping up can take another 20 minutes, so we keep things below 2. So I think that should be like the standard we push for moving forward in general. I don't mind having stuff talk afterwards, but it's like posting it on YouTube. It's very often that we end up in the position where it's like half an hour of just random talk of IRL shit. Which is fun, but
Yeah, well, and also it's like I don't because these guys come back. You know, if this was like a one-off interview, then it's like okay, you know, maybe we milk it for every fucking second we can get. But the reality is like these guys are willing to come back and chat with us multiple times, so we should also respect their time, like not drag. I don't want them to be dreading every time they come into the podcast, like oh my god, here we go, 4-hour fucking podcast. Better take my pee break now. Like let's not do that to them.
yeah, I agree. Are the questions supposed to be limited to 1.1? No. We don't really have any set theme for this. We wanted to get on board and talk to them to see how they did, how their feelings were after the 1.0 launch, because we haven't had a follow-up podcast. And then we want to talk about 1.1 and moving forward with the progression of the game, because they're just now getting started with their first cycle mechanic of 1.1. So we're going to try to get some questions to cover a lot of ground, basically. Which means we're not going to deep dive any specific topics like we did with Jonathan with the Witch release, for example. It was a little bit different setting in that, right? I don't know how many questions you're adding right now, though, DM.
I'm doing an icebreaker to start, which is just Last Epoch released on February 21st. How has the last 235 days been around your office? Like just a real simple, easy, get the flow of conversation. How you guys been since launch type of question. After that, I was going to say, I'd like to take a second to ask you about your experience since launch. Can you give me an example of one thing you guys were really excited about that you feel you knocked out of the park since launch, or from the release of the game. Basically, I'm rewording that. And then one thing that you feel like you kind of wish you could improve, or one learning. I'm going to phrase this in a nice way, but one way where it's like one learning moment you guys had. He's probably going to mention servers would be the obvious one, but I could also preface that. Like, obviously there's some server issues, but something besides that.
Yeah. They don't have an office, by the way. They're 100% remote. Which is pretty cool, actually. I mean, I guess the wording still works, but figured I'll mention it. How many hours of podcast? 2 hours and 44 minutes. They still have server issues after so many months? No, they don't. They had a matchmaking system issue, which Mike made a post on Discord about, saying that they've been reworking that, making some changes to it. I like how they have these dungeons in the game, but they kind of fall into the shadows when you compare them to Monolith pushing. So it'll be fun to see what their consideration and their idea of Endgame is.
I figure only maybe 2, maybe 3, like easy icebreaker looking back style questions, and then we can dive into the newer stuff. I'm thinking 5 minutes probably tops of that type of stuff.
Yeah, I think that's reasonable, and then we can focus on the initial questions on 1.1, and then when we got that out of the way, then we can look at future questions, like what's the plan with this, or considerations, thoughts, comments on certain things moving forward that is not specific to 1.1. I think that would be a good structure. Like the end game question would fit 1.1.
Okay, so I'm just going to post.
Yep.
I'm just going to post these 2 little questions I got right here so far. Should we do a Word doc and start lining these up here? I have to be live in 40 minutes for D2. So it's going to go D2. I'm going to play for like an hour, and then an hour before the podcast, I'll roll into Last Epoch, and we can get 100% set up, and then we do the podcast, and I'm rolling back to D2 for like another hour. So I got about 30 minutes right now to keep hammering out questions with you. Then I'll be gone an hour. Then I have another hour.
All right, sounds fair. So after the initial ones that you sent, I'm thinking we can dive into the 1.1 stuff, like the cycle question. Nemesis cycle mechanic, future plans of introducing cycle mechanic as a core mechanic to the game. What can you share on this topic? Like, what's their idea of? See if I can word it better. But basically talking about the Nemesis mechanic that they're introducing, if that's supposed to be specific to the cycle, or if their plans are to make mechanics that is also going to complement the core game moving forward. And I guess Endgame, since it's also about 1.1 is focusing Endgame, Pinnacle boss and whatnot, then we can talk to them about like what do they consider to be the actual Endgame of Last Epoch. Like, have you beat the game when you kill the Pinnacle boss, or X amount of corruption? And then we could follow that up with the Monolith corruption topic, since that's part of what people consider endgame. And then move into.
Sounds pretty good to me. You want to open up a Google Word doc, and we can start putting them in like we normally do.
Let me share that. Name before sharing.
Tavern talk. Oops. Copy that. There. You got access to it? Or did I fuck it up?
So, question for you on this: how much do we want to do feedback-related questions as opposed to just asking up and opening up the conversation? For instance, the reason I'm wondering is one of my questions I was debating here is one of the common feedback points I've been hearing from people is that the impactfulness of skills, like the sound effects, for instance, and the thud feeling of abilities, feels lacking for some people. Hammers on the paladin would be an example of this, right? Or Sentinel, or whatever the fuck you call them, right? Where it's like it doesn't feel as impactful when something's hitting, but I don't know how much we want to lean into like feedback relay questions. Like, this is what people are saying. What do you think about that? As opposed to like opening up philosophy style questions on this. They didn't give us much of a, from what I read, this isn't like a targeted, this isn't like the witch one, right? Where we're like targeted about a topic. This seems very open. So it seems like we can kind of ask whatever we want about this. But I'm sure most people are just going to want to hear about the cycles.
Yeah. We can reference the roadmap as well. I think that we could add it as a backup question. For sure. And if we want to move it, we can do that. Send them the links. Let me just type this.
Kind of picking through the Last Epoch patch notes here, not patch notes, but the 1.1 info here.
Yeah.
I think it might be worth the time to ask a question about the economy in terms of trading, and ask them if the bazaar ended up the way they wanted it to, basically, because there was quite a bit of conversation pre-launch about how smart of a marketing style system it was. So maybe a follow-up on that previous talking point would be good.
How would you ask that question then?
I think it would probably be something like this. I'll take a shot at it. So pre-launch, we saw quite a bit of videos posted, communication about the two-faction system, in particular about trading in the economy and the style you guys were doing to make sure that the economy doesn't get overinflated, etc. This was a big hype moment for Last Epoch during this news release. So my question to you is, as a follow-up to this, do you feel like the implementation that was predicted went as hoped? Do you think that there is changes you should be doing within the marketplace, or are you guys pretty satisfied with how the economy ended up being fleshed out in the game? Something like that.
Yeah, I think that's a good way to do it. It also would weave in. I think it would weave in very well to the monolith corruption topic as well, because one of the problem there was that they've said that good builds should do about 200 corruption and great builds should do 300 corruption. Yet there was a handful of builds doing thousands of corruption, and the problem with that was that those builds were kicking in so much gold that the inflation just skyrocketed on the market, causing a lot of issues. And that just made this idea that if you didn't play a build that could do 1,000+ corruption, you would fall behind due to inflation on the market-wise, and on the market topic. So I think we could have that question leading into the monolith corruption parts.
I'll take your word for it on the higher monolith corruption, because when I started doing monoliths and corruption, I got bored and quit. So I didn't go and push into the higher corruption. But if you think that leads in, then I'll say sure, we can do that. And I sent requests to edit the page, and I can start writing in.
Wait,
I can start writing in these points here. I can't edit it currently. I don't have access.
Oh fuck! That you change that. What? It's so weird. Thought I didn't have to do that. Try now. Oh, there it is. Copy link.
I think maybe there's another good question is something like, how has Starforge and G Fuel changed your life?
Well,
surely that's a question that must get in there.
I'm definitely down for that. No, I'm not directly sponsored by G Fuel though, but they do sell G Fuel products, so I'm down.
Yeah, they haven't been sponsoring as many people because they got bought out.
Yeah. Who bought them?
Yeah, I almost lost the contract with them, actually. I forget who. Some one of those, fucking huge conglomerates. Yeah, they were shutting down quite a bit of the contracts with people. I'm surprised I lasted through, to be honest with you.
Huh. Interesting.
Yeah, I think I can edit now. All right, I'll write up the market question.
Does Darth know it's streamed? Yes. I would assume that you know that I'm. I assume that you know that I'm
right
live. Now? Yes.
Wait, you're live? You never told me you're live. What the fuck? GHAZZY! All right, guys, I gotta go. This was all a meme. I'll be back.
Oh man. Wait, does lacklusters, is that spelled with TRE at the end? Huh?
Don't ask me about spelling, bro.
I had no idea. It is. Oh, lackluster is British and lackluster is American. Oh, they're both English terms. Okay. Okay. I started correcting me. I was like, I've been typing that for, I don't know, 2 decades. Okay. Other major points of interest previously launched. Yeah, we can just reference back to that when we touch upon the monolith corruption topics. We don't have to change the order for it.
I was thinking it would be a good early. I thought it would kind of fit the post 1.0 launch segment. I don't know if you want to move this around in particular.
No, I think it's fine. We'll just
I was thinking about asking it as the third question.
yeah, I think we'll just reference this when we touch upon the monolith. We'll just reference back to that. That'll be the easiest ways. We don't have to change the structure.
Okay, you could also move, since the monolith isn't really about new related content, it's kind of about stuff that's been in the game. If we could do the monolith question literally first, you know, I'm talking right after this marketplace question, if you want to roll it in direct.
We could do that as well. We can just do this, move it around a little.
Because the Nemesis cycle mechanic's a new mechanic. Because it would logically make sense to go marketplace question, monolith / corruption question in game, since that's kind of all tied together, and then go into the Nemesis cycle where we're talking about new related content, and then kind of roll into the new topics. That would seem to make sense.
Yeah, no, I agree with that. It'll be easy to follow the progress, like the entire show. We'll go with post stuffs, current stuffs, new stuff, essentially. And then we can finish new stuff.
I know we're just getting going with the questions too, but look.
Sorry.
But looking at this feels about 30 minutes worth of questions. I don't know how you're feeling, but I think from what I'm seeing here, this is probably about 30 minutes. I know Mike can really get going and tell some long stories, which is good for the length of it. But we probably need like 2 or 3 times as many questions, I think, right?
Yeah, it depends on how many follow-ups we can have to have a discussion around it. Like we can even go to the idea of like spitballing ideas, like especially when it comes to like monolith corruption. We're talking about meant to be endless, or considering capping it. Maybe we can talk about the scaling of it, because like you mentioned, you started the monolith and then you got bored, and for the blasters that went crazy on it, it was a long process to get those up to thousands, which is being attended to some degree, but they've also stated that they wanted the good builds to do 200 plus corruption and great builds do 300 plus corruptions. I don't think their intentions was that people were going to do thousands upon thousands. So we could touch upon the topic of perception, right? Like, what is the perception they're trying to get from people?
I like that.
It's like one of the problems we had.
I like that. I feel like that's sort of that sort of ties into your in-game question about what do they consider to be the actual in-game of Last Epoch. Maybe we reword that question into be what people are currently doing as the in-game of Last Epoch, and is this what you guys were hoping for? How do you actually want people to be spending their time into the in-game? That feels like they're kind of tied together. Maybe we could put it under that segment.
Yeah, that's definitely, you just weave those two topics together and smack in a couple of questions in there. The monolith and the end game, because it's kind of tight, right? And then because I think that that's a lot of things that can be discussed, because like if they're considering or open to the idea of capping it, then I mean that alone can be a 10-15 minute discussion, maybe even longer depending on how many follow-ups we have to it. Because like you mentioned, you stopped because it was boring. It's like Greater Rifts. And a problem that PoE had a few years back was that they buffed drop rates, so they dropped more currency than ever before. But the perception of the drops with how they were dropping for players seemed lower, even though numerically it was the direct opposite. The perception matters more than what the numbers are saying, and the perception was that we didn't get enough currency, so they had to make changes to it so that the perception was that people actually enjoyed their time playing. So I think that's a good way to reference on that topic specifically. I believe. And Endgame. Heavily.
Also, don't know how you feel, but I'm not particularly interested in diving into like their server issues. You know what I mean? Like, I don't really want to go like start talking about like, so the launch was rough, eh? Like, I don't really think we're getting anything productive about that.
No, they also made a statement on the last dev stream, I was told. Apparently, Mike also made a statement on the Discord saying that the main issue with the servers was the matchmaking, and that they made a custom one now to replace it, and made some minor improvements across the board, and redid the back end or something like that on the servers to alleviate what happened in 1.0. It's already covered and announced. I mean, sure, not everyone has read that, but maybe it would be good to touch upon it in another from another angle, so that they can get the information out there. Because I saw people in my chat earlier saying, "Oh, do they still have server issues?" So maybe it would be good for them at least to get that information across the board that, hey, this has been taken care of. I think that if we can weave that, that would actually be... Well, it would be nice for them as well, but I mean... I was asking about it in chat, and they told me, so I didn't know either.
Wait, repeat that bit. Yours? I didn't understand that.
No, they've said that the main issue for 1.0 server issues had to do with the matchmaking system. And Mike talked about this on the last dev stream. Yeah, on the last dev stream, they talked about it, and he made a statement on Discord where they basically informed people that they have remade that to a custom one themselves and changed the back end and made general improvements across the board, so that what happened in 1.0 is not going to happen in 1.1. But since a lot of people, or the majority of people, seemingly have no idea that this actually been taken care of, I guess people just are going to assume that it is, but people are still asking, you know, are they still having server issues? So maybe it would be good if we could angle a question in a way that they can just provide that information as a public statement.
I mean, we could. I don't know if I kind of lean towards the. I'm not sure how productive bringing it up again would be if they've addressed it and they're no longer having issues. But if you feel like it's an important question, we could add it in.
I think that we could word it like, let's say we put it here before we go to the economy marketplace. We can mention we heard something in the lines of we heard EHG made remade the matchmaking system and other server related updates to prepare for 1.1. So that it, like basically lean the question so that it's more in a positive manner rather than, you know, a jab. Servers was on fire, eh? You know, try to avoid that approach. Just to give them like an opening to.
Well, so that's part of the reason I'm. Yeah, so yeah, fair point. But I part of the reason I'm pushing back on this one is one, it's no longer relevant. Like this is 235 days ago they launched the game. The server issues were solved as of the second week. They've addressed it already. And then it's if we do this at the start, it does sort of feel like let's start the podcast off on a bad foot and bring up like the only thing that people overwhelmingly like review bombed for. So I don't know. I'm not really sure that it's a good way to start the conversation. I do understand that it might give them the opportunity to like address the congregation and be like, hey guys, like it's no longer a thing. But I'm not sure, if we're being honest, you know, the little people that watch our channel, like we're not fucking Asmongoat here. So I'm not really sure them being able to tell our audience live really, one is the whole people that, you know, they don't suddenly solve that issue anyway. Like they're not suddenly able to address the all of Last Epoch audience because they're talking to us. No. So I don't know if that necessarily solves that for them as much as it gives us another question for our audience. It kind of, to be honest, it just kind of feels like an elbow without really them getting anything out of the question. And we already know the answer. You know what I mean?
It's more like bloat. No, I feel you. No, we don't have to go through that. I see what your point. I see your point, and I agree.
So if we take the current question now is the economy one, so we'd lead this into the endgame questions then. So we'll basically move this here, and we'll cover these two sections. Potentially.
Yeah, that's looking pretty right.
Current state of Endgame is mainly pushing as high corruption as possible with the aspirational side content being the endless arena. Moving forward, is this the type of in-game content GHZ wants the player base to engage with as in-game content? Something like that. And then we can have follow-ups on this, like the super high corruption and all that. Follow-ups, thousands of corruption. 1K plus corruption. Inflation. On the market. Thoughts on capping it in the future. So basically just some couple of follow-up notes there, I guess.
Okay, I'm reading it now. Should we move the points about the inflation on the market directly as a follow-up to the trading and economy question previous on the list there?
Since it's heavily gated on the idea that people were doing thousands of corruption that resulted in an inflation, I feel like we need to be touching the end-game corruption question.
That's a good point.
For it to make sense. I mean,
Yeah,
it fits both ways,
right.
right?
That's a good point.
But it is a result of that.
That's a good point. Yeah, you're right.
Have another follow-up being potential of X or Y or of X tools to juice Monolith friends. They already added this in the announcement with the Glyph of Envy. Have you looked at it?
No, I have not.
Glyph of Envy.
I'm reading through the
They basically have like a catch-up mechanic, allowing you to basically brick an item, and the stability is siphoned to the most recent Monolith timeline you enter to greatly increase the stability. Basically, just speed run through Monoliths with it to get higher corruption faster through Glyph of Envies. You basically just brick an item to give you stability to fast forward a Monolith area. Because, I mean, another thing to keep in mind is that they have a roadmap, and in the roadmap, 1.3 cycle is their target cycle for a Monolith of Fate expansion.
Do you have a link to the 1.1?
The
Oh wait,
Harbinger-
never mind. That's
yeah,
why that's
link.
in the same. Yeah, I got it right here.
All right.
By the way, tonight when we're both done streaming, if you're around, give me a call. I got dinner with the family, and I got to run somewhere after stream, but I got to chat with you a few minutes. I got a couple interesting questions I'm going to ask you off stream here.
Yeah, sure.
About that Tavern Talk NFT we're trying to launch, and the crypto coin, the GHAZZY Darth coin
Oh yeah, about that.
that we
yeah.
wanted to pump and dump with.
Yeah. It should be ready to be launched tomorrow, so we're good.
Perfect.
Gaz's face on one side and Darth on the other. Oh yeah. Okay. Right.
Yeah,
that
yeah,
thing.
yeah.
Okay. Dude, you got me being like, yo, did I do something fucked up now? What do you want to talk about? I was sweating bullets. I'm like, shit, did I say something bad? How about
like,
that
oh
thing?
no, I'm calling the principal's office.
Been there one too many times in my childhood, so that shit sticks, man. Okay. Yeah, no, that sounds good. Let's see. If I think I know, if it is what I think it is, I definitely am on board. But we'll talk about it later.
I talk about it after, dude. After.
All right. So once we're done with this part, we have a current list of things that we added was like, I guess we have to separate it. Things that are about the game currently, and then go into the new stuff, or do we want to talk about the new stuff that's been announced and then move into what can we expect or what can they share of things moving forward, which is more philosophical? Like, for example, that some classes lack abilities.
I'm of the opinion it makes the most sense to talk about what was, then talk about what is, then talk about what will be. We should do the Ghost of Christmas Past, the Ghost of Christmas Present, then the Ghost of Christmas Future. That's the way time functions. We should do it linearly. It makes the most sense that way. So I think we open with, hey, 1.0 was launched. It's been 235 days since the release of the game. Give me a learning moment for you guys. Give me something you're proud of. Then talk about, okay, how has the economy been since then? Where do you think it is now? What are changes you feel like you should make? Then move towards, okay, current in-game. Here's what the in-game looks like. Are you satisfied with that? What do you think the in-game should look like? Okay, now what's the news that you guys are coming out with? Give us a little bit of a talk about that. Specific questions related to that. I think that makes the most logical sense. I think if we jump around in timelines here and go like, let's talk about the future of the game. Now let's talk about the past of the game. Now let's talk about what the game is. It just doesn't make any sense, and we're going to get disjointed in the conversation.
Yeah. And then we're going to start asking questions that's already been answered. We've done that.
Yeah, exactly. I don't want to do that. That was embarrassing. I don't want to ask the fucking guy the same question twice and have him be like, well, I already answered that. And I'm like, fuck.
And then I like last show, I even reworded, I threw the ball back to you, but I reworded it so badly so it sounded like I was asking you for your opinions again. And thoughts on that DM, I think I said, I was like, oh, that sounded so bad. It was the last one we had with Vel, and
yeah, I wasn't satisfied with my questions I had prepped because it was the witch shit, and I didn't get the chance to play witch during the play test, so it's just like, fuck, like I'm useless here.
yeah, I think that one went well. If you exclude the repeating questions parts.
It went well. We had a couple minor hiccups, but they were fine.
Yeah.
The biggest problem was the Twitch servers died during the thing. So we had 4,000 viewers, and then the Twitch servers died, and we dropped to 2K like immediately.
Oh wow!
No one could load the fucking stream, so I had to send them all to you. So I'm like, you guys got, I was posting in chat like, go watch GHAZZY or something, because like the stream was dying. So I was having connection issues, not on my side, but with the fucking servers. So lots of people lost connection. We dropped like 50% of the people during the thing.
Yeah. I had that before the PTR launch, with a fire in the house, blacking out my fiber and everything. What? It's so crazy. Like even if it's only a few minutes on the server, it just kills the CCV immediately. Kind of crazy.
Yeah, because everyone can't connect and everyone's on mobile. So when you can't connect to something, then people are just like, oh, all right, well, I'm going to close my phone and then go back to work. Okay, speaking of work, I have in 5 minutes. I have to go live for D2. So this is the point where if we need to cover anything now, I'm gonna play D2 for an hour, and then an hour before our podcast, I'll call you again, and we'll start rolling into prep again. And then from after that hour, we will right into the conversation. We do the podcast. Then an hour and a half tops. Then I gotta go, and I gotta do D2 again for like another hour or so. That will be, let's see, 3, 4, 5. It's 2 o'clock. I need to be out of here by 2:30 my time, basically. So that will work, and I'll rate them into you if you're still going.
Yep. I will very likely not go after the podcast because I gotta get a few things done as well.
Okay. All right. Well, if that's the case, then I'll give you a call here an hour to 45 minutes right around there before the podcast, and then we can sort through the questions that you've written since and the ones that we already have, and I'll go and reread the 1.1, and we'll add some more on there because we probably need like 10 more questions, I would think.
Possibly. All right, but you do that, and I'll talk to you soon.
Okay, bud.
Yep.
Talk to you soon, brother. Cheers.
Cheers. All right. So we'll smack in, let's see, 1.1 questions, and then future questions, future game questions, philosophical plans. I think that's what we do. So I guess we go through like the cycle stuffs, right? So the roadmap, we're talking about Harbingers, Pinnacle bosses, random encounters, and nemesis. So, you guys will be drinking cycle 1.5.
So I'm thinking. I guess we touch upon the Nemesis cycle. 1.1, let's just name it Harbinger Ruin. Harbingers of Ruin. It's introducing the very first cycle related game mechanic, Nemesis. Forward master also the patch notes. Nothing I can share on because that's from the CT NDA. Oh shit. Wow, okay. Sorry. Huh. Huh. Okay. Interesting.
Welcome to the crew.
Hey guys.
Question, thank you so much for the 58 months, man. Appreciate that a lot, dude. Thank you, sir. Hope you're doing well, man. Okay, so back to the question. Sorry, we have a little something we're going to show you guys in the podcast. Harbingers of Ruin introducing the very first cycle-related game mechanic, Nemesis. Please has Mike that they're working on solving the packet disconnect issue that many still experience a sudden loss of disconnection when missing from animation. We've decided not to go through the server issues because they already sorted the vast majority of them and they're working on the remaining things. So to this question here, Harbinger Ruin introducing the very first cycle related game mechanic, Nemesis. So I guess the question we can cover here is, so we have Nemesis, new random encounters. While one's primary focus around Pinnacle bosses, that many players take the time to reach that point in the game. We wanted to make sure the players didn't feel out of 1.1 as well as introducing more systems to everyone to engage with. You may randomly come across new encounters, Nemesis. And here's how you do it. And the egg. So I guess the question would then be, what's the plans moving forward with cycle specific content? Are they intended to be part of the core game, or can we expect them to be exclusive for that cycle? I think that's the best way to word that question. I need spaces between these questions. God damn it. That's what I need. There. There. Is there anything else we want to ask here? I know in the past that will be released. Yes, he might, because he'd get thirsty playing catch up. What the fuck? What's the plans?
What's the plan moving forward with cycle-specific content? Are they intended to be part of the core game? I can expect them to be exclusive for that cycle. What else we want to cover? For fuck's sake, there. So another thing they're doing is Harbingers and Pinnacle bosses. Harbingers and Pinnacle bosses is the main focus for the 1.1 cycle. I can talk about it. I just got confirmation. Right. So I have an announcement to make. I can talk about something. About something very specific. Let me make a post. Very excited to announce that I'll be for a first look at the new on July 12th. Thank you. Big shout out to for the opportunity. Okay. I got the new Spiritborn class in Diablo 4 on July 12th. Big shout out for the opportunity. Hangman title. Oh man. So yeah, I'm flying back to LA again. I have a commute to LA these days. Jesus Christ. Flying to LA, Irvine, Bliss HQ. Irvine. So that's happening. Then symbols, letters in the word. No, I didn't do that. I'm sorry. So I'll be flying out. Now, here's the thing. Last Epoch launches on the 9th. I can't fly at the same time as Last Epoch is launching. So I have made some preparations for this. I am flying out in 6 days. So this Sunday I'm flying. That's the 7th. And then I'll be staying at my moderator's place, Slickmaster, so I can stream from his house, so I don't miss the Last Epoch launch. And then I'll be playtesting the Spiritborn class on the 12th and checking that out. And then I'm flying home the day after to continue Last Epoch. So that's happening. Like, I've been trying to schedule how my July is going to look, and it's so stacked, it's insane. So yeah. I already did. I already did give Liveark a shout out, MP. What are you talking about? Why are you not a mod though? Should be EVAP. I thought that was already covered. Anyways, do I need to type something else out in this? I don't think so. Posts. There we go, making announcement on Discord. There. Done. Mod 20 sleep? I think so. Who the voice belonged to? Oh, yeah, that was EMP. All right. Nice. All right, so back to this. However, the Pinnacle boss is the main focus for the 1.1 cycle.
Alan!
How do we get a question in on the actual boss content? Like, what is the statements in here? Harbinger's Forgotten Needles. Maybe a Harbinger Needle. So Harbingers, first need to challenge, defeat the Harbingers, new bosses which can be found deep in the Monolith of Faith. Progress corruption, different time modes. You'll be able to encounter new Harbingers to progress your ranks with the Forgotten Knights. And close challenging their leaders. Harbingers can be found in two main variants, Agile and Brute, beyond having greatly different combat styles. Harbingers also gains abilities. The timeline boss will bring new unique considerations into each of the 10 timelines. You will need to defeat the Harbingers in each of the 10 timelines before being able to access the portal to the most difficult fight in Last Epoch to date. You also have a chance to harvest an eye from the Harbingers upon defeating them, which you can use as a currency to access the Pinnacle boss fight. The first 10 unique Harbingers you'll defeat are guaranteed to provide an eye with a chance afterwards. This will provide you with 10 attempts at the Pinnacle fight when you first unlock it. Once you have defeated all 10 Harbingers, you can continue to challenge the Harbingers to gather additional eyes for further attempts. Let's see. Harbinger Pinnacle, the main focus 1.1. It said beyond having greatly different combat styles, Harbinger also gains abilities in the timeline bosses.
In the announcement thread, it was stated that Harbingers would gain the abilities of the timelines boss. How much of this can you share or elaborate on for the community? Question, did they remove frost bearers in the game in standard or no? No, you still have access to them in standard leave. Someone else asked them. Let's see. How much of this can you share, elaborate on for the community? The new Pinnacle Endgame or boss. The Pinnacle boss being introduced with 1.1 is meant to be the hardest boss fight to date in the game. There was also the decision to not let this boss be fightable for the first week or until someone has beaten it in the cycle in the legacy part of the game, or in the legacy or offline part of the game. I don't know where to do it. Where do I change the Google Doc to be dark? How do I make this dark mode? I would love to see that. Does anyone know how to make the Google Doc dark mode? Dark reader? You mean this one? It's clearly not working because it says it's on. For the site. I have Dark Reader on, so I'm not sure why it's not working. Not a fucking word, chat. Not a fucking word. Not a fucking word.
Moo 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 moo. Moo, 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 moo.
Not a word. Meant to be the hardest boss to date in the game. There was also the decision to not let the boss be fightable for the first week or until someone has beaten it in the cycle legacy part of the game. Could you walk us through the idea, the decision making of this? Follow-ups. Follow-ups would be dungeon bosses such as not only come with a reward
a specific loot table, but also an extra reward behind it. Example being how you turn exalted or turn legendary potential uniques into legendary items. Can we expect something similar being gated behind the Pinnacle boss? What's the keybind for that? Control I. Grandpa's old. Bro, I'm old, okay? Just you guys gotta have to learn to live with the fact that G-Man's getting old. Okay. Gray Muff. I found a white, not gray, white strain of hair in my beard the other day. Obviously, I plucked that motherfucker, but I found one in my beard. You know, we have a sub goal for me to cosplay as a thumb, like this, a thumb. This is how my face looks when I'm clean, when I have a clean shave. So we set that up already. Anyways, so now we're touching on the Nemesis. We're touching on the Harbingers and Pinnacle. And I guess we touched about the dodge as well. Another new mechanic in the game with 1.1 is the dodge roll. Where's the evade dodge roll? They've already made a statement on this one, though. Cycle content wanted to go core for multiple first cycles because there's so much content yet. Later, they might consider switching to PoE model, even when they might remove it after cycle ends. Yes, it would be good to hear their thoughts on it. So we're gonna ask the question: will Spiritborn have minions? I don't know, actually. I have no idea. Another mechanic, another new mechanic in the game is 1.1 is the evade dodge roll. What kind of question do we have for it? Because they made a statement was pretty accurate. Not all ARPGs feature this specific feature this availability. What question do we have around it? Because the statement kind of covers it, right? I do hope that Spiritborn will have like a minion fantasy, like Witch Doctor kind of thing. But I don't think it is. I don't think they will have that. Will change existing bosses content now that dashing is available by default, or will it only affect future releases? With the availability of all classes having access to essentially a free mobility skill, Will this have any future impact on current boss designs? I guess that would be a good way to ask it. I'll check with DM. He usually has a good takes on those things. I think that kind of covers 1.1 questions, except for maybe talking about the Harbinger's Needle. Harbinger Needles would probably be in this follow-ups. 1k corruption plus Harbinger Needles. Making progressing corruption faster. So that there. So that kind of covers fuck's sake. I mean, I had some questions regarding the needle drop rate and such, as to how much acceleration and pushing one should expect. But there's also not just the needles, but also the glyph of envy. Harbinger Needles and glyph of envy. So I guess we are touching in on the future game questions topic at this point. Not all classes have the typical 4 abilities plus their mastery skill revealed. You guys, do you have a estimated timeline for when we can expect to see all classes having their entire kits ready to be used? Crafting has seen a handful of iterations in the past, landing on the current rather enjoyable state. However, we are unable to craft certain items, such as idols. Is this something we... are there any considerations to allow idols to be crafted? With the introduction of legendary items, set items have specifically lessened in value drastically. What's the plans to making set items more attractive again? Maybe primordial uniques has something to do with with set items, with sets. Start with that. Right, we have English patch notes for Torchlight. We gotta check that as well. Not sure about class-specific drops. So this is the list so far. Circle of Fortune, mount multiple of the same regional lenses and telescopes so the effects stack. No, I'm allowed to mount multiples of the same one. I was told that they do stack. I'm not sure though.
At GHAZZY TV, I'm
Not sure if
really
they do.
looking forward to trying the new Pinnacle boss. And hope all goes well for you and the family.
Thank you so much, Hunter Brew, for the 36 months, man. I appreciate that, dude. Everything is going well. I mean, you guys are supporting the channel, so I'm able to do this thanks to you guys supporting it. So thanks so much for the 36 months, man. This bot will sure we start with content. So we have Torchlight reveal launching on the 4th. We have Last Epoch on the 9th. I'm flying to LA on the 7th. We have Spiritborn class I'll be playtesting on the 12th. They are having embargo and revealing this officially on the 18th. And then we have most likely 26 or something a reveal launch for PoE 3.25. I made a video with like a little bit of an update of what's going on. Microtrans. 50 of the videos about the sponsor. Yeah, because I wanted to make like a 3-minute video, 4-minute video talking about the update for the channel and what's happening in July, and then back to the sponsors, which took just literally the same amount of time. Anyways, the answer to that item question in the weekly stream once, but probably good to put some pressure on the subject. I haven't seen it, so we'll ask the question for sure. Oh, okay. What else do we have? I kind of want to check the patch notes for Torchlight real quick. What is this? How big is it? Oh my god. Bro. What the fuck, man? Are those just items? What the fuck? Are calm. Oh, they are adding to you who are calm. Someone said they didn't add this. They are adding a prototype of it. Iris. To you who are calm is being added. That's good. Magus. Spirit Magus. That's from the Alchemist. Updated from it. 30% Spirit Magus source effects. That's increased. but they lowered the empower skill effect, but increased magic source effects. Interesting. There are a bunch of UI changes. Effective spirit magic source provided by the supporter skill increase of 42 to 52. So they're increasing the effective spirit magic source by the supported skill. That's for superpower. Precise superpower was also increased. Friend of the spirit magi also increased. Damage transfer now. Benefit to the spirit magic source effect from protection field. Nice. Right, spirit magic source effect now also causes the player to recover max energy shield per second. What? What? The provided spirit magic source effect now also causes the player to recover percent of the max energy shield per second. Wow. Yeah, they made it multiplicative. Or is it here? Belt has Spirit Magus effect 75% for every 8 Spirit Magus. Growth points, skill range, and projectile speed. Elemental Duo. Missing the Spirit Magus effect. Friend Nemesis. Troublemaker. What's the name of it? Is it Nemesis? Yeah, it's the Friend Nemesis one. Yeah. Growing Breeze. Commemorative Cape. By my side. That's the same. Alright. Pretty good though. Pretty good. Dude, I like the energy shield recovery one on the effects. It's not bad. It's not bad at all. 1.5 hour, boys, till the reveal of the podcast, or the podcast starts. All right, let's see what else we got. Let's see. All right. There we go. All right, so next questions then. I know what else we could ask though. Introduction legendary and set items have lessened in value drastically. What's the plan to make set items more attractive again? Class specific drops, is it going to change? What was that question? I wasn't here when that was checked. What's the play there? All right. They were asking why or how they were seeing, for example. More gear as a mage for Acolyte than a mage, but isn't that just completely random, though? I am in the boat where I hate that approach of D4, where I can play as a necromancer, but I can't drop anything that's for the other classes. Thought they were supposed to be class specific. I thought the item itself was supposed to be class specific, not that it would be drop specific for that class. Your class gear. But I mean, would you rather have 0 drops for other classes? Is that the question? That people don't want to see Acolyte shit where they play the mage? Or am I misunderstanding the question? Yeah, I'd rather see everything as well. Are you asking about dungeon things? Layout, motivation, do then one day, the whole thing lost? Well, that's the cost associated with running it. I don't think that's a problem, but I mean, if you guys have any questions about it, maybe we can squeeze that in. It was from YouTube. Check messages. Huh. Seeing everything incentivizes you to try the classes. That's how I feel as well. Like, I'd much rather see that personally, but I just don't understand the question. Like, what am I supposed to ask about it? I think Mage is the only class where all 3 masters have all their skills, and the base class also has more skills than the rest of the classes. Diving the class balance, I'd love it. I'd love to touch upon class balance as well. There's a timeline on revamping old class masteries to compete with the newer Rune Master, Falconeer, and Warlock. I wouldn't mind touching on class balance a bit, personally. I guess a way to word a question like that would be, obviously there's always going to be a meta, but it's like, is there plans to have like one high performing build for each class every cycle? Like how are they approaching class balance with the meta shifts? And moving over to the topic of class balance. Are there any set goals for, let's say, one build for each mastery class to be high performing every cycle? Or what's the plan moving forward with the meta? And are we can we expect class balance to introduce can we expect balance changes to impact shifts in the meta on a consistent basis? I think that would be a good way to put it. I guess. What else can we do? How many questions do we have now? 1, 2, 3, 4. Where's the follow-ups? 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Get 12 questions now. We need to aim for 60 to 90 minutes. You'd ask about the other classes getting threshold passives outside of what's already been hinted at. If they have a timeline for that. What do you mean with threshold passives? Are you talking about like the nodes where you need to put X amount of points in for a bonus effect? Like the Warlock has a lot of that. Is that what you're referring to? So what's the question then? If they're going to introduce such effects to other passive trees as well, or like what's the question? Like the point bonus, that's what you're referring to. Same thing with these overload things, for example. They have that as well. Like what's the actual question there? That's the disconnect I'm talking about. Only during active gameplay while running maps due to packet drops. When it happens, all skills effect go missing. You get dropped. The disconnect I just had was me being AFK for too long. You get kicked out of the game if you're AFK for too long, Mandel. I haven't experienced any other type of disconnect that you're talking about. What I had was me being AFK for like the past 15 or 20 minutes or something. And that kicked me out of the game. This happens when not AFK. I've never seen it. But yeah, we're gonna try to avoid talking about those things. The answer is gonna be very simple. They're working on fixing any sort of server issues. And the ETAs and the ideas, what's next on their list. But don't you think that kind of moves into class balance and whatnot, and lacking abilities? Because I mean, if they're gonna add that to other classes, that would be a rework or a balance pass that would need to go through for that entire class. Right? So it's hard to word that question without that just falling into those categories. So there's that. Well, I want to see is a Spriggan having more active way to cast it, entangling roots. Are they using URP or HDRP? I have no idea. That's rendering stuff, right? With the programming. Because HDRP is like a better rendering, right? For materials and textures and whatnot, right? Isn't it? I actually have no idea. Like, I'm not well read up on this. Yeah, the render pipeline. I have no idea how that works. How many more mechanics like Mage's Nemesis they feel comfortable fitting into one echo until it gets too much, unless they can't appear at the same time? I think that the topic of them having too much or not is we're far away from that, because right now they need to add more, which they are. So I think that asking the question if they're concerned about it being too much is not a position we're in, because right now we would rather see them add a ton, right? defines how shaders work plus light. I think it's less of an interest in the current state for this episode running to ask those questions. Because that's more technical. I guess you could ask him when he does the dev streams, I guess. So I have no idea. So DM was talking about the feel of abilities when it comes to sounds and when it comes to sounds and whatnot. Let's go to Imperial era. No, no. Where is it? Is it Divine? There. The sound of abilities. So here's a cathodic fissure. Right, because I have the fucking sword on. Unequip that. It shoots it. Oh, right, because I have that. Whatever. Right, and then you can have like harvest. Like to make it feel like you're like the general feel of it. And Profane Veil we already have. What the fuck was that? Was that because that wasn't cooldown? It's a nice bug. What else do we have? Sucker Mall, can I do it, dude? Hope you're doing well, man. Finally, I will have fun playing the game again when the cycle starts. Dude, I'm very excited for this as well. But I mean, it feels like I didn't feel like there was any issues with these abilities. Like, they all sound good to me. And I believe DM mentioned, do I even have that class somewhere? I only have one mage and two mages and the rest are fucking acolytes. Oh man, it was something about the paladin, I think, like with the hits, right? They fix on skill spawn position, for example, fireball spawns behind monsters in melee. Like, I guess the question comes down to what can we ask when it comes, like, because that's like a bug, obviously. That's something they definitely have to work on, but it's like moving forward with the general design, the sound things is one. That's one thing. To make the abilities feel good. That's a very important topic. All right, let me just send that message. There. Time to podcast, 1 hour and 10 minutes. Filter uniques with different LP. Yeah, maybe. If they loot filters, we can filter uniques. Main question, when will they release the patch notes? Search through 20 uniques, had a prophecy going off. I spent 10 minutes seeing which one is 2 or 3 or 4 LP. I'll add it as a backup. I think that's fair. Loot filter improvements such as showing uniques with XLP. I want to be able to merge 2 items to get bigger LP. Can be placed with a unique item that lacks both legendary potential and Weaver's Will. Change into a random unique item if dropped or empowered. So, if you make the boss or the nemesis drop the Egg of the Forgotten, it will turn into a random unique and drop from there. But you can replace the egg in the window with a unique item that does not have LP or Weaver's Will, and it will then potentially be upgraded. Nemesis can also be found by, however, you can instead place it with your own unique that has no legendary potential. This item has then this item is then empowered through the Nemesis system and can become a legendary by gaining random affixes or instead even gain legendary potential. So there is a way for us to have non-LP items with a new Nemesis system to have a chance of giving them LP. So that's already been that's already in the new league or new cycle. It's already covered. The LP is definitely going to be weighted to 1 LP. Of course. 1 LP is way more common than 2, which is way more common than 3, which is way more common than 4. Of course it is. But there is a chance. What's really good with that is that if you find something that is ridiculously rare, you have a chance of making it LP now. I think it's a really good way to do it. I don't know which abilities DM was talking about. I don't know. Okay. I think I'll need DM to come back on the call soon and then look into it. LP from this upgrade can be between 1 and 2. It's more likely, obviously. And you can upgrade the second time, adding 2 LP more. Okay. So the mechanic itself specifically says that you can add an item that does not have legendary potential. And the way this system works is that you can empower it. And my understanding is that if you want to have a higher chance of higher LP, you would then have to maximize the empowering version of this, which is covered in here. Final option you'll be provided is the ability to empower the nemesis. By selecting empower, the nemesis will then be awakened, attacking his rage. Then upon defeat, it will flee instead of dropping his items. You will encounter the same nemesis again next time, which will have the same items available, giving them potential increase of affix, tier, force potential, or legendary potential. Empowering a nemesis can also add new affixes to items, including a non-experimental sealed affix. Empowering is able to upgrade sealed non-experimental affix all the way to rank 6 or 7, which hasn't been possible before. So if you want to have a higher chance of that, you will have to then put the item in, then empower it again, and then engage with it, right? So that's how that system will work. But you cannot add an item that already has LP to try to push it further. People complain that they have loot explosions. It's mostly a bunch of trash uniques with no LP. If you don't search carefully, you can miss a good unique with LP on it. The main head honcho have said that that they are not for LP loot filters, but hopefully they've changed their tune with community feedback. Well, we'll ask it and see what happens. Right? I'll have it as a backup question down here. We can do Q&A from chat as well. Q&A from chat. You can consider that as well. What else is there? Custom cursors 1. He says it's not possible. Then someone in chat said he's wrong. All right. I don't know what else we can cover here. These comments, dude. 100 unique gloves are lying on the ground and pick one up, so it's trash. 99 unique gloves are lying on the ground. And the comment is 99 unique gloves are lying on the ground and pick one up, so it's trash. 98 unique gloves lying on the ground. Not that I know of, question, no. What are you looking forward to the most in the next 3 months of Last Epoch? I like that one. How far does it go? More replies. Please tell me they went all the way. Please tell me they went all the way. Combo breaker downvoted. No. No, they are going. Oh man, deleted. Comment deleted by user. They actually are doing it. Rare Reddit win. I know, right? But there's only 10 more replies. What? No, they didn't do it. They didn't do it. They have failed. Look at this. It stops at 60. Wow. Fucking weaklings. God damn it. That's funny though. Alright, where was I? Alright, where was I? I mean, applies that still stands today. From the forum post, hypothetically, we were to give absolute control over loot filters, so you could design one where 100% of the items which drops you pick up. We think this would take away from the big part of the game, looking at and evaluating loot. That makes sense. Goal of loot filter is to reduce the quantity of loot displayed to a manageable amount so you can see the better options and pick from that. Goal is not to completely replace your decision making in what we pick up or not. This makes complete sense, and his overall assessment seems highly accurate, but at the same time, the current loot filter implementation feels completely contrary to those statements. That's also true. The ability to make loot filters granular as, and please emphasize and recolor any unique item is also an Oracle's amulet, so I know immediately that it's an Orion's Eye, even though it just says amulet on the ground tag. And that starting at level 70 literally only show me this exact 200 sword base, the exact combination of 2 affixes, and also only show the official statement covered the official statement covered from the forums covered how we are expecting to look at fewer items thanks to the loot filter, then assess whether or not we are to pick it up. The current loot filter goes heavily against this already, though. Common Reddit hell. I see the point of giving players the agency to get more unique X items to drop, but the agency to deal with the ridiculous extreme, that being 100 glove on the ground. I guess a better way to do it would be don't show me uniques that don't have an LP. Would be a middle ground, right? So they'll show items that have LP, but you still have to see the ones who had how many, right? How many hours? 56 minutes. So 0.95 hours. Thanks to being a voice. I mean, we're trying. We're trying. Time is a Q&A. No, I just added as a note. If we're gonna have that in the podcast, we'll see. We're starting in 55 minutes. I think I'm gonna need something to drink and a snack for it. Let me play you guys some ads, and I'll be back in a few minutes. So I'll be right back real quick, guys. got some snacks. And I found beer. They mentioned the length of the cycle. They have not, but they've been always saying that they want to aim for 3 months, right? Good shit. Well, show the Path of Exile. Right? They wanted 3-month cycles. And it kept ending up with fucking 4-month cycles. Frustrating, but it is what it is. So there's that. We'll see, though. I'm like on a dry spell with this. With questions at this point. I don't know how many more we need. Let's get some better music going. All right. There we go. I don't know. What else could we cover? Let's go through the questions that we have. We're starting off with talking about the earlier release, what they were proud of. The one thing it learned since launch. And then one of the major points of interest previous to launch was the economy and the marketplace. There were many videos made about the trading system and the game being innovative. Now that the game is out and the system is being tested, are you satisfied with the in-game economy, or are there changes you feel are needed currently to the system? Current state of the endgame is mainly pushing as high corruption as possible, with the aspirational side content being the endless arena. Moving forward, is this the type of endgame con that EHG wants the player base to engage with as endgame content? We have some follow-ups on this with the 1K plus corruption playing, Harbinger needles and glyph ending making progressing corruption faster, inflation on the market, thoughts on capping it in the future, and potential of X tools to juice monolith runs. Sorry. 1.1 stuff. Harbingers of Ruin is introducing the very first cycle related game mechanic Nemesis. What's the plans moving forward? The cycle specific content are they intended? Good lord. Are they intended to be part of the core game, or can we expect them to be exclusive for that cycle? Harbingers of Pinnacle bosses as the main game. Fucking hell. Harbingers and Pinnacle bosses the main focus for the 1.1 cycle. In the announcement thread, it was stated that Harbingers would gain the abilities of Timeline's bosses, or Timeline's boss. How much of this can you share or elaborate on for the community? The Pinnacle boss being introduced in 1.1 is meant to be the hardest boss boss fight to date in the game. There was also the decision to not let this boss be fightable for the first week or until someone has beaten it in the cycle
in the legacy or offline part of the game. Could you walk us through the decision making of this? And follow-ups would be like dungeon bosses not only come with a specific loot table, but also an extra reward behind it. Example being how you turn legendary potential uniques into legendary items. Can we expect something similar being gated behind the Pinnacle boss? Another new mechanic in the game 1.1 is the evade dodge roll. With the availability of all classes having access to essentially a free mobility skill, will this have any future impact on current boss design? Not all current classes have typical 4 abilities plus the mastery skill revealed yet. Do you have any estimated timeline for when we can expect to see all classes having their entire kits ready to be used? Crafting has seen a handful of iterations in the past, landing on the current iteration rather enjoyable states. However, we're unable to craft certain items such as idols. Are there any considerations to allow idols to be crafted? With the introduction of legendary items, set items have lessened in value drastically. What's the plan to make set items more attractive again? Maybe primordial uniques have something to do with sets. Moving over to the topic of class balance, are there any set goals for, let's say, one build for each master class to be high performing every cycle, or what's the plan moving forward with the meta? Can we expect balance changes to impact shifts in the meta on a consistent basis? Loot filter improvements such as showing uniques with XLP, the official statement from the forums covered how we are expecting to look at fewer items, and thanks to the loot, how we are expecting to look at fewer items thanks to the loot filter, then assess whether or not we are to pick it up. The current loot filter goes heavily against this already, though. That's it. That's all we have right now. I know. 45 minutes till the show starts. God damn, this song slaps. Hey, handsome Ben, join a membership on YouTube. No, I can't be ignored. You haven't been ignored. Thank you so much for the membership, man. Appreciate that, dude. We are Legion. I think that's my 5th subscriber on YouTube. He's joining the few. Thank you, man. 90 minutes is target. Now, max. We're looking at 60 to 90 minutes. We don't want to go above 90. Oh, yeah, my YouTube editor has to say thank you as well. That's right, Kikis. Kikis is saying thank you to you, handsome Ben. The few, the proud, the YouTube. Oh, man. Wait, does that mean we have more subs on YouTube than Twitch today? Holy shit. That's funny. YouTube is winning the battle, boys. Convert your Twitch subs to YouTube, please. Give out free cookies to my subscribers. How you doing, Frosty? Good to see you, man. Any commentary on melee versus range balance would be welcome. Well, thank you so much, handsome Ben. I appreciate that, dude. You don't get music on YouTube, though. They don't get to listen to this banger. Do you have 2 factions and plus 1 faction for this new league? So 3, or 2 factions plus 1 sub-faction. You get to choose either Circle of Fortune or Merchant Guild, and then the sub-faction, the Knights, or whatever they're called, is a bonus that you get on top of that. Forgotten Knights. Non-partner, get fucking partner program plus. Yeah, I saw that, MP. You need to hit 350 non-prime, non-gifted subs 3 months in a row. It has to be 3 months in a row. And if you do, then you get the contract for a year.
To the cruise.
After crying with the 23 months. Thanks so much, dude. Thank you, Kikis. Totally a minion class. Totally a minion class. One can only hope. Let's see. Tavern. Tavern talk. Featuring Mike from, I can't spell, from Last Epoch. Starting in 40 minutes and DMs. Twitch channel, you'll find the VOD on my YouTube after. Links in the comments. Comment. Watch live. VOD here. Wait, I should have probably. Can I edit it? Oh shit! I didn't tag DM in it. Well, shit. Why can't I edit the post? Ad remove, my ad remove. What? What the fuck? I'm supposed to be able to edit it. Fuck's sake. What? Fucking ruined, man. I ruined it. God damn it.
Hey, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I ruined the tweet and I can't edit it.
Well, you not pay for the premium blue
I
check
do.
mark, baby?
I have a blue check mark and it's not letting me edit the post.
No, I get it. You just want to. You just don't want to tag me in the post. I see how it is, GHAZZY.
Oh, man, your Twitch link is right there, though.
How dare you? I'm pulling up the question list here.
Yeah. Send you the tweet. God damn it! Why can't I edit it?
You fucked it up, Ron.
Clearly. God damn it. I don't know what else to add to the question list.
Okay, I'll look at it here in a moment. I'll go through it. I'm adding in the. I got to do the podcast overlay real quick.
Oh yeah, you saw that post in the group chat?
Yeah, I'm re-downloading it right now.
Yep. There's another thingy Mike's gonna talk about as well on preview.
Okay.
It's a picture in the TT channel.
Okay.
It looks like someone is not coming to the hot tub stream tonight. Frosty's in the channel, so be very careful with what you say.
Trust me, dude. I'm already well aware. You gotta be very careful around that guy.
Yep, I've noticed. What are you drinking, by the way?
I'm drinking PewDiePie's face. I'm drinking my G Fuel sent me like boxes and boxes of the G Fuel cans. But if you're talking about what we're going to do to spice it up here, I have some McCollum 12 I could pop out.
No. Because I didn't have any. I drank all the rum. I have one unopened bottle, so I got some beer.
You have some beer, okay.
Yeah. I might have already started.
It sounds like you've already started. You're sounding like that character out of D1 there.
Oh, man.
All right, I'm going through the question list here. Let's see, Last Epoch release, and then we talk about the experience since launch, trading system, current state of in-game, the follow-ups. We go into the Harbingers of Ruin. Try to get him to elaborate on it. Pinnacle boss. So they're not bringing the boss into the game for the first week, huh? Oh, for offline mode reasons?
So they're like we don't even have access on the CT to it. So it's only a very select few people that are playtesting it. So what's happening is that they're gonna have the fight in the cycle, and if no one's killed it within a week, it's gonna become available to offline and the legacy. But as soon as someone has killed it within that week, it will then, after that first kill, become available on legacy and offline, so that we don't have people with full gear going in and killing it the same day it's launched.
Makes sense, actually.
That's pretty cool.
It's actually probably a good call.
Mm-hmm. Create some hype around it.
All right, I'm looking through the question list. Let's see. We have the Harbingers of Ruin. I'm going to reread through the Harbingers change. Let me pull that back up here.
Wow,
it seems
MP.
like these are
Oh
mostly pretty good questions. I don't see anything in here that would need to be removed or anything like that.
You really had to do that, MP? Really? You map activities, events, and plans? Well, there kind of is already, right? With the
I'm reading through the 1.1 changes again. You ask Mike about the up-and-coming game studio called 12th Hour Games and their development game called First Epoch. That's brilliant. What do you think about that? Should that be our opening question? Our icebreaker?
I like the icebreaker we have.
You don't want to ask him about First Epoch?
I mean, that's going to be like PoE 2, right? So I guess we have to wait another decade, and then we'll see the First Epoch.
True.
But instead of a sequel, it's a prequel.
Okay, so let's read through the 1.1 changes together here and look at these. I'm assuming you've been reading these for like the last hour.
Yeah, pretty much. 8-bit graphics. Yeah. I think Force Guard's going to be really good, actually, Robert. For 1.1. That's all I'll say. I don't want to say anything else.
I like the looking forward to in the next 3 months of Last Epoch question. That's a good one.
Say again, sorry?
So I like your question about looking forward to in the next 3 months, like besides the 1.1 launch, where are you personally looking forward to the most in the next 3 months of Last Epoch?
Yes, I was 100% me who asked that. 100%.
A great question.
Yeah, thank you.
I think that's your smartest one you've done out of all of them.
It might have come from EMP, but
No, 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 no. You're supposed to take credit for it.
he tagged you in the tweet though. He's literally doing all the work for me today.
Oh, yeah, look, he is. Look at the man. What a god. Shout out to Imp. What up, Aaron's here. What up, Aaron?
Alright,
Frosty and Aaron in the chat today.
we update the stream title.
Oh, by the way, did you so we can actually talk about this now. We don't have to wait till after stream because they just released the, I guess it's lifted. The LA
NBA
Diablo
still in
4.
play though.
Not for this.
Okay.
So because I'm reading a post that says you're free to post about it in social or to your communities, you'll be traveling. So
Yeah.
The Diablo 4 playtest
Yes.
is on the 12th for the new class Spiritborn.
Yes.
I didn't know if are you going to be heading down there as well, or is it
Yes.
fucking sick? So we
Yes.
get immediate. Oh, now, are you going to be there 11th, 12th, 13th? Like, what? Do you know your schedule yet?
Yes. So I can't fly middle of Last Epoch launch. So I'm flying out this Sunday, the 7th.
Are you going to be there earlier, or
Yeah.
wait, hold on?
Yeah.
But you're going to be there when I'm there.
100%.
Okay.
When are you showing up?
Like I fly out the 11th.
So it's just a quick in and out kind of approach?
11th, 12th, and I think I fly back 13th. Let me look at my flights real quick. I'll tell you. Somewhere they're in my DMs somewhere here.
So
Alright,
you
here
send
it is.
it on DMs or email?
Yeah, I fly back Saturday, like early morning Saturday. I'll probably be back. So like it's Thursday, Friday, Saturday is shot. I'll be basically out those 3 days. Because Thursday I gotta fly like 5 a.m. and I fly back like 7 a.m. to Saturday, and then I'll be back like late night Saturday. It takes about 8 hours of travel.
I am flying 4 p.m. on the 13th is my departure. But yeah, I'm going to be there from 7th. I'm going to stay at one of my moderators' place and stream Last Epoch from there for the launch
There
out
you
of this
go.
side.
Look at you conveniently having a setup.
Yeah, got a little lucky with that because you never know how the hotel internet's going to be. I didn't
Yeah,
want to miss
true.
the Last Epoch launch. Break NDA for once.
Okay, so reading through, we have the Forgotten Knight. Forgotten Knight faction. Do we have questions related to the new faction here? See, I'm kind of looking through these. I didn't see
We don't
something.
actually. No. Not
You wanna?
specific.
Should we try to get them to expand upon the Forgotten Knights by any chance?
That would be a good thing. Yeah, I have 0 questions on that. I guess that would be in somewhere around here.
As with the faction rewards, increasing ranks with Forgotten Knight will grant unique rank rewards benefits, increasing the Harbinger unique drop chance, Lucky Blessing Rose, and even an increased chance to drop the new crafting material, the Glyph of Envy. Maybe we ask them if they're planning to bring, like, continually bring new factions throughout the game. Like, is this the way they're going to be doing? Is this the way they're going to be doing future content?
I mean, this
Moving
is a
on
core
to-
mechanic as well, so this will very likely stay and be gated to the idea. Like, I mean, you look at the images, if you open up the video there, there's like, they're hovering over Aberoth, defeat the remaining Harbinger by luring them out using the Harbinger crest. And then it says something about required corruption 300.
Yeah. So what I'm thinking is maybe the question then is like, should we expect a faction with each new mechanic that comes to the game? Because the Harbinger's sort of like the new mechanic with 1.1, right?
Yes.
So then is the idea to tie a faction to each one of these new mechanics? So we're going to end up having like a bunch of factions. So there will be reputational grinds basically for each faction. That also is association with each gameplay mechanic. Should probably put in something like that into the questions.
Yeah, I think that would be a good way to ask it as well. Elaborate on the approach to that, because I mean they can't add a million different factions either. But this is giving you a sense of progression. I think that's a good question to ask for sure. Yeah, exactly. What you gonna do for so long in LA? I'm gonna sit in a house and I'm gonna stream. That's why I'm going so early, Kiki. It's like literally I spoke to Slickmaster and he basically saved the day. So he's gonna basically set me up at his computer. We've already done a test stream on his channel or on his rig, to verify that everything
Do we want
works.
to talk about the evade dodge roll mechanic at all?
I did make a mention of it.
Did I miss that question?
Where the fuck is it?
I don't see it in here.
Here, just below. I marked it. Yes,
Yes, you did. Okay.
Just mainly targeting the idea that they're giving us free access to your mobility skill. Will this have an impact on current boss designs?
Should you want to ask it something like, is this added because of current content in the game you think needs it, or is this more added to help, with progression of future content? Like, I'm curious about whether or not they decided to add the role after having the game out, or because of what they're adding. You know what I mean? Like, I'm curious
Yeah, just smack in some follow-ups on it.
Yeah.
Mike has also stated the factions will be added over time, but this one isn't tied to the Nemesis system, which is technically the league mechanic. Thank you so much, Coos Beer, with the 8 months. Appreciate
Good
that,
luck
man.
with the podcast.
Okay, when was the decision made to add an evade mechanic? Maybe kind of ask about I'm curious about the question as to why. You know what I mean? Like, what were they thinking when they decided to add this type of thing?
Maybe start with that, then follow up with impacting on current boss design. Would be a better way to do it.
He kind of answered this several times already. Yeah, he's going to probably have answered a significant amount of these. The one thing about EHG is they kind of constantly do communications with this. They do their own live streams, from what I understand, weekly, right? So I'm sure a lot of the type of questions that we are asking are more than likely have been discussed previously, because a lot of people are going to be talking about the 1.1 update. That is sort of the major news at the moment. I'd like to ask him about stuff going like deeply into the future, but I don't know how much they're going to be able to share about like 1.5 or 2.0. You know what I mean?
Have you
Okay,
seen
so we have
you seen the new stuff they've done with Torchlight?
No, I haven't. I'm supposed to potentially play Torchlight. I think it's next week. Have to see if that actually ends up going through. I haven't ever touched Torchlight. I'm basically completely blind to it.
It's like the TLDR. I'm actually gonna make a video on it. It's like a really cool progression story for how they started a year ago and how they've been consistently listening to player feedback and implementing changes at a consistent basis, completely based around player feedback. I mean, Diablo people, they're saying the word feedback all the time. Torchlight is actually doing it. And Last Epoch has been very consistent in the same manner of progression with listening to player feedback. But they're 1 year behind from launch compared to Torchlight. So it's going to be very interesting to see if that's something they plan on continuing, with the idea of just having this consistent communication with the player feedback and basing a lot of their changes off that, or if they're going to do their own thing and just pray it works. Does that make sense? I'm not sure how to ask a question like that.
It kind of sounds like the question is basically like, are you guys developing content based upon feedback? Like, I don't know. It seems like a pretty broad scope question. maybe niche it down a little bit to try to get something a little bit less like, because I feel like if you ask, I would just say yes.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, like, yeah, well, we take player feedback into consideration. Like, what else is he gonna say?
No. No, it's just something I was thinking about earlier. But I'm not sure if we're gonna need much more because we also have the possibility of you know, the question EMP had there with the what he's looking forward to the most in the next 3 months of Last Epoch. We have the option.
There's a pretty good amount of questions.
Yeah.
We have 1, 2, 3, 4, which breaks down to basically 5, 6, and then 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. About, yeah, basically 15 good solid ones, couple follow-ups, and then Q&A from chat maybe towards the end. There was a question in my chat, I don't know if we already have in here, if that the Primordial or the Pinnacle bosses specific loot drop tables, like are there things that are only going to drop specifically from the Pinnacle boss? Are there items gate kept by the boss?
I have
See there, yeah, there we go. Can we expect something similar being gated? Yeah, okay, we have that. I see. Kind of looking at the Nemesis stuff now. So what do we have for Nemesis here? We have
talking about the league mechanic itself. If we can expect that to be a core mechanic moving forward, or if it's something we can expect to only be specific for the cycle. I think that's the only one specific to that.
Someone's asking about console release. You think they're going to have... Is this something that... I don't know if you've seen the previous interviews or not. I haven't had a chance to watch all of them. You think it'd be worth asking about console again?
Can add it as a backup question if we feel like we need more.
Sure.
If anything.
Yeah, might as well throw it in just in case.
It's tonight. Yes, the podcast starts in 20 minutes. Deem is king and lion. Yeah, Deem is great.
Someone's asking about graphical improvements. It could potentially be a question because there is the fact that they've constantly been upgrading the graphics with almost every release, right? I mean, that was one of the things they did with the 1.0 full release. Could potentially ask, like, are they still planning to further the graphical improvements? Maybe as a back question in case we need more filler.
I like that. I was curious. You mentioned something about abilities having a feel with a sound. I logged in and you went through all of the abilities from the Warlock, and everything just felt and sounded great. But you talked about some paladin skill, right?
Yeah, I mean, I just have a different experience where it doesn't feel as impactful to me personally, and it is a feedback that I've seen relayed from people. I don't know if this is mutual across all classes. I did play Lich, but for me, I didn't really particularly feel like all of the skills and sound effects that go with them really have like that thud with it or feel satisfying, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
You know, I'm not saying the sound design or anything's bad. I'm just thinking that's definitely a feedback point I've seen reiterated.
All right. I mean, that's something we can smack into the like the backups as well, right? Because I don't think we need any major ones from here.
Okay, Mike said that previously console will not happen until they got PC properly established, but they're actively working on Steam Deck. Yeah, I feel like almost 90% of the questions that are going to be Q&A stuff from chat have probably been answered on one of their weekly streams. They do so much communication. It's almost all of the questions that we come up, someone's like, oh, they answered that. Oh, they answered that.
Yeah. Bob said, how have you made progress in improving the graphics of the game? Insert specific instances where the graphics failed. As a way
I kind of didn't understand that.
Like a way to word the graphic question on improvements on it.
I guess another way to do it is that they mentioned that the game looked very differently a couple of years back in beta and alpha, and they've made significant improvements ever since. And rather ask, are you happy with the current state of the graphics, or are there plans to further enhance the way the game looks? If we're gonna have such a question in.
Yeah, I think we can add graphic related questions to a backdrop. I don't think is like a big deal. Like I think it'd be fine to add it in.
I'll add it as a backup here.
Empower a nemesis twice, increasing the quality of rewards as well as the power the nemesis is holding. Echo of the Forgotten can be replaced with a unique item that lacks both legendary potential and Weaver's Will. It changes into a random unique item if dropped or empowered.
What do you mean with no loot filter? There's a loot filter in game.
Wait, Egg of the Forgotten. Or the random unique.
There is a literally a filter in game.
Become a legendary by gaining random affixes.
And they have a system in there where there's nemesis can sometimes have one of the items in their option list be Egg of the Forgotten. If you don't do anything with that one, you kill it, that egg transforms into a random unique. Same thing if you empower it, but you can also choose to replace that with one of your own unique items that don't have Weaver's Will or legendary potential, so that unique that you put into the option or to the menu will have the possibility of being upgraded or get legendary potential.
Yeah, it seems pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Harbinger's here, Forgotten Night. Okay, how long we have till it starts here?
15
minutes. Oh, let me get that image downloaded. Okay, I got that image downloaded for later. Okay.
I was having issues finding a way to get questions regarding class balance. Not sure if you have any take on that specific topic.
I mean, I just played Paladin, you know, and I played some Lich, I guess, but like I didn't really go through all of the different classes. I'd say if we want to talk about class balance, probably ask Imp or something like that.
Mm-hmm. Where do we put the question? What are you, Mike, looking forward to the most in the next 3 months of Last Epoch? Like at the very end, or?
Yeah, I think that sounds like a wrapping up style question, perhaps before the Q&A with chat.
Yeah.
I like the question in your chat about potentially having new idols. I saw we had an idol related question with crafting. Do we have one about asking if like a follow up introduction of new idols?
We do not, but we can add it as a follow up there. Where's the idle one? Here, right? I'll add it. Something like that.
Yeah, that seems fine.
I mean, I'm sure we're gonna have like some improv follow-ups either way, depending on how the conversation goes.
How many? Let's see. What do we have in relation to Harbinger questions? We have Pinnacle boss. We just added. We added the Forgotten Night related question? Yeah, we got that one in there. Or did we? Or we still need to add that one?
We still need the Forgotten Night. Regarding
Okay.
Harbingers, we're talking about the mechanic, the seasonal mechanic nemesis, and Harbinger
Yep.
Pinnacles. The focus, that is the Harbingers and the Pinnacle bosses are the main focus of 1.1. And then we were talking about that. The question is, in the announcement thread, it was stated that Harbingers would gain the abilities of the Timeline's boss. How much of this can you share and elaborate on for the community? Because that's basically what it is. But we could follow that question up with the next question being Forgotten Nights.
I'm kind of curious if the goal of Harbingers are to be then and of themselves a repeatable boss fight that they want you to do for the loot and etc., or is the goal to have these basically be a stepping stone to do the Pinnacle? Like, are people going at the end of the day? Is the goal of this for the Harbingers just you farm them to get the eyes in order to do the Pinnacle, or are the Harbingers themselves supposed to be part of the rotation that people will be farming either for specific things or what have you?
My understanding is it's going to be both. Like they'll have their own loot table.
So that's what I'm looking at. I'm reading about the Harbingers right now. It says to, once you defeat all 10, you can continue the challenge of Harbingers to gather additional eyes for further attempt. I don't see, it says with a chance afterwards. So I don't see if it says like they also have a, guaranteed loot table of specific uniques or what have you, but. Yeah, Harbinger, yeah.
So in the image from the Forgotten Nights on the site, the video they're displaying, the different ranks have Glyph of Envy drop chance from the Harbingers, which will speeds up corruption pushing. Then there's Nemesis Sealed Affix and Power, Gaze of Orbis bonus corruption, Blessings are lucky, Harbinger unique drop chance. So Timeline Harbingers are twice as likely to drop their specific unique, so they definitely have a set loot table.
Yeah, you're right. There it is. Unique drop chance. So you level the factions in order to get the Harbinger. You level that up, and that juices the Harbinger. Okay. With the eyes in hand, all 10 defeated, you can make your way to the portal beyond the shattered. Place an eye upon the art and be pulled into the Harbinger's domain. Okay. Okay, I'm going to pee, and I'm going to go read through our questions one time. and we'll go from there.
Sounds good. Wait, what do you mean? If they don't need a hero to win that event, I'll shoot you 2 outcomes. One hero can win. Anyone else needs a hero. What? What are you talking about, bro? I'm so confused, DT. What are you saying? Any content needs one badass. They adding dodge roll this next patch? Yes, they are. We're all confused. We have things. Goddamn right, we got things. Are you laughing at me? I am not laughing at you. I'm trying to understand what it is you're saying.
All right, I'm gonna read through these
I like
questions
you.
we
Thank
have
you.
here.
I'm old. Yeah, me too, man.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, so you want to walk through this one time before we get going here?
How do we want to split it up?
That's what I was going to say. So how about, okay, so we're starting here. I can do the introduction, I suppose, like we normally do.
Mhm.
I'll throw in the it was released 21st. How's the last 235 days been? And then maybe you take the next one, like the you know, the icebreaker here, of the one thing you're proud of, one thing you've learned. I'll ask you a question about the economy and trading, and then that lines us up nicely for a back and forth where you go to the in-game question you had written out here.
All right, let's mark.
And then you can, I'm sorry?
I'll just mark them.
Okay. Yeah, you want to just put in bold years, I suppose.
Yeah.
And then the current state of the in-game, and I suppose the follow-ups will be yours as well. And then, let's see, the 1.1 Harbingers of Ruin, you're introducing the first cycle-related game mechanic Nemesis. What's the plan moving forward with the cycle-specific content? Are they intended to be part of the core game, or we can expect them to be exclusive for the cycle? Okay, I can ask that. I think that one's been answered, but might as well ask it just for the people listening. Then
How
we
about
have...
you take the next one as well, I think. Since this one's
Okay.
getting pretty long.
Okay, sure. So I can do those two. Then the Harbinger. I keep wanting to say Harbinger. Harbinger and Pinnacle Boss. So I'll take those two. And then you want to take let's see, the Pinnacle Boss. You want to take
Forgotten Knights though.
Forgotten Knights. I thought the question we were interested in for that part of it was we're getting a new faction in relation to the Forgotten Knights, tied with the new mechanics. So are we expecting? You know, should we be expecting many new factions introduced into the game, like at this rate, or are factions going to be a little bit rare, or something like that, you know, in relation to exactly how many of the factions we actually see coming? Just kind of a basic question around the cadence of factions, I suppose.
Yeah. And then it's the Pinnacle boss being introduced with the hardest boss fight. It's a big one.
Once you take that one also, sure.
Okay. And then you go for the evade dodge roll. We got to keep in mind that the evade dodge roll doesn't have any iframes. It was actually reminded to me in chat. So you don't evade any damage. It's
Should we just scrap the dodge roll stuff? Because it's pretty well explained in the 1.1 thing, isn't it? And then I just take the follow up. So you do the Pinnacle boss, I take the follow up, so that way we're not 3 in a row. And then we remove the evade, because he's probably been spammed with questions about the evade, to be honest.
Do it like that?
Isn't it? That seems good. Isn't it 131 days since Ellie relost, not 235? Let me see if Google lied to me. Came out on February 21st to today. How many days? 131, you're right.
I mean, 3 months is 90 days.
Yeah, that would make sense. I just typed it into Google, the dates, and that's what it spit out. So I don't know why it gave me 235.
That's almost
Good,
a year.
good catch, bud. Yeah, good catch. You're right. It did seem long to me. Let's see. Moving on here.
I didn't even see it.
Yeah, I didn't notice it either. That's a good catch by Taka there.
So you
not all
want to do
classes.
this one, or should I?
That's fine. That seems like something you're pretty good at there, because the IDOs here, and then I can do the IDOs and the follow up of IDOs,
Mm-hmm.
which lets you roll into the legendaries and set items.
Sure.
And you can take class balance as well. I suppose I could take the loot filters here.
Yeah. Because like right now, our loot filter, or at least the way I play in the end game with loot filters, is that if the item is not on the exact base I want it on, I don't want to see it. I don't care if it has like exalted affixes and whatnot. So it's already very limiting. And they made a forum post where they said that they want people to have the loot filter limit the amount of items, but not completely only show exactly the things you want to loot, which is basically how most of us are designing the loot filters as it is already. But they don't allow us to filter out.
It sounds like you understand this one intimately. Do you want to flip flop this where I go like, hey, about the topic of class balance, I'll read your question here about the set goes, and then you take the loot filters since you kind of read the forum post on that one. Makes more sense. And then we can do a back and forth there.
Can do that. And you can do EMP's question. I mean, my question.
This is your best question you've written so far. I'm very proud of you on this one. And then we go Q&A and chat. This is probably an hour. This is probably an hour worth of questions. This ain't too bad. This would be a nice, concise thing. Some of these probably have already been answered, but I think most of these actually seem quite good.
I think it's pretty fair. And if we need anything, then we can just jump into backups and Q&A from chat and whatnot.
Yeah. And Mike normally fills the void of talking pretty well, so okay, this looks good. I guess we gotta get into the audio test here pretty soon, eh?
We should, yeah.
Let me run the ad now, so that way, hey guys, I'm gonna run the ad now, that way you don't get hit with it during the podcast.
Yeah, I'll do the same. Ads incoming, boys. Brace yourself. Sorry about that.
Okay, give it a minute before we call them, because we're running the ads now. Give it a minute here.
Need to have chat spamming the Monka W. Open your eyes, watch those ads.
Okay, yeah, I suppose by the time we do the audio test and all that, we'll be good to go. So we can probably ring them now, yeah.
Yep, I'll ring him up. Sorry about that.
Howdy. How you doing, Mike?
Pretty good. How's it going?
Very well,
brother.
How about you?
Good. It's been a bit busy, and yeah, getting close to patch. It's always stressful, but I'm ready.
Excited though?
Oh yeah, always excited.
Nice.
Bear with me as I awkwardly cut all of our faces here into the squares. Give me one moment. Got you, and now I just got to get the lovely GHAZZY.
The lovely GHAZZY. Careful,
Lovely
Frosty's
guy.
in the channel, man.
Yeah, true.
I thought you meant to say the alpha dog.
Okay.
G-man.
All right, don't hurt your arm. All right. All right, there we go. I think we got putting you all on screen right now. We should be pretty much there. Let's do a quick mic check if you want to start with it. Mic to the mic. Just make sure
Hello. My name's Mike. This is my microphone, and it sounds like this when I talk.
That's pretty good to me. Everyone can hear you. Okay, let's go to GHAZZY.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. And then we can do a little dance.
There you go. All right. Looks good.
Oh, Mike's ready.
All right, everyone, audio pretty good. Everyone sound like I'm the quietest. All right, I'll turn myself up just by a couple here, and then everyone should be back from the ads pretty much right about now. I'm pretty much just ready to roll. All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Tavern Talk Podcast with the co-host GHAZZY and special guest Mike from 11th Hour Games. One more time, Mike, thanks for coming back.
Thanks for having me. Glad to be here.
Yeah, man, it's exciting. It's the first chance to talk to you since the launch of 1.0. It's what released February 21st. So 131 days, I believe, as of today, the game has been out now. And how has it been around the office since the release of 1.0?
I mean, I think there was a sense of relief when we got past all of the like major problems, and we're like, okay, we're into our like this is what it's going to be for the next however many years, and we're like let's get to work and make some awesome stuff. And I think it felt like getting back to what we've been doing for a few years now through early access, and we're just kind of past that hurdle, and it feels natural, it feels normal again, and it's been really nice.
That's nice to hear. I mean, I'd like to take a second to just ask you about the experiences since launch. Like, what was the one thing that you've been proud of with the full release of the game? And what was the one thing that you've learned since launch?
I mean, the bajillion things we've learned. I don't know what the biggest one is, but I think there's been a lot of stuff in like how we've released content to people, and how we've like shared content from the game and like what's coming. And I think a lot of that recent things we've learned have been really good. I don't know what I've been most proud of. I mean, I think just the sheer volume of people that show up on like Reddit or Discord or Facebook or Twitter or any of those places that are just like, I've been playing this game, and they share their build, even if it's just like one sentence, and it's just like, I really love the werebear I've been playing, and it felt really great. Like, just I think that is what I've been most proud of is that people are having fun and they have specific things they can point to with what is fun.
You know, speaking of the werebear, someone mentioned before we started the podcast that they wanted the dodge mechanic when you're the werebear to have him roll, like do like a bear roll. Is that something you guys you think that could be coming?
Yeah.
That'd be pretty fun.
All of the characters and all the transforms have a custom evade animation that goes with their version of it. So it's all a little different for every single one of them. Like the mage does like a little magical floaty jump forward. But the sentinel and the bear do like a more of like a over the shoulder roll type thing. So yeah, it's good, and it's nice that they're like specific for each one.
So one of the before the launch of the game, one of the biggest hype factors around the game, you guys released a lot of information around the market and the two faction system and how the bazaar was going to go, etc. So what my question for you is now that the game's been out a while, did the economy play out in the way you guys expected it to? And do you think that all that pre-planning and kind of innovation in terms of how you guys were handling the market really paid off? What's your thoughts about that current situation now, 130 days later?
Yeah, so I think there's there was a pretty huge road bump we hit in the middle of that. And if that didn't happen, I'd be extremely happy with how things have played out right now. I think for everyone is unaware, I'll own it. This problem happened. It was not ideal. We fixed it extremely quick, but the damage was pretty intense right away. There was a dupe glitch that was found. I think it was live for just under a day type thing after it was like discovered, and there was a lot of money got dumped into the economy that wasn't really supposed to be there. And we've been recovering it. And it's tricky to recover an economy like that after like as player numbers are changing, as they're going down. It's really difficult to like massage that economy back to where it's supposed to be. And we pulled most of the money back out, and it's like it's in a good spot now. There was just like those few weeks where it was problematic at best. But I'm really happy with how the two factions played out. And I think that like going forward, it's gonna be a huge success as far as there's also some mechanical changes we have to make to it. So there's like some quality of life stuff with how you interact with the bazaar and how you interact with the economy in general, and Circle of Fortune too. So like both sides have a ton of changes coming for how you interact with them, what rewards they give, the pacing of those rewards, how they're shareable between characters, between accounts. There's all sorts of little tweaks that we've had to make that we just from the feedback we got from the players. A huge part of this patch 1.1 that we knew going in that we were reserving a huge part of our time for just feedback. And feedback on this faction system is a huge part of that. So yeah, there's a big post coming in the not too distant future that will have a lot of those details laid out very clearly, exactly what's coming and changing on that front. It's going to be, I think cycle 2 on this economy is going to be really good. I think cycle 1 was good, and cycle 2 is going to be really good.
All right.
That's kind of got to be the nice thing about having the cycles. When something like that happens in the economy, you're not okay. Well, this cycle might have a problem, but you get another fresh shot at it going to the next one.
Yeah, and it didn't happen until like I think most people had we were already past the like halfway point of like numbers happening, so it was already like I think a lot of people didn't experience it, which was good as well. Didn't experience the problems.
I wasn't even aware actually until you brought it up.
Whoops.
I didn't actually know about the cube either. I remember the keys selling for a ridiculous amount of gold. I remember that part.
Yeah.
But on the topic of
that.
Yeah, I remember that because people were panicking. Now I was a COF gamer, so it's kind of whatever.
No problem.
So the other question I was thinking about was actually the current state of Endgame. So I'm going to read it out loud here so I don't miss any details on this because it's kind of a big question. So current state of the Endgame is mainly pushing as high corruption as possible, with the aspirational side content being endless arena. Now, moving forward, is this the type of endgame content that EHG wants the player base to engage with as an endgame content?
Yeah, I think so. I think so yes, it is the type of content we want people to engage in. I think that there's a lot of room for adding more content in, which is what we're doing. I think there's a major endgame piece coming to every major patch that we've talked about in our we put out a little roadmap for the next four major patches, and every single one of them in the roadmap has an end game content piece listed as one of the major things coming for that patch. And I think that's a really important thing, is that like the stuff we have is the sort of content we want people to be engaging with, and we just need more of it. We need more variety, we need more cool stuff to do, and I think what we're going to see is a little bit of a shift in how people engage with it in game a lot of times, and they're still going to be pushing corruption. That's still an important part of it for sure. Having that Pinnacle boss now that's coming in 1.1, I think that's going to be a huge shift in how people engage with the end game. It's going to be like very much a benchmark, like how efficient can I make this kill?
GHAZZY loves COG. I do actually.
Way to engage
I do love COG.
The end game. Like you're building your character up, you're trying to make it as powerful as possible, and one of the ways you express that is by doing as hard a content as you can. But it's also how fast you can do fixed difficulty content as well, I think. So there's just a little more variety we're adding in, and also with the nemesis that are coming in, it's going to make the pushing corruption, I think, more fun and more interesting. And more that are coming in next cycle and next cycle and next cycle.
That's fair. I do have a couple of follow-up questions to this, because it's kind of a big topic, right? And you mentioned inflation, but before I touch upon that specific part of it, the other question I had was that the current state that we saw in 1.0 was that people were pushing thousands of corruption, right? And my understanding was that the idea was that a good build was doing about 200 corruption and a great build was doing 300 plus corruption, yet we see builds doing 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 corruption. Even solo, after nerfs were in balance changes, we're doing 1,900, 2,000 corruption. Is this where we want to see the game, or are there any plans to solving that one way or another?
Yeah, I think that it did get out of control a little bit, and that is something we are intending on solving. This is something that we are planning on reeling in, and you'll see all of those changes coming in for 1.1 that will sort of bring things back to reality. The hard part with it is that how do I say this? We want people to be able to keep pushing corruption and keep like, okay, I got better gear, keep pushing, keep going harder and harder. The rate that it was increasing difficulty at versus the rate that players could push their defenses at was the big problem. And it was the amount of damage increase. It basically just meant as high as you can push your defense, as high as the corruption you can do. And we are definitely changing how those defensive layers work, so that the super high end versions of those defensive layers are definitely dropping off faster than they were before, because it is you do get in situations where people are saying, okay, I'm going to push corruption for the next 8 hours and make it a quarter of the way to the top spot that people are at, and it's just too long. We're not we don't want people to have like pushing corruption just be this endless grind where it's like my character can do more, but I'm just going to keep pushing because I can't. The game doesn't let me go do more faster. That makes any sense? Like it's the amount of corruption you could get per hour was so low that we don't want players to be able to have to feel forced to. That's the way. We don't want players to feel forced to be pushing in hours and hours and hours of corruption grinding just to get a little bit higher on that number. The systems we have built and the way that that corruption advances, it's really designed to be in those hundreds of corruptions, not thousands of corruptions.
That's fair.
We want numbers to stay in that range.
Well, that's good. It's like I want to revert back to the inflation topic, which is mainly hurt with the dupe, right? It's something we saw experience a lot when it comes to the market side of things, was that you had a build that played around 200, 300, 400 corruption, and you felt like you were so far behind the people that were doing thousands of corruption. They were dropping so much more, emphasizing down on the market inflation. But I mean, these changes and these adjustments to corruption being much harder to achieve will then also impact that market, the impact that has on the game as well.
Yeah, I think the major changes are to player power. There's some changes to how corruption works, but not a ton. So it's mostly we're focusing on the abilities and the builds that exist.
All right.
To make those changes.
Just a few quick follow-ups on this as well before we move on. Sorry, I'm taking all the time here from DM.
Keep going, yeah.
So I think the only question I really have is the idea of it being an endless content, similar to the arena, right? Are there any thoughts or considerations about capping corruption, or is it meant to be like a Greater Rift area similar to the arena? Like, what's the plans there or thoughts? If you could elaborate.
Yeah, we've talked about capping it a few times, and it's one of those things we kind of go back and forth on, and I don't know if we have all I can really say is in 1.1 there won't be a cap, I guess is really all it is. It's not a forever off the table option, because there are some really good things that putting a cap to it does, and it's kind of similar to what putting a Pinnacle boss in the game does. Is that you have this you have this content that, like, okay, you've hit the cap, your character has hit that point, you've got it, like that's that threshold you've hit, and now it's less about how high can I push, but how fast can I push that top content. And so it's, if we can have both in the game and have them both be fun and engaging, that's ideal. Because there are some people that like just want to keep pushing a little bit higher, a little bit higher, a little bit higher. But you're right, there is definitely issues that come in what you're talking about with some people, some builds being so much higher above others, and the rewards being proportional such that they are causing a vergence in the economy. You know, where someone shows up and they're like, okay, well, I'm 10 times richer than the next person because my build is able to push higher than the next person. They can cause problems in the economy for sure. So we do a lot of things in the way we've implemented the economy to make it so that a like an early and mid tier market still exists, even if there is this situation that arises where these items still are, they hold value because of the limited amount that you can interact with the economy. People who are coming up in the economy with you will interact at that same level with you. And we're making changes there.
No, I'm looking
that's something that's good. Yeah, that's something that's going to be coming in 1.1, where there's going to be changes in how you advance through that economy progress as well.
All right.
Any changes you care to share in particular?
Nothing I can say yet.
All right, I had to try. All right, so speaking of 1.1,
always ask.
I always gotta try. You know, you don't get it if you don't ask. So speaking of 1.1, the Harbingers, I keep wanting to say Harbingers for some reason, but the Harbingers of Ruin is the very first psycho sort of the game mechanic we're seeing, which brings a very obvious question. So with these sort of mechanics for the cycles, are we planning to see these consistently be added back to the core game, or what's your guys' thoughts about having some of these be psycho specific?
Yeah, I think we're looking to the future and having some more cycle specific content. But right now, with the state of like just the amount of content in the game, the feedback we're getting from players saying, "Hey, we love this game, we love the things you can do, but we need more stuff to do." And to help people who are not interested in playing in the cycle still have enough stuff to do, at least in the start, we are planning on 1.1, the content's just for everyone. Here we go.
All of it.
Yeah, it's just everyone gets everything. Other than the only thing is there's a slight delay on the actual Pinnacle boss fight. The Pinnacle boss fight in 1.1, you can't challenge that in offline or Legacy until someone beats it online in cycle. And then the next day it opens for everyone. So it's the only piece you can like from the Harbingers. You can get your bunch of eyes ready. You can get your build prepped. All the balance changes are there. Everything's there, and you just like that. Just that last door just won't unlock until someone beats the boss in online cycle. And so
a way of doing that.
Yeah, it's this is our like first little step in that direction, I think, where we're saying, hey, like we want to incentivize people to have a reason to play cycle. We want there to be cool things to do. But we recognize that the game's not quite ready for that yet.
I'm assuming the reason you want someone to clear it on online is so people don't like mod out their offline character and then immediately blast it immediately, type of thing.
Yep.
That's actually a pretty smart way of doing it. So speaking of this Pinnacle bosses, actually, that's sort of the focus for the 1.1 cycle. And in the announcement that you talked about, you said that the Harbingers are going to gain some of the abilities of the timeline bosses, is from our understanding. But I don't think it was brought down in detail. Do you have any more details of that part of it you care to
I don't
share?
think I'm going to like full details on exactly what's happening, but basically I can give a vague description of it, I think. Yeah. So once you finish a Monolith boss, once you beat that Monolith boss, you have and under certain circumstances you'll get ambushed by a Harbinger. And that Harbinger has its own set of abilities. It has its own like moveset, all that sort of stuff. But then it takes some of the abilities from the boss you just killed.
That's cool.
And it incorporates those into its repertoire. So there's like Lagon Harbinger, and there's a like all of the other bosses. There's a Harbinger that goes with it, and yeah. So it's they're each a little bit. The way they behave with those other abilities makes the fights a little bit different.
It kind of brings me to a follow-up question that I'm kind of curious about. So when you were kind of implementing and developing this, where it kind of takes different timeline bosses and, metamorphoses them and together into it, did you guys run into any issues where it's like you take this timeline boss ability and this one and it makes like a major problem that players can't get past or something?
Well, so it only takes from one boss at a time.
Okay.
So
it doesn't morph.
We sidestepped that problem right there. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, that makes sense then.
There was a little bit of a tricky time picking which abilities were going to come from the bosses and having them flow nicely with the way the AI works for enemies and the abilities that it already has. So like the way our AI works for enemies is it's basically just a big list of abilities. And then they have a priority. The one at the top, it tries first. It says, hey, is there an enemy in range that I can use this on? Great, use it. Nope. Okay, next ability. It just goes down the list of off cooldown abilities. And it just goes through that list. And so like figuring out how to inject the special abilities that it's grabbing from the Monolith boss in the right order so that it plays nicely and feels good no matter which boss it's drawn from. That was tricky.
Really?
I didn't.
Like, is Lagon supposed to be like this huge Harbinger at the side of this arena, or does he become like a unity fight in the circular area down below?
Like there's a new I haven't done that in a while. I don't know if it shows up at the top or the bottom. I think it shows up at the top because that's where you are at the end of the fight.
All right.
Yeah.
Fair enough.
Oh yeah, it has to show up at the top because the ability it gets. Yes, it shows up at the top.
Oh, because of the ability he gets. Okay. Okay. Speaking of new things, the new faction, Forgotten Knights, coming in. Should we be expecting many more factions in the future to be gated behind the cycle contents, or is this like a rare occurrence?
Well, so this one is like it kind of is just part of the cycle content itself, which is all going to Legacy at the same time too. So it's not you're not locked out of being in that faction. We definitely designed the faction system as a whole to be very modular and to have us be able to just like add in new factions on cycles, and that is definitely something we are planning on adding in more of. Sometimes we've got them planned out to be used as an individual faction, like the one we've done here, or as maybe pairs or triplets in the future, where you have just other like little groups of factions to show up to work with new mechanics that we bring in for cycles. We think it's going to be a really good way for us to have familiar UI that people can interact with quickly and understand what's happening quickly, and lay out the bonuses and the things you get and the costs, and have all that like really become familiar part of the UI, but still be able to use it for many different mechanics. And it is something we are planning on reusing and continuing to add more to. So you'll see more factions coming in the future. I don't think we have another one planned for 1.2, but it's a ways off.
That's fair.
Yeah.
That's fair. I like the idea of it, at least. Other things that come in is the Pinnacle boss, like we talked about. It's been introduced in 1.1. It's meant to be the hardest boss in the fight to the game, to date in the game, rather. But there was this decision to fight it 1 week later. What was the decision, or could you walk us through the decision making from having this idea to actually coming to the idea that we're gonna do this delay?
Yeah. Okay. So this was a while. This was quite a while that we had to like figure this out. There was a lot of meetings. I think we kind of got to the point where we wanted people to. I think it comes all the way back to, hey, we've made this really cool boss with all these really cool mechanics and these interesting things to do in it that are like it's almost like a puzzle to solve, and doing that at a set, like through the progress of getting those items and working through the cycle content and like getting to the boss and beating it, having that journey be the end of that journey, without having necessarily a guide to go for it at the very start, was something that we really wanted. And we debated having it be a fully cycle locked content for a long time. And I think it was more that we, instead of saying, hey, we're going to lock just the boss for a week, I think it was more like, hey, we're going to open it up to everyone after a week, is more the way we're looking at it. And it's just what DM was saying earlier about having the like, like if we launched it for everyone right away, having them come in with offline characters or legacy characters that are just completely decked out on day one, hammering through the harbingers, hammering through the boss. It's done, it's dead. And then there's like videos up on YouTube, like day one, and people who are like still leveling on their cycle are like, oh, that's the boss I'm working towards, and there's someone killing it.
Yeah.
I think we wanted to like bring a little bit of that journey of a new cycle happening to the game as a community.
It's a little bit of like a community event, if you will. So,
yeah, exactly.
So that's kind of like how that idea started, and before you came up with this specific solution to that, I guess.
Yeah. I don't remember who like suggested that specific version of it, but there was a lot of brainstorming. So there's a lot of ideas being thrown around on exactly how we were going to do that. We did put out a survey to the community about a month ago now, I think, maybe a month and a half, 2 months ago, where we're basically just like, hey, this is like some options we're batting around. What do you guys think? And the way we use these surveys is, because this is the second time we've done a big survey like that. The way we use them is like, we treat the survey as like an extra person in the meeting, an extra seat at the table, that it's like, we don't just go off of what the survey does. But if the survey happens to come back with the results that we were like, this is what we're planning, real nice, because that's exactly what happened. We're like, hey, it's what we were planning on doing. And the community was like, we agree. We're like, great. And we know not everyone's super on board with it. And we are definitely interested in people's feedback, especially when we do something weird like this, like with the item factions. Did something weird, and like we really look to feedback, and then you're going to see a ton of that feedback into action in 1.1. And it's the same thing with this cycle launch and how we're rolling that out. We're really interested in feedback on it. And we're going to make changes to it for next cycle, and we're going to evolve that process.
That's fair.
So something you said made me just kind of think of a random question here that I didn't have the list, but I'm curious about. So when the Pinnacle boss is supposed to be, Pinnacle content, it's supposed to be difficult, right? So when you're designing this Pinnacle boss and you're thinking about difficulty in mind, how are you approaching the difficulty? Are you thinking it from a time perspective, or you mentioned, I don't want to see people who've seen it on day one type thing? Are you thinking this is content we want it to take 7, 10, 12 days to get to a point to get it? Or are you thinking it from like a gear perspective, where it's like, I want these guys to have maximum gear, be fully loaded? What's the thought process you're having in terms of meshing difficulty, with where people are going to be at in the launch of a new season, or cycle, I should say?
Yeah, 6 of 1.
Yeah,
that's a very difficult balancing act to hit the sweet spot on. And I think that it's sort of a mix of everything you just said. So there's like certain things that we have in the progression to getting it, like you have to complete your harbinger's journey. So you have to kill all the 10 harbingers, and then there's like then you gain access to the boss fight, and there's stuff that happens in the boss fight and all that sort of stuff. So there's like there are things you have to do in the game that do extend that time where you can't just like patch drops, knock on the boss's door, I'm fighting him. There are some things there that we do to have that journey be a little bit longer. We don't really want to have it artificially stretched just as like busy work though. So there are things in the boss fight, like you can definitely unlock and start fighting that boss well before your character is really ready to do it. And a big part of why that's like that is we try to incorporate like skill mechanics into the boss fight as well. So there's things like there's things that'll happen in that Pinnacle boss fight where if you're under geared, you can play really skilled and really awesome, and it doesn't matter that you're as under geared. You'll be able to like you learn the fight, you learn the mechanics. You can there's some neat little things, little micro optimizations you can do to make that fight a little bit easier. And then like as you get deeper into the cycle, and people's gears gets better and things like that, you'll start to see people being able to fight the boss and ignore those little micro optimizations and things they can do to make the fight easier because their gear is better and their gear is just picking up that slack for them. So I think it's the having that journey and stretching that time out is more about just giving players different avenues to go on it. And if they're like really just gunning for it hard and they want to practice and just be the best at it themselves and push it as hard as they can. And people who are, hey, I'm going to grind out my gear a little bit more and the fight's going to be a little bit easier because of that, they can do that as well. And I think we're trying to make that journey fun and enjoyable for different types of players. I think that's the key thing.
And the reward at the end of it. So you go through all this challenge, you prepare the fight, you fight the Pinnacle boss. Are we expecting gated content behind this in terms of like reward acquisition? You don't think so?
No, I think the rewards that are there are awesome, and they're gonna let you do some cool stuff. And there's some items that are really interesting there, and there's some neat things. But I think we've been really careful to keep the items that you're getting as rewards from the Pinnacle boss from being build enabling items and more of just like hey, I'm even more powerful now. I think my personal example that I always came back to when we were talking about what we were going to put back there is always like the Hellfire Torch in Diablo 2. I think is an almost perfect example of what to do with something like this, because it is a super powerful item. It's, if anyone doesn't know, Diablo 2, if you kill a Pinnacle fight, it's an idol, a charm that gives you a bunch of static stats like skills, resistances, attributes, and nothing specific to any one character per se. It does class specific, but it doesn't matter. The point is that that's a style of stuff I think that works really well in a Pinnacle boss reward, where it's like, hey, this is a very powerful item, and I don't need it to turn my build on, but oh, does it feel good when I equip it?
One last follow-up for you with the Pinnacle, and I'll pass it over to GHAZZY here. When it comes to this Pinnacle content, I know it's probably hard to look and design a boss where it's supposed to be the most difficult, but at the same time, expect everyone realistically to be able to clear it. So what was the thought process for you guys, and like what percentage of the audience you want to be able to actually get to and clear this content? Because I know it's probably a hard decision to make, right?
I don't think we have a hard percentage like oh, this percent needs to be able to do it, something like that.
Sure.
And I think it's going to be a very difficult thing to finish for most players. And I think a lot of times that like people like you guys, people like that are playing a lot of ARPGs, that are sinking their teeth in really deep and are experienced and are trying really hard to beat all of the content and things like that. I think it's really easy to picture the majority of the audience in that sort of category. But I think the vast majority of people won't get to it, I don't think. And I don't think that's a really for lack of us making it accessible necessarily. I think it's just there's a bit of a time investment to get your character up powerful enough to be able to attempt it in the first place. And just like things in the end game that are even before that now, because there's most people aren't even finishing what end game there is now, really. And so I think anyone can be good enough at the game to be able to do it. And it's just going to be how much time investment to get your character powerful enough to be able to do it as well and like when I say time investment, it's time investment doing content that's already fun and like engaging and things like that. It's not just like, hey, I'm going to grind out 100,000 runs of this one thing so that I eventually have a character. Like, I'm not gonna sit in the forest killing boars for a week, you know.
Okay, I lied. One last question. One last question, because I keep coming up with things I'm super curious about when you're talking about this. So, in terms of having more Pinnacle content, when you add more Pinnacle content in the game like this, and you said yourself that not everyone's finishing all the current in-game content that's within the game. Do you feel that adding content above what the current Pinnacle is in the game brings up the floor, where because there's aspirational content, people tend to play longer and have longer retention in the game as a chase goal, even if they never get to the Pinnacle boss? It might increase the overall retention of an audience within the game. Is that something that you tend to see in your data?
I think so. I don't think we have enough data of releasing content like that to draw a direct correlation yet.
Sure.
But I think that's a very reasonable hypothesis or idea. I think that's especially when you also at the same time start adding in content, like, so the Nemesis content that we're adding in, you'll start to see that very early. You'll see that in the campaign. Like, almost everyone's going to be engaging with that, and that's going to actually help boost people up a little bit faster. It's going to help them get up into that higher content a little bit faster. And I think having just more engaging content along the way as well, like you say, is just going to have people are going to be having more fun with the game, so they're going to stick around longer, and they're going to be able to play higher and higher content. And it's just, I mean, the better the game plays and the better the game works, I think the more people are going to stick around to play it. I don't think the more fun it is, the more people are going to play it, right? Like,
hopefully.
All right, sorry, guys, you go on. That's like
all
50
good.
of them in a row. I got curious.
I mean, that's all good. We just kept, any follow-up question, we're just gonna hammer them out. We did make a little list of questions. That's what we're reading off, a little document here. On the topic of like player replayability or longevity, it comes into a little bit of class balance question. So this question has to do about the fact that there's a handful of classes or masteries that don't have the entire toolkit yet. The fourth ability, if you will, for example, the Lich has their master skill in 3, but they're lacking an ability, and it's kind of limiting in build guide or build design in general. So the question, to get to the point here, is do you have an estimated timeline for when we can expect to see all of the classes having their entire kits ready to be used?
Yeah, so we had this idea about year or two ago that we kind of gave up on, which was all the characters need to have a set number of abilities and a fixed, like, our goal for 1.0 launch, this was 2 years ago probably at this point, was like every character has a fixed number of abilities. Like, there's 4 that are unlocked in passives, 10 that are in base on your class, just you get as you level up your base class, and then 5 per mastery, one mastery ability, and then 4 unlock in the passive tree. And that I think that's right. I might be off by 1 in one of those counts, but the idea that there's this like set amount of abilities that every class was going to have was something that we had planned. And somewhere around when we were making Rune Master, we kind of scrapped that idea and we're like, never mind. Anyone can have anything type thing. And that decision came when we actually plucked one of the invocations from Rune Master out and made it its own skill, which was how Frostclaw became. So you may notice that Mage as a base class has more base class abilities than any other base class now. And so we're not really fixed on, hey, every class needs to be exactly the same. However, we do plan on focusing on the ones that don't have as many abilities first for new abilities to come in. So like Shaman's missing one, Paladin's missing one, Marksman's missing one, Blade Dancer's missing one, Rogue's missing 2 in the base class, I think still. Like, so there's a lot of little ones missing here and there to bring them up to that point that we would have had before. And we do plan on adding more abilities. 1.1 will be the first major patch we've ever released. I think it's the first one ever that we never adding 0 new skills in, which is kind of weird. But we're really focusing on some other gameplay elements, making the boss awesome, and the people who work on skills have been working a lot on like bug fixing and shoring up the ones that we have, and bringing up, like, adding some new abilities to some old skills, making new items, things like that. So we're really focusing on like feedback and improvements and bug fixes. So many bug fixes, and things like that. But going forward, 1.2, 1.3, you're going to start seeing new abilities pop back up again into those patch notes coming out, new abilities. And I don't know when we're gonna get full like every class to that point of what was like that 1.0 benchmark we talked about earlier. But you know, they're gonna start coming back in, and the classes that are feeling it that you guys are feeling need more. We're very much aware of which ones need more, and they'll be coming in too.
All right. Well, that's good news.
Yeah.
Another question we had was about crafting, which have seen a handful of iterations. I was surprised to see the last change you guys did to it. So it's like, it was already good. What are you guys doing? But it landed on a very enjoyable state, I must say. However, we're still unable to craft certain items, one of these being idols. Are there any considerations to allow idols to be crafted in the future?
Yes. Idols are sort of on the list of, hey, one day we're going to be able to have some way to modify these. Definitely. 1.1 will not have it. Sorry, tell you that right now. No 1.1 idol crafting. Sorry. But yes, there is a patch in the future that will introduce a way that you can modify your idols in some way. I don't know what that's going to look like exactly, whether that's like through the actual crafting system of like, hey, like glyphs and shards and things like that, or maybe that might be more of like a dungeon reward or like a new mechanic that comes for a new cycle. Maybe there's like some cycle mechanic that's focused all around idols, and you know, like there's things there's different ways we can introduce idol crafting, and it is something that we are interested in doing. It's kind of I'd say a piece we're holding in our pocket now, so that we can have it released later as a big feature that's unique in itself, where it's not just, hey, it's just like every other item crafting. It's all the same as that one. No, it's like it's its own interesting special thing.
Follow up to that, just a quick yes and no question. Set idols?
We don't have any.
Don't have any? But is that a yes, it's coming, or a no, it's not coming? I need a yes or no on it. We don't have any planned. We don't have any set idols that are like, hey, this is a designed one ready to go or anything like that. It's not off the table. Okay.
Sets in general, sets in general are another thing that needs some love and some mechanical adjustments and some updates to the way that system works. And we do have a big plan there, and it's possible that the things that we are planning for sets could interact with idols, and like maybe there's set idols and things like that's the way they function. I guess what I'm trying to say is the way that idols function in the code, it is possible to make set idols. We don't have any planned right now, but it is something that we could conceivably do.
That's fair, because the follow-up question I had, or rather the next question I had to do with set items. Now, we had the introduction of legendary items with LP, and now they made the set items lessened in value drastically. They surely need some actual loving, I mean proper loving. But what's the plan to make them attractive? Like, do you have anything you can share on that department? Because I was looking at the roadmap, and I saw the word primordial uniques, and my mind immediately went to, is that going to be set items with LP? Anything you can share?
So the one thing I can't tell you much. We do have a very a pretty firm plan for what we're gonna do for set items that we have. Sorry, that was just.
We got it, boys.
You got it in my head. No, we do have a solid plan for what set items are going to be. It's not something that I can share exactly how it's going to work right now. It is not going to be LP directly onto the set items. That's something that we batted around for a while and decided that it was not going to be positive for the system. So we've cut that out as an option. There will not be LP on set items. And we do have a set plan for it, huh? And it's
nice.
It's an accident. We're not ready to share it just yet. But it is coming. Primordial uniques are something different. It is unrelated. But very cool.
But set idols, you heard it here first.
Set idols confirmed coming in 2024 on the next patch.
I think it's a great idea. Like, even if it's just like a piece of the set is just in your idol inventory, I think that's a great idea.
Confirmed again. So speaking of balance around set items and all that, how about balance around classes? Do you guys have a philosophy or set goals in mind? Are you trying to have it be like one build for each class per cycle is going to be the meta, and then you're purposely sort of moving that around? Or what's your guys' philosophy when it comes to meta around class balance and builds?
Yeah, so I think it's as much as possible. It's there's not like a hey, everyone needs at least one or something like that. It's just how many awesome builds can we fit into everything. And a lot of it is just like making tools that we think, hey, someone might be able to make a build with this one day. And like it could be like a throwaway leveling unique that you don't think much of, and 6 months down the road, someone's like, I've got an idea. Run with it, buddy. Go. But yeah, I think we try to target gaps in play fantasy. So if someone's like, I really want to be a sword and board warrior type character. It's like very, very like a very straightforward standard character type thing. Like that's the fantasy I want to evoke when I'm playing this game. We want to make sure that there's a way somewhere in the game for you to get that class fantasy and have fun playing the way you want to play. And I think that's where we start a lot of times when we're looking at what needs to be added as far as like brought up. It's less around like, hey, does Sentinel have enough viable builds? It's more of, hey, are there any class fantasies that are just like missing completely? That's where we start usually.
How about a cat handler class? How about one of those?
I mean, it looks like you're already mastered in it.
Unfortunately, my friend, it's an all-day deal with this animal.
Yeah, my wife's live up there, the floor above me, not down in my office, luckily. But yeah.
Fair enough. On another topic, we talked about loot filter improvements, such as showing uniques with XLP. Now, I did see the official statement from the forums, which was covering how we're expecting to look at fewer items, not only what we're going to pick up, so that we have to assess whether or not it is an improvement or not for us. However, to follow that up, the current loot filter goes heavily against this already. My personal experience is after a certain level of the content, I will only look at items. Let's take a sword, for example. If it's not that specific one-handed sword base, I will not see it on the loot filter whatsoever. So these things make the loot filter so effective for me to play, and I love that approach because I don't have to interrupt my gameplay to look at the items. Oh, is it the right base or is it something I'm actually going to want? But this does not work on the Circle of Fortune explosions of hundreds of helmets. I just want to see the ones who have LP or not. Has this answer that was made on the forums changed, or are you guys doubling down on the fact that you don't want this?
I don't think the answer's changed at all. However, I do think that there is as the game evolves, there's definitely some wiggle room there in what that means. So yeah, I think COF. Just a second, just to make sure I can say this.
Don't want to
sound like
items
me.
Again.
They can't break NDA.
I've been typing to someone this whole time while I've been talking. You may not have noticed, but yeah. So I think there is room for LP filtering to get into the loot filter here now. Specifically, as you say, because of COF. So as the game evolves, as what's dropping changes, that idea of, hey, maybe it doesn't filter everything perfectly, but it gives you like a really, really good leg up in filtering type thing, where it's like you're filtering almost everything, maybe not everything. That still is something we are interested in. And as the number of with COF especially, there's this huge spike in situations where like, hey, you're getting a bajillion items and it's not doing an adequate job filtering it. So we've kind of swung backwards too far. And so we're going to be bringing that up a little bit with some LP filtering and things like that. Okay. There are some changes to the loot filter coming along with that. So you will be able to do. I think it just says if it has LP or not.
Yeah, I mean that's a good start. Are we talking about this for 1.1 or later?
Yep.
Oh, nice. Nice.
Yeah. I guess I could have just said, yeah, sure, okay.
Yeah. I'm liking this already.
So we're getting to...
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh, sorry. Go on.
No, I was going to go to the next one, so you go.
Okay, yeah. So we're getting just a quick thing for the chat here, real quick. We're getting towards the end of this here. So put questions in the chat. We're going to do a Q&A portion at the end of this. EHG's in the chat picking up your questions. So if you have any of them, they're making a list of these. We'll be going into the Q&A portion here very shortly. So this is just a call out for you guys. Tag, yeah, you can see him. He's in the chat there. Tag EHG Fulton. How you pronounce that, Mike?
I say photon.
Photon.
Like
Yes,
photon.
so do
Maybe I could possibly have that wrong. Yell at me, DM me if I'm wrong on how I'm saying that. But yeah,
There you go.
I say photon like physics particle. Photon.
Okay, that makes sense. That's why I was thinking for some reason. I think
Photon is right. Yeah, he said that.
something
Yeah,
different
you're good.
entirely. So tag the boy with any of your questions you have, and we'll go into the Q&A portion here shortly. So we had one question for you, kind of just a generic question. But besides the 1.1 launch, what are you personally looking forward to the most? I know you can't really release, we're not trying to dig for any additional spoilers more than what we've already got today. But we're kind of curious, what are you personally looking forward to the most with the progression of Last Epoch and developing it?
I mean, so I had a realization of a few weeks ago when I do my Friday weekly stream, and I had a little realization because someone asked me something similar, I think actually, or I came to, but I realized that after not making any skills, because I didn't there was no new skills to make for 1.1. I was like, that's the thing. That was the question: is what did you miss most about this recently or something? And I really missed not making any skills for 1.1. And so what I'm really excited about myself is getting back to being able to make skills again in the coming patches. So I'm really excited about that coming up. And there's we've teased a few little changes to the skill system as well for a few patches down the road in that roadmap, and I'm really excited about that one too.
Fair enough. I had a question regarding official patch notes when
they're ready.
Yeah.
We the way our patch development works is we're like, okay, we're gonna set aside this time to do patch notes before the patch, and because everyone's working on so many different things that it's sometimes you finish a feature, you push the PR, you put your patch notes thing in there, and sometimes it's not quite perfect, it's not quite written out right, or something gets lost in translation a little bit here and there. And so after we've locked the patch, locked the content for the patch, everyone who's been working on it goes back and reads through the patch notes that have been compiled, and you find any things you worked on, and you edit those patch notes to be just right and everything like that. And so there's a few days after we content lock the patch before we can release the patch notes, because they're just not finished yet. They're just not ready. They don't look pretty. And so we're in that stage right now of we're trying to lock the patch down right now, and then we're gonna start. Everyone's gonna switch gears to just working on patch notes, and once that's finished and ready, we'll release them. But yeah, they're just not ready yet. I don't know when they'll be ready, but we're gonna try and get them out as quickly as we can because we know people are really excited for them.
Fair enough.
Guys, you're trying really hard today to get as many spoilers as possible. Okay, so we have our list here. Looks like EHG's got a pretty solid list of questions that the chat's been asking since the start. So we'll start diving into those here if you are ready. But before, I know there was one thing you wanted to share. Do you want to talk about the screenshot now, or you want to do that at the very, very end?
We can do that now. I think it's a good time to do that now.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, let's do that now before we get into the chat Q&A. So I'll just put it on the screen. You want me to just put it on the screen now, full screen then, and then you can kind of explain what's going on here? Okay, so I'm going to throw this up here. Right there, I'll cover myself with it, put it on the left-hand side. And why don't you walk us through what we're looking at here?
So now, here, let me make sure I'm looking at the same thing. Yeah, look at the same thing, cool. So this is a new unique item coming for 1.1. If you look in the bottom right corner, first off, this is where I always start looking at uniques, is the level requirement that it has, because that has such a big implication for the legendary system and how that's going to play out. So this is a level 6 unique one-handed sword. I know it looks pretty big. It looks like a two-hander. It's a one-hander. So it's a unique one-handed sword that's going to be great for any strength or attunement character. So it's very hybrid design. So it's 1 melee damage per 2 attunement and 1 spell damage per 2 strength. And then there's some ranges on these other ones below, but the ranges aren't listed here. So it's a chance to cast Smite on melee hit, and chance to cast Smite at 2 additional targets when you cast it directly, +2 to all attributes. So you get a little bit of that melee and spell damage from those +2 to all attributes right there in the item as well. which is nice. But I think there's going to be a lot of room for some interesting legendary versions of this that come out, which I'm really excited to see. Self-cast smite is one of those things that we very rarely see, but it is something that people do a lot while leveling as well. So I think this is going to be a very, very powerful leveling sword. There's a few leveling weapons that are two-handed that are really strong right now, and there's a couple one-handers as well. But I think this is going to be a really strong addition to the one-handed leveling sword repertoire, and I think there's going to be room for it a little bit later too.
Yeah, it's actually kind of hype because I like Paladin.
Nice.
That's what I played Smite on the start, so that's probably going to be something I'm going to use there.
I like the
All right, so
I do have a question on that one though, because I realized something that I'm not sure is on other items. Why is the tip of the sword outside of the box? Is that on other items as well?
It's starting to become something that we do. So
Okay.
we did a bit of a UI glow up on our tooltips, and one of the things that we did is it lets the art is allowed to burst out of the item frame now.
Okay. So I haven't seen it before then. It's new. So
I don't
looking
know if
at
it's
it,
new
it's like,
1.1 or 1.0, but yeah, it's pretty new.
Okay. I had to
like
ask.
it. Yeah, there are other ones that do that, right? Like I was pretty sure I'd seen that before. I think that looks kind of cool. That's a good.
I know there
looking
are
item.
lots of other items that do that. I can't remember if that was a 1.1 thing or a 1.0 thing. I think it's a 1.0 thing. I think we've had that for a
Alright.
patch.
So, but it's okay. It's just a tip.
All right, so now we're into the Q&A portion here, and once again, if you got questions, leave them in chat. EHG's grabbing them. We got a pretty good amount of these, so me and guys, we would just kind of go back and forth, rapid fire. You can go as long or as short as each one of these questions as you really want. We got plenty of time still, it looks like. So the very first one is, was Rune Master inspired by Invoker from Dota 2 at all?
Yeah, so the initial pitch for this, someone came into chat. We're doing big Rune Master pitches. Everyone's just like, go away, make a version of Rune Master yourself, come back, and we'll compare and see what we have and discuss and debate and talk about and everything like that. And someone came back, never having played Dota 2 before, with Invoker basically, and we're like, that's Invoker. They're like, what's that? And I'm like, no, it's the Magicka game. And they're like, what's that? I'm like, no, it's the Gauntlet Legend Gauntlet Legends mage. And so there's a lot of other games that do use very similar systems. And we definitely looked at how those other games played in order to like nail down the like what felt good about those systems, what felt bad about those systems, to really nail down the gameplay patterns. But the initial idea actually was uninspired by Invoker, even though it is so similar.
It was my first thought when I played it, but it worked out really well, especially automation. Other question we have is, are there any classes, masteries, or skills going to be the main focus on being reworked due to performance or low popularity?
I mean, I think it's a combination of those things and other stuff too. It's like, I think the low popularity is more of a symptom of the problems, so to speak. So we don't really just straight look at like, oh, this one, not many people are playing this, so it gets buffs. It's not quite as simple as that. I think it's like we're getting feedback that people aren't enjoying playing this one, so we're gonna look at it and see how we can make it more fun. But yeah, it's like we do use some data to, I guess, direct our attention, but not necessarily direct our actions.
Fair enough.
Next one on the list is the dungeon system getting reworked at all in Cycle 2?
There's some nice there's some quality of life updates to it, but I wouldn't call it rework. It's very similar. We are looking at the way that you progress through the dungeon and the way that it randomizes the layout. That is it hasn't been finished for 1.1, unfortunately, but that is on the to-do list big time.
All right. Won't putting a cap on everything make it so that people won't try as hard to come up with OP builds because there's no point in coming up with something more powerful?
Yeah, that's a big reason why we haven't put a cap on them.
Yep.
There's your
Like it.
simple answer. Okay, next chat question. Chase items. When? Question mark. So are we looking uber rare type situation at any point?
Chase items are such a fickle, fine line little thing to get right. It's so hard. Because we've put items in the game where it's like, good luck, you'll never get one, but it's possible. And people are like, we hate this. And then we're like, all right, everyone can get it now. And everyone's like, where's the chase items though? We're like, okay, well, somewhere in between those two is the sweet spot. I think there's going to be some items that are coming from Pinnacle. I can say its name, Aberoth now. Woohoo! It's been a while since I haven't been able to say the name. So Aberoth drops will have some, I think, some chasey things there that are. I think that's the key part about it. Really is having them be powerful but not build enabling is a really key part of chase items. I think in a lot of cases where they're really fun for most people.
Fair enough. Will Harbinger bosses take place in a specific arena, or they pop up in the current area you're in? You mentioned like Gone, they would be on the top side.
The Harbingers are in the same arena that you fought the boss in.
All right.
And are they planning to be harder than timeline bosses?
Yep. I wouldn't say like. So I should clarify that they're not like crazy harder, but they are like it's a little bit harder. Like it's expected that if you just beat that timeline boss, you should be also able to beat that Harbinger, because it's spawning right away. So it's like almost like an extended fight.
Okay. Let's see. Did EHD ever contemplate making magic items be able to roll higher tiers than rares of the same item levels like D2?
Yes, we did think about that quite a bit, and the way our crafting system works, where you can just like add tiers onto items, it kind of breaks that relationship, because you can turn a magic item into a rare item, and so we've kind of tried to capture that magic a little bit with exalted items. I guess is the way we've kind of tried to have a similar feeling, at least, because. Yeah, because there's certain affixes in D2 that just like can't exist on rare items, but they can exist on magic items. So you'd be like, oh, best in slot gloves are actually a magic set of gloves because they can have a higher attack speed roll for Amazons and things like that. But it doesn't quite translate well with our crafting system, unfortunately.
Okay. Next chat question: are there any items / mods that are going to be removed with the next cycle? If yes, do they stay in Legacy?
So the way that our item system updates. It does so unique items get just like force updated. You won't see a legacy version of a unique. The only time we do have like a legacy item situation is when an affix gets moved from an item. So like if it's like attack speed can't appear on gloves anymore or something like that, and you have a pair of gloves with attack speed on them, that attack speed gets sealed as a sealed affix below, and the slot opens up. I don't think any affix. I don't think that should happen to any items in 1.1. I don't think.
All right. Next question is: in general, how's everyone at EHG feel about the first cycle?
I mean, really, really good. I think the amount of people we had playing was incredible, and like just blown away by the reception and the volume of people that were playing, and the feedback we got was amazing and things like that. And I think that it's really shown us that we've got something that is I think it has legs. I think we have something that's got it's got the ability to go the distance and become something that's really like in 5-10 years people are still saying like when's the next update for Last Epoch coming. I think that's what it showed us.
Speaking of the volume of people, the next chat question is: are you guys prepared for when the people rejoin, come back playing again, better basically than the 1.0 release? I think they're referring to the servers there.
Yeah, I mean, we've from 1.0 release and like the weeks after that to now, like in that gap, we've changed so much with our networking stack, just like top to bottom. There's been either replacements for systems or major adjustments for systems. There's all sorts of stuff we've done to improve that performance and that experience, and I'm sure it won't be absolutely perfect, but the difference is significant, from like, so the base way we've like communicated across the network has changed to like even the server providers are different, like it's the whole pipeline has had adjustments and improvements, and it's gonna be a lot better than it was for sure.
That's good to hear. The next question says LP for set types. We already covered that, so I'm going to jump to the next one because the answer to that was no. This is a question for all three of us, and it is: Our favorite NPC. Start with you, Mike.
Minimus, the dog. There's a little dog you can meet, and one day you'll be able to pet it. I promise that will happen.
I guess I'll go. It's going to be the new Pinnacle boss. Probably, I would
That's an
assume.
NPC, yeah, that counts.
I've been kind of excited for Pinnacle bosses since the launch of the game. I was thinking that was the thing that was I felt like it was missing the most. So for me, I'm going to go with the new content, baby. How about you, guys?
I don't know. I kind of like Formosus. I don't know. It
All right.
tickles me a little bit. I like the fight. I like the. I don't know. I just like him. Maybe because I've done him too many times. Might be that.
Trying to farm a specific item.
The low life stuff.
Okay. And this next question, I don't know what this means, so I'm just going to ask it, and maybe you do, Mike. Will there be a mysterious chat gem?
Ooh, yeah. No, there are no mysterious chat gems. I've pitched putting something like this in a few times, just as like a joke. I don't think we have any plans to put something like that in, but I will not stop trying.
All right, here's your answer.
Next question is: any plans on other ranking-based content like the arenas, like leaderboards?
Any ranking-based content?
Yeah, like arenas have a leaderboard. Is there going to be a leaderboard or ranking in some other parts of the game?
Yeah. Yes. We don't, not for 1.1. We do have plans to expand where the ladders are. I think I really think that there's room for like weird ladders. And we're still building out systems to make the like the way we convey that information a little bit better to players. But even just so, like, I think this ties into when you start a PoE league and there's like an announcement that shows up and it's like, so and so was the first to enter this zone, so and so was the first to kill this boss.
Yeah.
Like that stuff's awesome, and we need stuff like that to happen, and we need I think we need more like different avenues for people to compete on the ladder, because not everyone likes the arena really, and having other ways to be like whether it's like highest corruption to complete a monolith on, whether it's like fastest pinnacle boss kill or something like that. Like I think there's ladders to be had there that are a lot of fun, and I think would drive like community contests and things like that, where people have the option of like running these events themselves in the community, where it's like because you have this official ranking, you can have these contests a lot more fairly, I guess. Yeah. So there's room for it. No specifics yet. Sorry.
I don't know.
Gotcha. Okay, so the next one's kind of, I guess, somewhat similar. It's speaking of challenges here. Is there any plans for like reward cosmetics related to challenges in the game? Like PoE has this, D4 has it with their season journey, for instance. So is there plans around cosmetic rewards for achievements?
Yes. We don't have any in 1.1, but we are that is definitely on the table. That is looking forward is I think something that people that's feedback we've been getting from a lot of people that they really want, and so we have definitely heard you, and we're looking into how best we can do that. So yeah, it's on the table.
Okay, nice.
Got a question from my chat as well, saying secret B level when?
We don't have one in the game right now. There's not one coming in 1.1.
But
I think along with the chat gem, it's you gotta put something like that in the game, right? You can't not at this point, right?
Speaking of bees, maybe you'll hate me for asking this question, but so what was the story with the bees and the bee referrals? Because I remember just streaming it at the launch. The whole chat is just full of people trying to refer for the bees. So when was the decision made where your guys like, everyone's getting the damn bee? Like, we just gotta get rid of this bee situation. What happened there?
This was such a like good intentions doing just weird things, and we should have seen it coming. It was going to happen. I don't know why we didn't. You had to refer, if you referred someone and said like basically like, hey, this person told me about the game, then the person who did the referring gets points to get some bees as a pet that'll follow you around, and it just turned into, because anyone could refer anyone who already had the game as well, it just turned into, hey, use my referral, give me the bees type thing. Yeah, it was
The
it
pyramid
caused
scheme of
spam.
bees, man. You
Yeah.
needed 3 of them, and there's only so many people. It got pretty hilarious pretty quickly.
Yeah, and then we're just like, you know what, this was a bad idea. Never mind. Bees for everyone. And you know, maybe it's something we can revisit in the future, but the way we did it and how it shook out was hilarious and a mistake.
Good meme. It'll carry forward as a meme into the future.
I mean,
All right,
the worst thing that happened was we ended up giving out MTX to everyone, so it's like, yeah, it's not really that bad of a situation.
all's well that ends well, baby. Okay, so we're moving on here towards the next question. What are we here? Okay, so will there be any melee changes to make it more smooth to play? That's the next question from chat.
Yeah. I mean, this is the whole melee versus range debate rages strong to this day. And you know, we especially, I think this especially comes up when we're talking about boss fights in especially like the Pinnacle boss fight and things like that. We look at like how the fight plays from different perspectives very carefully. And there are certain abilities the boss has that it will only do if you're at range. And there's certain abilities it will only do if you're at melee and things like that. There's certain things it'll do to draw you into melee. And so like there's it is something that we pay very close attention to, and yeah. So there's I don't have a good like example of like a specific change we're making to melee right now that I can just call up type thing, but there are definitely things that we have done specifically to make to bring that gap closer together, especially when talking about the Pinnacle boss fight.
Okay.
Fair enough. Just jump to the next question real quick. We don't take up too much time. Should we expect a mid-cycle patch to address things that are currently in progress that just won't make it for 1.1?
Yep, there's a few things that, I don't want to get your hopes up on specific things, but there are a couple things that you'll see get slipped in where it's just like, oh, this just didn't quite make it through QA, or this didn't quite make it to QA at all, just before the patch, and it's something that we were like, oh, we really want to get this in, and so we will slip a few things in the first few weeks, if it's something that makes sense.
There's a question in relation to inventory management. You know how you got to like hit the button, move things over, etc. Any plans for quality of life changes upcoming for that?
Yes. Speaking of things that didn't quite make it into 1.1, yeah, there are some really good examples of like ways to make filling your stash up less annoying, and like reducing that time you spend in your stash, and like when you're this inventory full of stuff and you're like, I want to dump everything to my inventory, I'm just gonna dump it there and sort it later, and giving you the tools where you don't have to sort it later because it just sorts as you dump it in. You know, that sort of thing is something that we're really interested in doing, and we've got a very close to ready system for it, but it's not quite there yet.
Fair enough.
I'm going to throw out just one question that I know I continually came in before the podcast started. People were asking about two things in particular. Any plans around consoles? It seems like every time we do one of these, people are always going to ask about console. And then Steam Deck in particular. And I did see what triggered the memory of this, as I saw one question in here asking about maybe cloud saves for offline mode for things like Steam Deck, etc. So do you have anything to share around these?
Yeah, so Steam Deck cloud saves for offline should work already. That should already be a thing.
Okay.
As I'm saying that, I'm realizing what the problem might actually be is that Steam Deck runs on Linux, and if you're playing on Windows, the cloud save from Steam may not sync between Windows and Linux for that. So, yeah, so that might be what's blocking that. Oh, someone's just like, it does not. So I'm wrong. We don't have the feature ticked apparently. Okay, cool. So this is actually something that we need to do still. We are working on Steam Deck improvements, and we are working on getting that little Steam Deck approved tick mark because a lot of people are playing on Steam Deck already. And I think the volume of people that we found playing on Steam Deck, we were one of the most played games on Steam Deck in May. I was like, what? It doesn't even work on Steam Deck. And people are like, yeah, we got it to work. Deal with it. I'm like, okay, great. And so we are actively working on making it be officially like functional with Steam Deck. And that's just through like optimization stuff we've done and a few control updates and things like that. So we are working on that right now. Having the cloud save sync, someone just told me, between Steam Deck and regular is something that we are actively working on right now.
Nice.
And consoles are further out, but they're on our radar.
Sure.
We do know that we want to go to consoles at some point. As a studio, we've never released a console game. We don't have an existing relationship with Sony or Microsoft. We don't have dev kits. Like there's a lot of things we have to do before we can start actually pursuing a console release of the game. You can see I made my own little box for fun because I wanted one. But yeah, so it's on the radar, but not yet for consoles.
The offline mode discussion brought up one of my own questions here, which I'm sure you guys. Well, actually, I don't know if you could see. Well, maybe you could see that. I was just asking. So, offline mode. Did you guys find that this ended up being something that was used significantly more than expected? Because offline mode, I know there's the the launch thing, so people are using offline mode because of the service, etc. But outside of that, and the Steam Deck and all that, is offline mode seem to be a pretty popular success for the game?
I think so. I think it's one of those things that we agonized over if we were going to do it, if we are going to be able to do it, how we're going to support it, things like that. And it does it does drive a little bit of controversy on how we're handling it specifically.
Sure.
But I think overall it's been an incredibly positive thing for the game, I think. And like just like every once in a while I'll see a post pop up on Reddit or something like that of like, just got off a 10-hour plane ride, got to play Last Epoch the whole time because there's offline mode. I'm like, yeah, that's great. That's awesome. So it's cool to see, and I'm really happy we have it. It is it is really difficult to maintain. It's really difficult to we're designing things and we're changing stuff, and it's a lot of extra work to keep it there and keep it functional and everything. But it's so worth it. I think it's been a great part of the game, and I think it's not completely unique for us, but I think it's one of the key features that lets us stand out from a lot of other games too.
Not many of these games really do offline mode, man. It's like I own a Steam Deck. I think they're awesome. I had an Asus ROG Ally. I was sponsored by them for a bit, so I had the same thing too. And the amount of games that you can actually get there, like high quality, replayable, you can put 1,000 hours in new types of games like Last Epoch. There's not like an absolute ton of these for the Steam Deck, So that was one of the big selling points for me when I heard you guys start adding on Steam Deck and it has offline mode. It's like that, for me personally, that's actually pretty cool. But all right, I'll move on to GHAZZY here. I won't monopolize the conversation.
Oh, that's all good. I'm going into my own little niche corner here. I'm going to ask about, from the chat, by the way, not my question. I just want to point that out. When will we get a Void Centipede summon?
A Void Centipede summon?
Mm-hmm.
That's
not my question. Could have been.
Though. So we don't have a Void themed summoner class right now.
But
so I think we'd have to have a Void themed summoner class. That'd be a good place for it to show up.
Give me a call later. I can give you some ideas.
do you want like a Void? Because everyone's telling us we have to do Barbarian next for Primalist, so you can't put it there, right? It's got to be somewhere else.
4th mastery class.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah,
more skills for the Necro.
Oh, you want the Void Centipede on a new an Acolyte Void Summoner?
Yeah, that would be nice because the Acolyte lacks Void skills, by the way.
That's true. There's no Void Mastery on the Acolyte.
We're getting close to the end of these questions here, so last chance to tag one and put one in. We're kind of we're getting on the downhill here, wrapping up. But there's a philosophy question from the chat, which I think is kind of interesting. So I'll read it here. Last Epoch is like a middle ground between the more casual and simpler ARPGs like Diablo and the more demanding and complicated ones like PoE. Do you guys intend on staying on not too complicated, but also not too simple? You're saying you're going to ride the line right in the middle there? Or are you thinking as you add more cycles, it's just going to go the one way or another? What's your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I think that I think the depth and complexity levels that we're at right now, we really like where we are, and we'd like to continue to be in that range. We like a little bit more complex, a little bit less complex, a little bit more deep, a little bit less deep. Like in that general area where we are, I think is really solid, and we're really pleased with where we are in that range. And it could shift a little bit here and there, so it's not like a hard line, and we don't really, the way we look at it internally, we don't really peg ourselves against like D4 or PoE in how and where we're sitting in that depth and complexity discussion. But I guess like if both of them stay where they are, then yeah, we'll stay in between them. Like if Diablo gets a ton of complexity added to it, all of a sudden we're not gonna like up our complexity in response or something like that. But we are very happy with where we're sitting.
That's fair. Okay. I had a question regarding, we talked about this earlier with the corruption pushing. So the question for chat was, any plans on addressing pushing corruption and group play specifically?
Yes. Details on exactly how that's going to play out will be in the next big blog post we have. But yes, I'll say it's friendlier. It's easier to do multiplayer monoliths and progress through monoliths yourself. Because right now it's you get the monolith kills, like the boss kills, but you don't get the corruption progression right now. And it's kind of problematic in situations where you can end up with a character that is very overpowered for the content you're doing when you break out of that party and go solo, which is a problem, and we are looking at addressing it.
A follow-up to that would be, are there any plans at addressing the insanity that comes with people having a group of supporters playing to push thousands of corruption in a group play?
Yeah, so the rate that you individually push corruption at doesn't go up because you're in a party. So like you won't, like you can, you go faster because there's just more of you and you can synergize your team together. So you go faster in that sense. But you don't go dramatically fast. Like there's nothing in that says like, okay, well now that you have 4 people, you get an extra 2 times corruption gain or something like that. We don't have that. Yeah, is that what you mean?
I was talking about the fact that group players could push significantly higher with a drastic difference between solo versus group play.
Oh, just like because they're stronger.
Yeah.
I mean, this, we try to curtail that based on the group scaling of the. So when you get more people in the party, the enemies get harder, right?
Yeah.
So that's how we try and curtail that a little bit. But yeah, you do get higher in a party. I don't think that's really. I don't think we've taken big steps to change that this patch.
Okay.
There's some abilities that synergize extremely well in parties that have been toned down. So there's some mechanical changes like that.
Yep.
So there's a question related to the progression loop of Rune Ascension. So I'm going to read here. So the Rune of Ascension, the one that generates a unique item of the same base type, that rune kind of killed progression for this chatter. The process of just farming longbows over and over again, spamming those runes to try to get LP felt like a cheesy way to progress. However, it's extremely efficient. What are your thoughts on this progression loop?
Well, first off, they don't have to be longbows specifically. It could be any bow. So heads up on that. I also think that it's not necessarily the most efficient, especially not anymore, the most efficient way of doing that either. So there's you're gonna have access to, especially like the Nemesis system is gonna be another new way to get uniques, and like so interacting with these, like with COF and with the new Harbinger system and things like that, and or the I assume it's not Merchant's Guild if they're spamming runes to get the item, because if it was Merchant's Guild, they just go buy it type thing. But I think there's more. We're adding in more variants on ways you can get these items, and I think that's gonna be the key thing. Is that just having new ways of doing these things so that organic play ends up being the most efficient way.
Fair enough.
Supporter packs coming with 1.1.
Yep, there's new packs coming. The old packs are staying as well. Yep.
All right. Does 1.1 bring any graphical updates?
Yes, but not like, I wouldn't say like a gigantic change or anything like that. Like there's lighting tweaks that we've done. That's something we do a lot. And like there's certain models that have been updated. So like enemies that were like really old models that we replaced them, things like that. There's no major systemic graphics update like we had in 1.0. We are working on an engine upgrade right now that will give us access to some new technologies and new tools like super sampling stuff and things like that that are new fancy things with video cards that they can do that you couldn't leverage with old versions of Unity. But we are getting to a newer version that we can start using those things.
All right.
So we're on the last few questions here, and we're gonna wrap it up here. So we have: will there be a button to unlearn all passives at once? Which the question is.
Not in 1.1, sorry. I know we've been talking about that for so long. At one point, someone came out and said, wasn't me. Someone came out and said that we were gonna do it, no problem. Then we went back to our design team. We're like, oh, we can't do it. And so it's.
But it's on the radar. It's something you guys are okay with.
We're very aware that it's something that people really want. And I don't think there's a philosophic reason not to add it at this point.
Okay. Excellent.
Can we get any info on skill reworks? There are some outliers, like I mentioned earlier, such as dancing strikes and multi-strike.
Yeah, I don't have any specific ones that I'm allowed to spoil yet. But I can say the ones that are really lacking right now have received more attention than the ones that are not really lacking. But like there's hundreds of balance changes, buffs, nerfs all over the place. Yeah.
Oh, sorry. Go on to me. Cut you off there.
No, that was my bad.
Oh, okay. So this, I think you touched on this just before, but this is the next question on the list here. It says, does 1.1 bring any graphical updates? You said there's an engine update, or there anything else coming with it?
So the engine update's not a 1.1. That'll be in the future. So there's no major like systemic graphical updates coming in 1.1. But there's lots of little things. So the game looks the game does look nicer. Like if you put them side by side and compare them, you'll be like, oh yeah, I can clearly see this looks nicer. If you played for 2 months at launch and you've been gone for 2 months and you come back, it might not immediately stick out as, hey, there's dramatic changes.
I'm assuming that's something you guys are going to continue doing. Like as the cycles come out, you're going to be doing little changes to constantly update and tweak it. Okay.
Oh yeah.
I think we got. You want to ask the last one, GHAZZY? And I think we got through all the chat questions here.
Well, last one is basically for you, Mike. Very personal question from launch 1.1. This is a personal question from me, not at all from MP, by the way. And that is, what are you looking forward the most to for the next coming 3 months of the cycle 1.1?
This is the second time we've asked him this one.
Well, it's worded a little differently. Specifically for 1.1, I've got a friend.
Wait, we asked this already? Did I miss this? Am I crazy?
Oh, well, I guess we said besides the 1.1 launch. I guess.
Yeah, I'm talking about in 1.1.
In the 1.1.
Yeah, I mean, I thought they were different.
It's different.
All right, okay, you're right. You got me.
Yeah.
I mean, this is like, I've got a friend who was really busy during launch and hasn't played much at all since we launched the game. Played a bunch in like 0.7, like really long ago. And he's like, 1.1 comes out, I'm coming, I'm playing. So I've got a play date with a friend who I haven't played games with for a long time. That we're gonna play 1.1 together. That's what I'm most excited about.
That's good. Man, you got me scared there. I was like, am I asking the same question? I've done this once before. I don't want to do it again.
I know. I was thinking.
It's similar. It's different.
It's
different answers. Good.
It was in 1.1. Thank you, Mike. Thank you. First, we had a little dance together to start.
I saw that with GHAZZY.
Getting synced there, me and Mike. I like him.
So I have something I want to say. We're wrapping up here, so I just want to say, thanks for the you guys sent a hoodie and like a keyboard mat and stuff. The hoodie is really, really comfortable. It's actually the most comfortable like piece of clothes that company has ever sent me. And the mat's pretty cool too. That's the mat they sent. So I wanted to say thanks for that. I thought that was pretty nice, you guys, to send
You're
that
welcome.
as well.
Glad you enjoyed it. I had to give mine to my mom. She saw it and she's like, I want it now. All right, Mom, fine.
It's a good color, I like the color purple, color of royalty there. But July 9th, the Harbingers of Ruin come out. So everybody, what time specifically on July 9th? Do we?
We've got it's on our website. Usually it's 11 a.m. Central Time. So it comes out in 7 days, 18 hours, 33 minutes, and 53 seconds from right now. We also do have summer sale going on right now on Steam. So if you want to pick it up cheap before it launches and give it a try, it is on there right now as well. I think it's 20% off? Question mark. It's also on if anyone has a Nexus store that you know, any of your streamers. GHAZZY's got one. Yep. They are same sales, run at the same. They run simultaneously on both Nexus and Steam. It's exactly the same. So no matter where you get it, you get a Steam key, all the same stuff.
Nice. There you go. All right, pick it up, boys. If you are looking for a game to play, it's on summer sale. I appreciate you taking the time one more time in another one of these and answering all the info and leaking the IDO sets. That's great. Clip it and ship it, boys.
Now I'm gonna go take that back to the design team and like actually deliver on it, right?
There you go.
Boys, we gotta make this happen. I fucked up.
You gotta save me.
Any last questions, comments, questions for us or anything, Mike, or anything before we send you on out? The last chance here.
What build are you gonna play? Do you think sight unseen on the patches? What are you eyeing? What class?
Well, I played Smite Pally, and I liked Smite Pally, and I am a simple man, so I'll probably play it again because we have the new. I'll flash it on screen for the people that missed it before. We have the new item, so I'll probably try this out because it's what I literally played last time, and I like Paladin. This time I'll try not to delete my character.
So sorry, we fixed that.
I'm in a kind of a weird boat here, because either I'm gonna do a Stygian Cole, very likely Lich, or I'm gonna play something I can't say without breaking NDA.
Oh, I'll take it. That works.
It's on brand at least. Not breaking NDA here.
I have a feeling. Yeah.
You have a feeling, yeah.
I know. I think I know what you're talking about.
Okay.
All right.
Wonderful.
Well, that's going to do it. Thanks, man. Appreciate your time. Thanks, GHAZZY, for co-hosting with me as well. And shout out to all the questions in the chat. There's a lot of good ones. You answered about 1 billion questions today, so I appreciate you being generous enough to answer all those. And I hope you have a wonderful day, my dude.
Thank you very much. Great to see you.
Bye-bye, everybody. All righty.
Man, you got me so worried. I was like, what? I already asked. What? No.
My bad. I heard the imp question. I was like, oh, did we already ask him this one? I'm like looking at the list of questions. I'm like, man, we already. We can't get into a habit of asking people the same question twice.
So, Mike, for reference, we had that happen last time where we both asked the question again twice, and we were like, oh no, what are we doing? So we got to make sure that doesn't happen again. I got so scared. I was like, no.
Yeah, we've been panicking about
it.
Poor Jonathan got hit with the same question like 1 billion fucking times, but
you know, one too many, but it happens. But not today.
Not today, man. I like. By the way, just give you a last comment. I know we're done here, but I just want to say I like your backdrop, dude. You're like me. You got a shelf with you cram all your little goodies on the shelf. Yeah.
No, my magic cards are hiding. Well, 1% of my magic cards are hiding right there.
Oh, I got all my cards are at the top. I got a huge rack but they're the Star Wars Unlimited, like the new trading card game. They got the new trading card. I've been opening those packs because I'm a huge Star Wars nerd, obviously. But
and opening packs feels so good.
It does. If you get something good. Otherwise, it feels like a gigantic waste of money going right out the door when you PO the same card like 50 times in a row.
Yep.
Classic. I used to play a lot of Magic Gathering when I was younger.
Yeah. I just play Commander with some of my buddies, but I love it.
Always fun.
All right, I'm going to head on out. I got Diablo 2 to finish because I've never played all the way through the difficulty, so I'm working on that. But thanks again, Mike. It's always a pleasure talking to you, dude. I appreciate it.
Glad to be here. I'll see you next time.
See you next time.
Absolutely. When is that? Tomorrow?
All right.
All right. Thanks again for joining, Mike. Right. Catch you guys later.
See ya.
Bye, everybody.
Bye-bye. All right. Man, I got so fucking. I was like, no, we already answered that. I was like, no, I don't remember hearing that. The MTG incident. Let's not talk about it. Let's not talk about it. What's it about? TLDR, I had a huge collection of Magic Gathering cards. I used to play Standard and Modern back in the days. I had an artifact deck I played back in Terros. I had, at the time, every foiled version of all the Liliana's Planeswalkers, and I had most of them signed by the individual artists. And TLDR, me and my ex or girlfriend at the time, we broke up. We had a loan together. She didn't pay it. I got mail from the bank. They canceled the loan. We couldn't pay it back. We had an argument, and the only way we could pay it back was, well, me selling my entire Magic Gathering card collection, including those. I think I got $5,500 or something for all of it, which paid off the loan, and I haven't played ever since. So that's why I don't want to talk about it, which is because it sucks dick. Anyways. Ellie log in, yeah. God damn right. Let me just say thanks to them. Here again. All right, boys. You see the desktop only. Oh, thanks. There we are. Anyways, mind the deep front, all myself, not play PA waiting for the next league. I would say that more ready for LE action. I feel you in that. I will host you guys over to Darth Micro. I have a shitload of things to do, including a Torchlight video actually that I'm working on, and some build preparations for LE. I'm glad you like it, Videri. Get used to it, sir. Get used to it. I will see you guys tomorrow. Hopefully, I'll be live around 2 p.m. Might be later. I'll make a statement or make an announcement if that's the case, because I got to finish all the things tonight. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Till then, as always, stay safe, keep rocking, have a great fucking night, and I'll see you guys tomorrow. Good night, everybody.